Good evening, everyone. Good evening. This is the time and place set for the regular meeting, September meeting of the Royal Oak Planning Commission. I'm going to call the meeting to order, and we'll start by the commissioners introducing themselves down on this end.
Ann Beakey, good evening.
Charlotte Douglas, City Commissioner.
Tim Twing, Director of Community Development.
Nick Grachowski, City Attorney.
Woody Gontina.
Mike Fournier, Mayor.
Jim Allison, former mayor.
And I'm Gary Casada, the chairperson. First item, does anybody have anything to add to the agenda before we start? Okay. Next would be the approval of the meeting minutes for August 15th. Have the planning commissioners had a chance to look at these? Are there comments, questions, corrections, motion?
I move to approve the minutes.
Motion by Ms. Beakey to approve the minutes. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Ellison. Is there any discussion of the minutes further? Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right, next item is public comment on non-agenda items. So I just want to make clear, I know we have the master plan is also on the agenda. So if you want to speak on the master plan, the time to speak on that is when the master plan comes before, or the master plan direction comes before us. What we're opening now is public comment on non-agenda items. Something is not on the agenda. So if you want to speak on that, then now is the time. Right here.
Thank you. Charles Cena. At the August Planning Commission meeting, Mayor Fournier was confronted by former City Commissioner and Planning Chairman Tom Halleck, who pointed out the obvious conflict of interest between Fournier and Cowan, who had hosted a fundraiser for Fournier's campaign only a few weeks before Fournier's expected yes vote on the Greenfield Road project. Fournier admitted taking the money, refused to recuse himself, failed to disclose the amounts he took, and who donated the money, then prompted the city attorney to falsely claim that it was okay to take the money. The large crowd reacted to this absurd response, but they were hammered down by the chairperson. About a week after all of this, after the city attorney made this outrageous statement, he received a $70,000 increase in his compensation package. But the public needs to know more about Fournier's unethical conduct. Fournier accepted many personal donations from Cowan, the political action committee that is run by his law firm, and has accepted the mayor's endorsements on his campaign literature. Public records, as best as I can tell, reveal approximately 10 projects represented by Cowan that received Fournier's vote for approval. I could not ever find a vote where Fournier voted no on a Cowan project. Fournier also took money from most of the petitioners that he voted to approve. Just a few examples. Fournier accepted money from representatives of Chuck Rizzo before Rizzo went to prison. Fournier took money from the developer of the Henry Ford building after the developer received the most valuable piece of city land for merely $1 and $5 million of taxpayer cash. Fournier claimed that his contributions were disclosed in public records at the county, but Fournier has violated campaign finance reporting laws more than anyone else. County records show 5 notices for failing to file at all, 7 notices of late filing, 7 45-day warning notices, 18 notices of errors and omissions, and 6 letters of referral to the Attorney General's office. The extent of these violations clearly show deception and an intent to cover up his tracks. All of this does create a conflict, along with moral and ethical violations. Unless planning commission members live in the twilight zone, they should recognize this and vote to recuse Fournier. This board has apparently lost its moral and ethical compass, but the people in this room and at home have not. It can decide if it's moral and ethical for the mayor to take so much money and vote for those writing the checks. All of this only benefits Fournier. I fail to see any benefit to the public. Members of the public, what do you think?
All right, anybody else want to speak on a non-agenda item? Right here.
Bill Harrison. I just want to read a message that I sent to the chairman after last month's meeting. Jim Ellison, Woody Gonteta tried to gaslight the audience, claiming that the master plan has no bearing on zoning. The purpose of a master plan is to provide...
The master plan is on the agenda. This is for non-agenda items.
Now, I understand that, but this, I'm not talking about the master plan. I've got some comments on the master plan itself. This is comments on the conduct of the commission.
Please keep it to that.
The purpose of a master plan is to provide direction for the future development of the city. The land use plan included in the DPZ summary totally redefines zoning titles and definitions. Changes in zoning will be required in order to implement the master plan. Ferndale is on their website is now proceeding to update their zoning per their 2022 master plan. Ergo, the master plan does impact zoning. Additionally, the DPZ summary introduces the alternative form-based zoning, which will totally change the character of the city. The City Commission, the Planning Commission, Charlene Douglas, is actively promoting form-based zoning. Secondly, Jim Ellison was rude to several of the speakers during public comment. Jim repeatedly interrupted and argued with them. Such behavior is unacceptable. Jim Ellison and Mayor Fournier tried to spin the allegations of the developer kickbacks. The intent of the allegation by Tom Halleck was that the developer funding is used in election campaigns at the disadvantage of non-incumbent opponents. Jim and Mike tried to spin it to mean the allegation is that the contributions are used for personal use, which is admittedly illegal. Kind of felt sorry for the city attorney who tried to cover with what I call a word salad that included 6 pecuniaries. I thought I was listening to Kamala Harris. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else here? And please.
Good evening. My name is Trish Oliver. I've lived in Royal Oak almost 40 years. The Royal Oak Planning Commission needs to send notices on all projects. Not receiving notice is the most common resident complaint about the city's lack of transparency. Therefore, realistic and accurate notice should be given. I'm aware of the current 300-foot rule. However, the Planning Commission should exceed that rule and always send notices to property owners within 500 feet. Additionally, these notices should be on larger postcards or a letter so they aren't discarded as junk mail. The city should also post signs on the property. Other cities, including Birmingham, do all of this. Birmingham includes a QR code on the sign so interested individuals can quickly access accurate information regarding the property proposal. Exceeding the minimum requirements doesn't violate state law, as was wrongfully claimed at the last Planning Commission meeting. By exceeding the minimum requirements, the city complies with the lower standards required. In addition, it's misleading to claim that the city cannot provide notice for projects that aren't permitted use, such as the 4704 South Rochester Road project addressed at the August meeting. This only results in ambushing the neighbors. As a reminder, permitted use indicates a multifamily project in a multifamily zone, but to fail to send notices on a permitted use project also fails to warn the neighbors of the variances that request too many units, extreme density, unmet parking requirements, and excessive height that will negatively affect them. Transparency, accuracy, and unbiased actions are key in all community issues. Royal Oak Planning Commission members have misled the public by stating that decisions haven't been made regarding master plan changes and that there's no intention to change single-family zoning. On the contrary, for over 3 years, statements encouraging the elimination of single-family zoning have been contained within the commission members' public comments at planning commission meetings. Additionally, they voted to hire a consultant who is an expert at redeveloping single-family neighborhoods. Every written document regarding the master plan revisions indicates eliminating single-family zoning, including the most recent draft of the master plan direction, which just came out this past Friday, and includes duplexes and multifamily buildings within single-family neighborhoods. If city leadership is being transparent, they should change the document and preserve and substitute the language from the old master plan and zoning ordinance, which will clearly protect single-family zoning and also keep the boundaries on the zoning map the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on a non-agenda item?
Hi there. I'm Ann Steffi. I've lived here for 40 years, over 40 years. I've popped in at meetings here and there. And the thing I came to speak about is why it's not on the agenda tonight, so I guess I get to talk about it, and that's this development on Genesee and Rochester Road, which wants 40-some units. And I was thinking about this. You know, when kids are in first grade, they give them number problems, and they say things like for instance, one problem might be if you have more and more people in neighborhoods and you're going to shrink the roads and have more and more road diets, you're going to have a whole lot more traffic all over the roads causing what? Chaos. So I think any first grader could say that more and more density and less roads is going to create bottlenecks, is going to create more emissions. Royal Oak is supposed to be a green city of trees. And yet, what you did to the Mark Twain Woods, we will not forget the Mark Twain Woods. How the Mark Twain Woods was sold out, the few of the neighbors were informed, the for sale sign was up until the day before the bulldozers came. So at least we know about this project on Genesee, and when it comes up, we'll be back. That's it.
All right. Anybody else want to speak on a non-agenda item?
Hello, my name is Julie Lyons-Bricker. I've been a Royal Oak resident for more than 20 years, and I'm just here to say thank you very much for your work. I recognize that you're volunteers besides the staff that's here, and thank you to you for volunteering, and thank you for the staff to be here. That's it.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on a non-agenda item? I see a hand there.
Good evening. Good evening. The first thing I want to say is I heard about the ranked choice
Do
voting.
you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, Patsy Reggio.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good evening. Ranked choice voting, a light bulb went on. I wanted to find out who started it and how it happened. I found out Paul Curtis and Arvin Reddy went to Ron Zimmerman, and he is the head of Regards and Reform, Ron Zimmerman, the executive director of Rank Michigan Vote. I called him, I spoke with him. We had a great conversation. He was very respectful. I was respectful to him. If anybody wants to get a group together, he will meet with us and he will tell us all about ranked voting. I don't agree with it at all, but he will meet with people. Okay, so another thing is, I'm glad I did that. The baseball, the young man that came up here about baseball, the mayor, I wish he would have said something different. I know I can't put words in your mouth. He was complaining about the leprechaun thing. And you said he was brave and he took a risk. I wish he would have said, you know what? I'm glad you brought that to our attention. We are going to take care of this. This is for the kids in our community. We should have the state of the art. Don't pay for parties. I am not prejudiced. I'm not talking what kind of party. $70,000 to a party. That could have gone to the baseball field. These are for families. Took down the main theater, took out that fund. Okay. A sign of intelligence is if you don't know the answer, you know where to go to find the right answer. We went to the wrong place to find the wrong answer for our city. We had people here. Charette should take a jet and go back to the West Coast. Okay, let's see, Mr. Brake, he's got the right name. He breaks things up and he doesn't put them back together right. So, you know, I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Things are set up here that are so, I've been here, I'm 78, I went to Don Darrow, I've lived here, my grandparents were here in 1922. They died young. The cook at the junior high took my father and he was an orphan. My parents raised 5 kids here. Have any of you been a first responder, policeman, a fireman? Have you served in the military? If you have been a first responder, these road diets are bad. The reason we have road diets and this building is because we accepted state and federal funds. Mr. Brake was talking about more grant money again. I came up here and said, don't take the money, they'll tell you what to do and how high to jump. And the master plan isn't even in effect yet. Oh, don't worry about the master plan. Don't worry about Webster in the corner of Webster. If somebody says it out loud and it was next to your house, oh, we might build an apartment building there, you would be concerned.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else want to speak at a non-agenda item? All right, go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. How are you doing? My name is Pete Ferenzi. I was here about a month ago discussing a little bit about the city's budget, where we're at, 180 plus million in the red, with another 100 possibly coming down the pike. You guys got a lot of upset Royal Oakers going on. Just letting you know I'm running for city commissioner. And going door to door, listening to a lot of Royal Oakers. You guys poked the bear pretty good. Really good, actually. That being said, vacancy rate's at 8.2%. With 8.2%, you guys are continuing to build multifamily. The vacancy is ridiculously high. Within 2 years, we're going to surpass Detroit's vacancy. I don't know if you guys have an answer for that one. You don't have to give me an answer, because if you did, it'd probably be your own admission. Commercial real estate is in the toilet. $80,000 square feet of vacant commercial property is sitting empty. We got a big problem. And I don't know how we're going to get out from underneath this. The information that I have as a fund manager, I look at a lot of commercial real estate on a regular. Use CoStar. I actually obtained the information from a national commercial real estate firm that I'm pretty tight with. They gave me some pretty detailed metrics as to everything that's playing out here. Even the companies or the developers that are attached to the developments on the multifamily. That's an interesting one. Political contributions from developers, maybe. You guys talk about a lot of good things. Welcoming, engaged, livable community. Safe, healthy, and just city, vibrant local economy, environmental leadership, efficient, effective services. Then you guys buried long-term fiscal health and reliable infrastructure. That should be at the top of the list in this case. What are you guys doing? Voting for Trish, Oliver, Wade Sutton, myself.
This is not a campaign meeting.
And you know what? You're going to see a difference.
It's not a
Believe
campaign
that.
meeting.
Allison, I found the truth now.
All right, folks.
You insulted my intelligence.
Order.
You insulted the whole city's intelligence.
All right.
Shame on you.
All right.
That's all I got.
All right, does anybody else want to speak on a non-agenda item?
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Timothy Wider. I'm a Royal Oak business owner of 8.5 years. I employ over 30 people and very, very proud to say I have a thriving business. And my comment is just in general development in Royal Oak. Reading directly from city ordinance, the proposed developments shall not have an unreasonable economic impact on surrounding properties. My comment is on many developments, inadequate parking that doesn't meet the zoning needs can put an unreasonable economic impact or burden on neighboring businesses that rely on their parking for their livelihood, for the satisfaction of their staff, and the safety of their staff and their patrons. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I think I saw another hand. Anybody want to speak on a non-agenda item? Right here. Peach shirt. Salmon, sorry about that. I took my best shot.
Hi, good evening. Mike Seville. Just want to point out a couple things going on here. I'm glad to see the Royal Oak Police are here to protect order and maintain the integrity of the meeting tonight. You had a young lady that served as honorary mayor and swore in the last meeting. The commissioners and the board and the city of Royal Oak asked for a round of applause, but at the same time, the following week when we applauded, we were chastised by the chairperson that we were to follow the rules and the protocol of the public meeting and the agenda. Mr. Allison, I think you're the commissioner, not the former mayor. When you open up the meeting, you should address that as that. So I started reviewing the master plan because I was informed that the master plan was above my intelligence, so I was trying to read on that. 2018, the population in Royal Oak dropped from 90,000 down to 40,000 in 2020, according to your own study. I wish the commissioners and the mayor, when the public is speaking, that we have their attention, okay? I do see some disconnects going on in the room, but yet we're asked to follow the same respect when we're on this side of the podium. When you build a 3.5-story apartment or condominium next to a single-family dwelling, all that does is forces that single dwelling to either sell, move, or leave. There's a big impact by overbuilding and over exceeding mass density. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
All right. Anybody else want to speak over here? Non-agenda item. Come on up.
Good evening. Nancy Poprowski, 119 Batavia. Thank you for listening. I'm really happy for any positive outcomes in our city. But when city officials focus on positive outcomes and fail to alert the public about the reality of the negative outcomes, this is not transparency. When explaining that road diets work, please also tell the voters and media that in some road diet areas, traffic gets backed up, cars idle, causing more carbon emissions. When explaining about a great downtown, tell the voters and media that many handicapped citizens can't participate downtown due to inconvenient parking structures or street parking that isn't close or available. When explaining about all the great development, high rises or possibly adding more housing, please tell the voters and media how many of my neighbors have permanently lost their entire quality of life by 3, 4, and higher story buildings right up to their property line. Please do not dismiss problems that haven't devastated you. When one side gets their way, most of the time, it can be harmful to residents who are devastated by a bad policy or project. It's extremely important when residents disagree with a policy or plan that they are respected. Of course, they should always be notified about any policy or project long before it gets started. All projects and policies should have the ability to be slowed down, tweaked, rethought, or even stopped if residents' quality of life is endangered. No project should ever go through if residents' lives are ruined during the process. There is no amount of money or development that should ever be more important than our residents. We need to hear all voices, along with opposing ones. Even Abe Lincoln, with his team of rivals, made sure his cabinet was diverse and not one-sided. That's a true democracy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else back here? Non-agenda items.
Sorry about my slow
Not a
advance. My name is Brian Herman, and my wife and I moved here in 1987. I guess I only have two questions, and the first one would be, last week was dropped off the agenda was the 44-unit construction project that was at the corner of Genesee and Rochester Road. And Mr. Twing indicated that that was already zoned multi-use and the commission didn't need to review that in order to go ahead on that. Is that still the opinion of the commission?
Well, if we can address that later, we will, but please continue.
Well, I'm wanting to understand where the forum is for having a discussion about whether that site meets the requirements. When is that going to get approved by this? Is it going to get approved by this commission, or is it already approved by this commission?
We can try to answer that in a few minutes here, but we'd like you to continue.
Okay, and the other, I would like to know when the meetings are that will approve that particular site and some of these other. Why is the first order of business, why is it even on the agenda here for this commission? Why doesn't that go to the zoning board of appeals?
Again, we could try to.
Well, I'm asking the question. How come we can't address it now?
Because this part of the process is not a dialogue. You can address the commission with questions.
Okay.
And then the commission as a whole can decide if they.
So you are going to answer those questions later on in the meeting. That's what you're saying?
We may, if we have answers and the commissioners are so inclined. I will ask the commissioners, but.
Okay, once again, I'm going to ask you when those answers are going to be available.
I will address the commission and the staff if they can answer the questions, and if they can and they're so inclined, they will. But this is not I'm afraid this is not a dialogue with me or the commissioners. This is your presentation time. I probably should have said that up front.
Yes, you should have, apparently. This unfinished business.
Yeah, you're going to make a presentation, and then we're going to move on to the next person, because everybody's got 3 minutes, and everybody who wants to speak, we want to give them a chance to speak.
Okay. Well, I'll be back.
Anybody else want to speak on a non-agenda item? Back here.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Haywood. I've lived in Royal Oak for 66 years, the first time I've been in front of you guys. I'm just wondering about the senior center. I know they approved some funds for that, and I noticed they put up all new TVs in every room, which have never even been turned on that I know of. And why maybe didn't they think of using that money to pay for lunches for the seniors or even pay for their classes? And maybe there's some other stuff down the road that's still coming that I don't know about, but I just thought that was a waste of money. And it also is a problem when we try to do our up-the-wall yoga classes. So that's just my opinion, and I would think they would think of the seniors a little bit more about what they can help them with. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else would like to speak on a non-agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment on non-agenda items. I will ask the commissioners and the staff if anybody would like to respond to anything that's been addressed to us. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think it's great when we have a packed house here with a lot of good questions, and I think maybe we should start kicking off the meeting a little bit about, on a more regular basis, talking about, the Planning Commission's role. There's some questions asked about how petitioners come to us and file applications, and that they're the ones that are actually in charge of, when they want to submit their projects and when they want to look for this body's approval, a little bit how that works with zoning. I think that's a good thing because people are passionate about their neighborhoods. They're out here, and I think explaining a little bit about what this body does and getting some of those questions answered that were at public comment, I think would be helpful.
All right, thank you. Anybody else would, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellison.
Yeah, I'd like to address the last lady that asked about the senior center, because that's kind of my new job at the county, so I do have some background on that. Royal Oak Senior Center was given a $250,000 grant through the county that was from the county's ARPA funds. They had to apply for that grant. It could not be used for operating expenses. It could only be used for purchases or capital expenses. They submitted a grant request to upgrade the bathrooms and to put TVs and some other supplemental issues. That had to be tied back into the COVID shutdown time and how it affected the operation and the equipment. TVs are old. They had the opportunity to get the money through the county, which is money that came through the federal government. So they were granted a $250,000 grant from the county, and that's where that money came from.
All right, other comments by commissioners? Or the staff, again?
Well, maybe the questions that I asked, if Mr. Twing wants to take a stab at answering those questions. In particular, there was a question about the Genesee and Rochester. I mean, we don't have to be specific about, people in place, but in general, how this body, it's up to the petitioner to, move forward and make the application. Can you explain a little bit about that? Because I know there's a lot of people here tonight on that topic. Maybe it'd be helpful to highlight the Planning Commission process.
Well, in general, whether it's the Planning Commission or the Zoning Board of Appeals, it's up to the property owner or an individual with a property interest to submit an application to the city with their request, whatever that request might be. Whether it's a 44-unit development or whether it's a dentist's office. It's in their purview as a property owner or business owner or person with a property interest to submit that to the city. The city doesn't go out and solicit them. We don't generate those. They're coming from a private entity. Those applications are processed through the city zoning ordinance based on what they submit. If they need a zoning board action, they're put in front of the zoning board of appeals. If they need planning commission action, they're brought to this body as part of their due process right. They are entitled to come here and be heard, and it's up to you in a case that's in front of you to make your decisions based on code requirements. There are a variety of different types of zoning districts. There are a variety of different types of permitted uses. If you're a permitted use by right in a business area, you're entitled to be there. If you comply with all zoning standards, you're entitled to be there, just as any homeowner is to build a house on their single-family lot. So if your business complies, there's no basis for the city to turn you down. If you need a variance, then you'd go to that body and be heard. Those are required to give notice out 300 feet. Every petitioner that needs a ZBA action will get that notice sent out. There's a variety, again, of things. If you're permitted use and you need a variance, you can choose to go to the zoning board first as a petitioner, or to the planning commission if you need site plan approval. If you're a special land use in the zoning ordinance, you have to come to this body first to get permission to go get that variance or seek that variance from the zoning board. So again, I don't want to go through every possible scenario, but to simply say, you're entitled as a property owner, business owner, property interest to submit a proposed development application to the city, and you're entitled to have that heard.
Okay, and for the record though, one of the questions was, when are we going to see the Genesee project in front of here? But the answer is we don't know, because the petitioner controls when they bring it to us, and then if they do bring it to the department and it does get put on the agenda, people get noticed. That's how it works. So right now, we have no idea.
Well, and if we're going to talk about the Genesee one in particular, as I said last month, it's a permitted use in that district. In terms of the planning commission's role, you're looking at the site plan. There were variances that were related to it, but the petitioner withdrew their application in front of you last month. So it's back in their court to tell us, do they want to resubmit? Do they want to modify it? Based on what they choose to do, when we get information from them, we'll put it on the next available agenda that we can put it on as far as the planning commission action. There is no requirement for public hearing on that action, that development in front of this body. When they go to the zoning board of appeals, if they go there, those notices will be sent out at that time in terms of the appeals and the variances the ZBA would be considering. But since it's a permitted use, they have a right to propose that there. They could choose to go to the zoning board first. They didn't. They chose to come here first and discuss their site plan with you. They may never come back. We've had projects that have withdrawn and never come back. So I have no idea whether they will come back, they won't come back. There was a project 4 or 5 years ago proposed for this site, never went anywhere. So, anyways.
All right, thank you. Any other comments before we move on? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I mean, I've been doing this for almost 12 years now. Been serving on various boards, been on the commission. I've been mayor for 7, which means for 7 years I've been on the planning board here. And I guess I'm a little immune to personal attacks when they're thrown out there. I'll just say, you know, the most constructive dialogue that we have as a community is when we talk about the issues and the concerns. I think throwing out baseless accusations is not helpful to anybody's cause, especially those who are here for the right reasons. You know, misinformation is an issue. We do our best to make sure that we provide all the information we can on the agenda. It's all out there. It's still a lot. We still are always working on our communication. But, you know, just for folks out here that are here for the right and genuine reasons, you know, it's an election year. We all know that. We heard that tonight. And there's going to be things that, I mean, I guess I'm immune to it. Every 2 years I think it was last term, we were going to have 42 marijuana shops on Woodward. Before that, the farmer's market was closing. I just really encourage people to speak your mind, read the material, ask questions. When we get to the topic, we'll get those questions answered. And just have an open mind that, you know, sometimes folks may be getting you information, may not be getting you the right information, or may have ulterior motives. That's the way politics works. So just ask, when we get to these items, if you come up, ask your questions. We'll make sure we get them answered. When that topic is discussed, voice your concerns. We'll give you our thoughts on those concerns. Often we agree, sometimes we may disagree, and that's okay. But I think as we move forward in this meeting or any meeting, sticking to the facts, sticking to the concerns, asking the questions is going to provide us as a community the absolute best possible outcomes for everyone. So that's my advice. Take it or leave it. But again, these are all volunteers up here, including me. I don't get paid for this meeting. And we're here just to try to help shape our community. And, you know, someone's got to do the job. Someone's got to look at the facts. Someone's got to listen to petitioners that come and pay their fee and want to see their projects, and just have a little grace for the folks up here. You don't have to have grace for me. I'm used to it. I've been doing it for 12 years. But for everyone else here, I ask that they are volunteers trying to do their best.
All right, thank you. Anybody else on the commission or council or department before we move on to the agenda items? Ms. Beakey.
Actually, I'll just make 2 points of clarification on some things that I heard, and also just based on my reviewing of all of our past master plans today before this meeting, as well as some of our historic documents. Every city is always changing, and so I went back over a lot of the documents, and I would like to just clarify that the current master plan that is in place now includes in it the recommendation of form-based codes, and so that's something that's been recommended for many years here in Royal Oak. Now, maybe we haven't applied it, and I'm hoping that we get to the point where we do reform some of our zoning, and form-based code provides better visual consistency with current and historic communities. And then also, I just wanted to note that it's already in the current master plan. And then the second thing I wanted to note was that I was very pleased to see, as a walk, bike, and safety advocate for those who are disabled, that since 1988 it's been a highlighted factor in the past master plans to work more on our safety for those who are outside of vehicles. And so I look forward to pursuing continuing those improvements.
All right, thank you. Anyone else before we move on?
Let's go.
Okay, I don't see anything, so we're going to move on to the first unfinished business. This is the rezoning from multifamily residential to planned unit development at Greenfield and 13 Mile. Mr. Twing, do you have an introduction of this?
Certainly, as you indicated, this item was in front of you at your August 15th meeting. At that meeting, you did hold and close a public hearing during that meeting, and the Planning Commission postponed action to give the applicant or petitioner some time to revise their plans and resubmit additional information. What you have in front of you today is a revised site plan, elevations, as well as a revised staff report. Very briefly, I'll walk through the revisions. The petitioner has reduced the number of proposed dwelling units from 12 to 10. That does change the minimum lot area issue. It also changes the parking requirement from prior down to 20 spaces. They are providing 16, so it is still short. The aisle widths that are in the back for their parking area have been redimensioned to 60-degree parking. There still is the issue in terms of the dimensional requirements in terms of 60-degree and having the appropriate depth for a parking space versus the aisle width. Each space is supposed to be 9 by 20. As proposed, they're 9 by 18 with a 16-foot aisleway. In addition, other revisions, the petitioner has kind of split the building and put a walkway through, not quite the middle, about a 5-foot, 10-inch walkway that leads from the back of the where the parking is out to the front. In the middle, that was one of the discussion items from last month. They did connect on the second floor for units 8 and 9. There is a covered area if you look at the second floor plan. They have also added sidewalks on each end of the building. Those are still part of potential drive lane in the sense there's no curb. There's just proposed to be a different pavement treatment. They did provide details on the solar panels, the EV chargers, and some permanent paver sheets in your packet. There's basically 3 sets of 6 panels on roof mounted. They're about 67 square feet of area. They did provide some additional details on the proposed rain gardens along Greenfield Road. They did add landscaping in the parking lot area, as well as 2 trees. Based on staff's analysis, they exceed the 10% landscape requirement, so they're fine there. As I indicated, they did add 2 additional trees. You may recall that given the number of trees that were being removed, there was potential for the assessment of fee in lieu of tree replacement. What you have in your packet attached, there's a letter from their arborist as well as the arborist that works for the city and DPS. Both concur that the trees that are being removed are either weak trees, but there's no objections to the removal of those trees if you have had a chance to read both of those reports. The privacy fence along the rear lot line has been replaced with a split-face masonry wall. The dumpster enclosure, which used to be at the north end of the project, has now been moved to the south end. The only outstanding issue that was left was there's a discrepancy between the dimensions that are provided on the site plan and the overall width of the parcel on record at the Oakland County Register of Deeds, and they'll need to clarify that. I've kind of touched on all the revisions. The staff report from last month you had links to, but those are the revisions, and if you have questions on them, I'd be happy to try and address them.
All right, are there questions for Mr. Twing from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call the petitioners forward. I see they're here in the front row. Please come up, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you seek.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission members. I'm Dennis Cowan with Plunkett Cooney, representing Baker Properties, and the principal owner, Rudy Cachette, is here. Our 2 members of our design team are also here, as we were last week. I did present a letter that dated September 7th, that detailed all the changes. We had previously submitted to you a revised site plan, which I think Mr. Thwing summarized very well, so I won't go over that. Maybe just highlight a couple things. With respect to parking, the parking ratio is 1.6. Quite frankly, the trend in Royal Oak is that there are people who rent that don't even have cars. We anticipate that'll happen in a couple instances here, and we're very comfortable with the parking ratio as it's very consistent with other projects here in the city. We also listened to some of the neighbor concerns, particularly with respect to the dumpster location. The access tunnel that we put together is important. It does give an option for the tenants to walk through that to the front. We think the safety feature is very important, and that we have a greenfield road access to each of the units. And we also, I think it was confirmed that we'll have a masonry wall and not a fence to block any light from cars or from the building. And I think Mr. Thwing went over the environmental sustainability factors, and the solar panels will in fact be used to provide energy and electricity for the exterior lighting. We did submit an independent arborist report, a certified arborist, as Mr. Thwing pointed out. I would only say that the ordinance that requires tree replacement talks about replacing healthy trees. I think this report clearly shows that all of those trees are in various states of unhealthiness, whether it be through disease, root rot. They've never been taken care of in any way, shape, or form because there was nothing on the property, and we believe that because they're unhealthy trees that have to be removed, and by the way, that was the recommendation of the arborist, that they should be removed and we should not receive a tree replacement assessment fee. The one final issue that was brought up was there's a 1 foot 2 inch discrepancy between city records and our presentation. Our team went back and on the next, assuming we go to the next level with City Commission, we'll revise the plan to show that it is just under 120 feet, which is consistent with the city records, and we're reducing the building by that 1 foot 2 inches. So that will be expressed on the plan. It's a very, minor change, but it's an important one in terms of being consistent with those records. So you have the written materials we presented. We made a very full presentation last time. I'm not going to repeat that. I do believe that we have met the standards of the PUD requirements as stated in my August 10th letter to you, but we stand ready to answer any questions, and we respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval to the City Commission for the site plan and the PUD designation.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner? Mr. Ellison.
This is actually more of an architectural question, so Mark, I don't know if you want to deal with it or... It's a really simple question. FRP on the exterior, I have not seen that before. Is that something relatively new?
Please approach the microphone there, we'll get you on.
Yes, I'm Dorian Moore with the design team, and happy to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, I see we've got FRP designated for the upper areas. I have not seen FRP as a exterior means of finish. Is that something new?
No, it's been used on multifamily projects in a number of cities, not as much in probably in Royal Oak, but we have used it on other projects in different areas. So it's not an uncommon.
What is it backed up with? Is it backed up with hardboard, like plywood?
It'll be backed up with exterior plywood and
so
metal
it's flat
studs.
against the plywood. I'll tell you my concern is I've seen FRP has a tendency to warp, and you get the waves in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to avoid. So if you're mounting it on a vertical structure system, you're going to have that warping. But if you're mounting it on plywood flat,
right, you typically mount it on plywood flat, or you can mount it on plywood with horizontal, or what we call girts.
So that's where I get concerned is we've got the girts because you got that airspace, and that's going to have a tendency to force that FRP. So just my concern, you're the architectural record, you design it. I'm just tacking in my construction experience.
It's also about the spacing of those connectors and also providing the proper joint distances so that you don't get the warping.
I trust you. I'm just expressing my concerns.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't go away. Mr. Gantino.
So I do have a question regarding the proposed solar panels. So it has been stated that the panels are being sized to essentially power the exterior site lighting in the evening, which would require storage or battery storage. I'm not seeing anywhere on the plan where that storage would be, where you'd be able to actually put that storage in. So is that planned in order to use the panels the way you're stating? And if so, where is that storage located? If not, could you please explain to me how the panels that are not generating power in the evening are actually powering the lights that are on in the evening?
The panels themselves, and we talked with the manufacturer, come as a kit, as a system that stores that energy and uses it later at night. So it's all part of the panel system itself.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
All right, other questions for the petitioner? Okay, I have one. I don't see the photometric plan. I see some, I think I see some indications of how the lighting is going to be, but I don't see anything on the plans. Tell me about your lighting plan. Do you have that worked out yet?
Yes. The type of lighting that we're using on the building, that I believe we had a cut sheet on the drawings of, is a low cast light system. So it's downward directed, not outward. So you're not going to get more than probably about 8 to 10 feet worth of direct glow, and then the rest is indirect. So, and the reason why we use that is so that it doesn't shine all the way towards the neighbors. That's kind of the idea. So you have enough glow to light the parking lot and keep it safe, but you don't have a strong direct light.
Okay, are those going to be bollard lights? What kind of lights are they?
No, they're mounted to the side of the building. There's a cut sheet there.
Yeah, I
first.
think I see it, but
Yeah. So they'll be mounted to the building at the second floor level.
all right. Well, all right. I appreciate that. Can I count on you and Mark to do the lighting design?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes it gets left. Is there a signage that's going to go up? Is there any signage?
I don't believe that we are planning on any signage on the building, no.
Okay.
Yeah, other than the address.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for the petitioner? Okay, seeing none, we have a public hearing on this, right? Yes, okay. If you have a seat, we're going to ask for public comment.
Oh, no, you closed it last month. If you want to continue it, you'd have to get a vote to reopen it.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, so I don't know if you heard that from Tim. I don't know if you want to put that on record. So we had public comment last time. We now have a revised plan. If I understand from Mr. Twing, that we had public comment once, and it's so we don't continue it unless we vote to do so. So I guess we.
Yeah, no, last month, as I said at the beginning, you held the public hearing, you closed the public hearing, and then everything else was on this side with the developer. If you want to reopen it, you would need a motion to reopen public hearing and take more public comment, but there is no requirement to reopen it.
Okay, well, how do first of all, I guess I'm going to ask you, raise your hand if you're here to speak on this project. Okay, I see some people there. How do the commissioners feel? Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I'll make a motion to open up the hearing for the fact that we do have some people here, and there were some changes, and I'd like to incorporate that feedback germane to the changes proposed by the petitioner.
Okay, so it's a motion to reopen public comment on this agenda item, and is there a second by Mr. Ellison? Okay, so the motion is to continue, reopen the public comment. Any further discussion of this? I'll call for the vote otherwise. Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, anybody opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. So, if anybody right here wants to speak on this agenda item.
3 minutes. Good evening, my name is Trish Oliver. I've lived in Royal Oak almost 40 years. I'm very curious about former Mayor Dennis Cowan, project attorney Dennis Cowan's remark that the arborist claims that that it's okay to remove 6 deciduous trees on the site. This is a vendor who's serving the city. May we have the name of the vendor? I'm very curious as to what kind of arborist could not save 1 of 6 trees. Could we be provided with the name of the arborist?
Again, what we're going to do is you're going to make a presentation.
Whenever it's appropriate.
Yeah.
I'm very curious about the name of the arborist. I know arborists that would do anything to save a tree. They believe that the tree's life cycle provides valuable habitat for flora and fauna throughout its entire life cycle. If the project insists on cutting down 6 deciduous trees, I think a $37,000 replacement fee is reasonable to the community. I also want to say that this property is in a tough spot. They're on Greenfield. Right across the street is Southfield City. We want to be supportive of our westernmost property owners, neighbors. I'm talking about the neighbors on Elwood right behind them, the business owners on 13 Mile. They are stabilizing our community by providing quality homes and services in that area, and we want to do everything possible as a city to support them. There's 33 homes on Elwood on the street behind this property. I think when you cut down 6 trees, you're removing a very substantial buffer, a more pleasing buffer than can be provided by a 6-foot masonry wall. And also, I'd like to see in Royal Oak that developers get the idea that when there's zoning and existing requirements on the site, that what's going to make a successful project will be to meet those criteria. So if this property can accommodate 3 units, instead of coming first with 12 units and then going to 10 units, why not come with 3 units or 4 units and really enhance the quality of life for everybody around the project? So I urge you to vote no on this project. And I also, my last comment, Gavin Associates, the architect that has proposed this overly dense project. First, we saw them in our city very recently in January with an overly dense project proposed for 4th Street. There they proposed 25 hotel room sized units of around 250 square feet. Thank you for your time.
All right. Anybody else want to speak on this topic? I know there are 4 or 5 right here.
Thank you. Charles Simchina again. This project deserves a no vote. It's way too dense. There's still very short of parking. There's no overflow or escape for the parking like sometimes we experience here in the downtown with public parking somewhere close by. This will be very harmful for neighbors, especially nearby business owners. I don't believe in this lower parking requirement when the property is boxed in like this. There's no opportunity for overflow because it's on Greenfield Road. It's not on a side street where you can park by the curb. It's going to be on someone else's property, and that's just not right. The property is over dense, and you're fascinated with the number of trees and tree removal costs, and but if you had 3 units or 4 units, there'd be a lot of green space left for trees. The only reason we're removing trees, it's obvious, is because this whole project is hard surface, building, parking lots, almost lot line to lot line, with very small setbacks on the side, no setback on the back, but a wall. The tendency that I've noticed from this planning commission is to fall in love with a couple undersized solar panels and maybe a rain garden, which provides a very small environmental benefit, while clear-cutting land and replacing it with hard surface, which removes a huge area of environmental benefit for water runoff, etc. Why can't we have ordinances and combine 2 very fundamental concepts? Let's have some green space at ground level that neighbors could also enjoy, be able to look at, create buffers, less density, but at the same time incorporate maybe a rain garden and some solar panels. Let's have the best of both worlds. The trade-off is not fair, it's inequitable, it's uneven. And when you look at the criteria for a PUD and you look at your own ordinance, commonly everyone up here forgets to try to provide facts or require facts from the petitioner that actually satisfy each of the criteria. I read every document in this packet. There's not even an attempt to provide evidence to satisfy each of those requirements. And you, as Planning Commission members, when you're dealing with a PUD and every criteria is subjective, each criteria must be supported by facts that you accept, and you make findings of fact when you vote separately on each criteria. That's what the Court of Appeals says. It's impossible for you to make a finding of fact when the petitioner doesn't present you the facts that match up with those ordinance criteria. Typically, what we observe from the audience over here is criteria are ignored, but all we see is there's petitioners represented by people who give money to the mayor and his campaign fund.
Thank you. Anybody else want to? Okay, over on this side.
Hello, thank you for your time again. Just a quick recap. My name is Timothy Wider. I'm a Royal Oak business owner, and my business is directly affected by this. Looking at the plan to the left here of the proposed development where it says zone multifamily residential, that whole space is my parking lot. As I said, I employ 30 people. I have, we're very proud to say we have a thriving business, and I rely very heavily on my employees, the health of my employees, the safety of my employees, and the happiness of them. And I can tell you some of those things are going to be compromised if I have people that don't have parking spots to park in this development, walking around and parking in my parking lot, and then we have to chase them off or get them towed, and then any unfortunate confrontations that may follow. In addition to the inadequate parking, not meeting the 20 spaces, only having 16, what happens when it snows? I know my parking lot, my business, every year, I was shocked when I first got my snow plowed and I had some words with my plow service, and he said, "Where do you want me to put it?" Like, it has to go in parking spaces. I lose 4 parking spaces a year to snow in the winter months, and that can last for weeks. And I don't see where they're going to put snow. The way I look at it, those driveways are approximately 100 feet long, and the snow is going to get plowed right into those parking spaces. So now we're down to 14, maybe 13 or 12 parking spaces in some of the winter months. Again, overflow is going to go into my parking lots, affecting my patients' ability to access my business, and as the zoning ordinance again says that a proposed development shall not result in unreasonable negative economic impact, this will certainly do so. We dealt with it last summer with the natural gas plant that's located just to the east of me. I had no notice that was going to happen. I opened my back door of my business to 60-foot long gas pipes in my alley obstructing accessibility to my business. I had thousands of dollars in lost revenue every week because of patients not being able to access my building and not being able to access parking. Again, employees as well. So again, I petition you to vote no on this. It does not meet the criteria in the current zoning ordinances, and it doesn't seem to make an attempt to. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody over here?
Hi, I'm Rick McGuire. I live at 4456 Arlington. I'm trying to understand this. If I were to go buy and purchase a property, and it said it was zoned for 4 units, and I would take that 4 units, I'd take that piece of property, and I'd take it over to my architect, and I'd say, draw me 10 units on this 4-unit piece of property. What he would say to me is like, well, you want me to draw 10 units on a 4-unit piece of property. Do you know something I don't know? Do these people owe you a favor or something? Or do you think they're stupid? And I would just tell them, they don't owe me a favor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right here in the salmon. Salmon, yes.
You got it. Mike Seville, 1105. And I know you don't want me to talk about the master plan, but sustainability is part of the master plan. When you have a developer that comes before the commission and the planning board, they should meet the requirements of the ordinances that are set forth in them instead of wasting your time and our time hashing them out. If the unit's only approved for 2 or 3 units on that property, it shouldn't be 12. And you can't really have the developers say, well, I'm going to cut it back 1 unit and that'll put me right at the edge of what the requirement is for Royal Oak. Second of is, I guess nobody took me serious on the honey locusts of what a picture of the honey locust is. I wish somebody would research that on the public side of the street. Second thing is, I understand the purpose of trees and trying to maintain them, but we don't have to maximize the density of Royal Oak and at the jeopardy of the single family dwelling units. I just need to have you guys pay attention to that. My recommendation on this unit is no, it has to be sized down and fit the criteria of the City of Royal Oak's ordinances. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, it's, I say this kind of often, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, so it's way more like a court hearing than a football game. I understand people are enthusiastic, but the cheering and clapping or booing or whatever is really not for this hearing. Okay, and in the back there.
Great. How you doing today? All right, this evening. All right, what I'm here about is they took 2 apartments off.
Oh, can you introduce
yourself? My name is Mike Maffetone. I live right behind there, one of the properties right behind there. They took two apartments out. If they can take 2 out of here, why can't they get closer to the regular amount that needs to be taken out? Okay, 6 maybe, 5, get down to where it should be, all right? The parking lot has no room for parking. We're getting a lot of damage here. I talked to some people I know, and they told me that my property values are going to drop on that house 10, maybe up and over 20% if that property gets built, because I'm close and I'm going to lose money. In your own regulations, it states that the person building it has to prove that that will not cause unnecessary or unreasonable property loss or economic problems. Well, they haven't proved anything. They took a couple buildings off. It's still way overbuilt for what that needs to be. Okay, let's put this into reality. Let's get this down to how many apartments it should be, how many family dwellings should be there. And that's more like 5, 6, not 8, 10, 12. Thank you. I hope you do the right things. Thank you.
All right. Folks, please. All right, who's next? Who wants to speak on this? Yeah. All right, I don't see any more hands up, so I'm going to close. Oh, one over here. Go ahead.
Nancy Poprowski, 1119 Batavia. I didn't know or realize that I was going to come up here, but after thinking about the tree on my property that an arborist told me 20-some years ago was a goner. It's huge, but it needs help. So also the berms at the end of my block that the city so kindly kept were the vegetation that was on there was taken down. One tree was there forever. They took that one down by accident. I'm not going to blame that on the city. But the ones they replaced it with are not being maintained, so one died. Again, I'm not blaming you for that. We've had such weird weather. But the 70 trees that were carelessly and unnecessarily taken out of my neighborhood, I kind of blame you for because I don't think it was well thought out. So, if I don't really know these trees, then I'm going to go look at them. But if you need a second opinion, I'll pay for it. Gladly. I'm not kidding you. I've heard there's a tree on that property that is a mature, healthy, vintage tree. So please, you've got my address. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else in the public wish to speak on this agenda item? Is that a hand back there?
Sorry, you guys. Look like Chester Reed from Gunsmoke. Okay, I just want to say one thing. This is not accusatory at all. It's a common sense question. Mr. Woody Cantina, I know you spoke before, and when they were talking about the renewables, you wanted to make sure, that the appliances were compliant with climate change and all that. And I'm really kind of concerned you're pushing this so hard. And I'm not accusing, I'm asking a question. Does anybody have any vested money interest in these renewables that will be used for this building of this project? Is anybody going to get a kickback or anything else because of renewables? And that's all I'm asking. And that's it. And I feel sorry for the people because really, I think there's a lot of common sense with Les. They've spoken a lot of good things up here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Anybody else on the current agenda topic? Okay, back here.
Good evening, I'm Pat Wall, been a resident since 1973. I know a lot about buffers, I'll tell you, not buffering, but buffers. And I am on Ottawa Street, which is seeing a totally different landscape than what was there when we moved in. And of course that is that every single tree on Mark Twain's school property was taken down. It was a buffer for sound. It was a buffer for environmental pollution. And, you know, we dearly miss it. A lot of people use that for recreation, walking through, so on. So we can't do that. I'm glad the dog park saved some trees, but, you know, if you don't have a dog, you can't go there. So I don't have a dog. Maybe I'll get one. But anyway, buffers are so important that sometimes you don't talk about maybe individual trees, but you also need to be talking about what so many people have mentioned already, that it's been zoned for 3 residences, and we're looking at 12. And it's just, again, you know, some conversation between zoning. I don't understand why this would be happening. Well, I see green here, and I think other people are seeing different kind of green. So we know what that's about. But, you know, I feel so badly for the fellow that talked about his business. And I'm really glad for the fellow that no longer has the dumpster 14 feet away from his bedroom window. And so I hope if he's here, he can hear about that too. So I don't live next to any of you, and you don't live next to me, but I'm your neighbor, and you're supposed to love your neighbor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else? Is this gentleman in the back, are you coming up to speak?
Not right now, thanks.
Okay, all right. Okay. Oh, one more.
Earlier, there were some questions proposed on this project about the solar panels. You know, and you had asked exactly how they were going to store the energy. There's a question you had at the last meeting as well, which is a great question. They did not meet that. They just simply told you the manufacturer, somewhere in their details, has that covered. This plan was submitted late. All right? They're telling you they will take care of things.
Sir, could you move a little closer to the microphone?
All right. I'm sorry, I speak softly. Should I start again? All right. Earlier they talked about the green, the solar panels. How do you store that energy? That was a question that was brought up a month ago. They didn't have the answer. This time they tell you it's somewhere in the manufacturer's information. Why wasn't that in the package? Why wasn't that not presented to you? They have not met that. All right? They are hurting the fellow neighbors, businesses. That should be taken into consideration because they are part of the community and have been for a long time and showing good employment and good employers. All right? Again, imagine the city went around and made sure that everyone couldn't park on the streets during Arts, Eats, and Beats. And they issued passes for people, correct? Because they didn't want to inconvenience people with parking for a 4-day event. You may be making parking nightmares for years. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else to speak on this topic? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to bring it back to this side of the table for discussion. Any more questions from Mr. Twing or the petitioners? Discussion of the proposal. Mr. Ellison.
Yeah, I got a question for the petitioners. Where are you going to put the snow?
Please come up to the microphone to respond to that.
We'll probably have to move it around to the front. Or talk to our neighbor about putting it in the space between us and the apartment next door. There's green space, there's a pretty healthy space right there that we can move the snow to.
With all due respect, that's a good plan. Is it going to be executed?
Yeah, Commissioner, we'll hire the person will tell them, Mr. Cachette is going to hire a snow removal company and he'll tell them where to put it.
Okay.
And we'll work that out.
Okay, second question. Where are we storing the power from the solar?
He answered the question. It's within the unit. It's self-contained within the unit.
Battery packs or something in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's not uncommon. Yeah.
All right. Other questions for the petitioner, or you might have to get called back up. Questions from Mr. Twing? Discussion? Ms. Beakey.
I guess I'll make a couple comments. I appreciate the modifications that were made and the break between the buildings and moving the dumpster over and all of those things. But I personally, as I had said in the last meeting, unless it was significantly smaller and further away from the line, I'm not comfortable with not staying within the setbacks that are supposed to be on that site, given the single-family homes next door. And then also with regards to the trees, I've been a strong advocate for the last 6 or 7 years, well, basically since I moved here, and started to see them cutting down for retaining mature trees, and I'm glad we do have this ordinance in place to try to stave off the removal of trees, because we know we're missing more than 8,000 street trees and we lose a lot in private developments. And so given those two factors on this particular site, especially with the American elms, which there aren't that many left to save, can't support this project.
All right, any other Mr. Gantino?
I guess I have a quick question for Mr. Twing from a process perspective. So if we were to take an example project that was similar to this, but it required, let's say, 2 to 4 feet of setback relief, but it still had over the number of units that the underlying multifamily zoning were to allow. From a process standpoint, would that project still come before us for review and then still require zoning board approval for that setback relief? So I guess that's my question.
Well, if they simply presented it as a multifamily project in a multifamily zone that needed variances from the zoning board of appeals, you'd have a two-step process. They could present it here, and then they'd go in front of the zoning board of appeals if I follow your question correctly. This process as a rezoning to a PUD is you're providing a recommendation to the city commission on whether to rezone this property for this development in this particular design with whatever conditions that you wanted to recommend to the city commission. And then the city commission would have an opportunity to review it, reject it, approve it with whatever conditions they saw at that time as well. So what you're doing tonight is providing a recommendation to the city commission, assuming you're going to bless this as either a final recommendation, or if there were revisions, you could have revisions come back too if you wanted to see something else. But generally speaking, you're providing a recommendation to the city commission on this request.
Thank you. So that helps me sort of understand my comments a little bit better. I do appreciate the applicant and their patience, because we did postpone this from the last meeting, and including these revisions. I still have several issues with the project. I believe that we're applying the planned unit development filter to this project inappropriately. I believe that the PUDs are really relegated for projects that are either so unique or on a piece of property where the existing underlying zoning simply precludes reasonable development of that piece of property. In this particular case, the underlying zoning is in fact multifamily. Now, not getting into the discussion around our current multifamily ordinance and what's allowable in terms of number of units, it's currently zoned multifamily. They're proposing a multifamily project, and it does have certain setback regulations to it. The fact that the applicant has chosen to go down the path of a planned unit development consideration does require, a fair amount of justification for why they're doing that route. Unique circumstances of the property or the project, those sorts of things, along with benefits that they're proposing to justify why that PUD consideration should be considered. In this particular case, I don't see that the justification for that is adequate. The benefits that are being proposed are adequate either. The underlying multifamily zoning, in my opinion, is adequate for that piece of property to be developed. Now, I understand that our current zoning would limit the number of units, but the reason I asked the question about the setbacks is I believe certainly more than 3 units could be developed on that property reasonably, but in a way that could reasonably fit within the existing setback regulations. With regards to some of the benefits that have been proposed to the project, I've spent an entire career in sustainable design and construction, and while I appreciate that they've offered these things, I am still not convinced that what they're proposing is going to be implemented effectively. And while I would love every project to have the most sustainable features in them, the reality is I don't want them in there if they're not going to be effective and applied appropriately. And I have grave concerns about whether or not that's happening in this particular project. With respect to the trees, I'm trusting in the experts. The applicant provided an arborist opinion as to the condition of those trees. The City of Royal Oak arborist concurred with that opinion. I don't have an issue with that. When I look at all the other elements of the project with regards to parking, I don't have issues there. I do think that what they're proposing in terms of the number of units and trying to go the route of a planned unit development is just simply inappropriate for what they're proposing, and they could have done it in a way that could have saved them some grief, but also been much more compliant with the existing underlying zoning. I'm going to have some difficulty supporting this project.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners want to speak, discuss, ask questions of Mr. Twing or the petitioners? Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Chair. I was not at last month's meeting, but I did watch this portion of the meeting, the video of this portion. Our current zoning sets very deep setbacks for multifamily developments and assumes large units, that is, larger apartment units than we are seeing demand for these days. And Mr. Twing can correct me, but there are cases where if we were to put a commercial building on a site like this, it wouldn't require any setbacks at all. So I think this is one of the, developers, property owners respond to market demand. And the market demand in Royal Oak these days is for smaller units, typically occupied by one person. So the parking that we've seen, the parking that is proposed here is consistent with multiple units that we as a commission have approved over time. And apartment owners won't propose these if they don't think they can get financing for them. So I'm inclined to bow to the expertise of the architects and the developers and their funders that the amount of parking that they're proposing is going to be sufficient. I think the proposer has responded to the concerns that were raised at the last meeting. They've addressed issues in terms of walking access to the building. I'm not concerned about the maneuvering aisles. Again, I think that's on them to be able to rent these units if their tenants can't get in and out. So I'm not concerned about those things as well. They've reduced the size, the number of units. They've offered to build a masonry wall to shield this property from neighboring houses. They've moved the dumpster to a more favorable location. I agree with Mr. Gantina that we see a lot of misuse of planned unit developments, and I'm very keen for a new zoning or new master plan that eliminates the use of these on sites like this. I'm not real happy with that, but this is the route the petitioner has taken, and even Mr. Gantina suggests that even if they had gone for variances on the zoning, they might very well receive those variances and achieve the property design that they've proposed here. So we live in a built-up city. We're not building, these units in green fields where you can just do whatever you want. There are always going to be give and take with setbacks and neighbors and size and so forth. I find this development, the project, to be consistent with the adjacent multifamily, and I will support the project.
All right. Is there? All right. Don't make me use this. All right. So, any other petitioner or any other commissioners would like to speak? Mr. Ellison.
Well, if there are any comments before we have a motion on the floor, then I guess I'm going to get my comments out because I don't know if a motion's going to come. So I'm going to get my comments out now.
You're entitled.
I'm struggling with this one. This is a classic example of a 10-pound development trying to be put in a 5-pound box. It's got a lot of inherent problems. I agree with with it being multifamily. I think it's a good use of that property. I'd rather see it do that than be commercial, which can happen much easier. But I still have concerns with the snow plowing. As I mentioned, I heard an answer. I'm not terribly satisfied with that. I do appreciate the fact that the developer went back and tried to tweak it in response to some of the questions he heard from the residents last month. I'm very pleased that we have a concrete masonry wall blockade behind the parking spaces now. But I'm still struggling, and there's a point made that about parking, we talk about there's not enough parking. Well, the reality is, with so many people, excuse me, so many people working from home now, the need for a car isn't there. And I know many. Chairman. Are you guys following where I'm going with this?
And from this side of the table,
you can sit here and cheer me all you want. It may change my mind or not change my mind, but listen to what I'm saying, okay, before you start. The reality is, cars are going down, okay? I work with a lot of people that work at home, and they don't need their car. It's added expense. It's insurance, it's gas, it's mileage, it's the cost of the car. So they get rid of the car. It's a reality, but that's not justifying. In this case, I don't think there's enough spaces, okay? And I don't think there's enough spaces because I think, as was pointed out, that the people that can't park in the spaces, where are they going to park? And they'll be intruding on other people's spaces, whether it's across Greenfield, parking at some of the commercial lots across there, or slipping around the corner and going into the gentleman's lot behind his business. I don't know what they're going to do. But I'm just really uncomfortable with this. Especially going into a PUD. I think PUDs need to be saved for very special circumstances. I don't think this is a special circumstance. This property can be developed with residential, multifamily residential. It just can't be developed with this many. So I will not be supporting this.
all right. Any other commissioners want? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so last time I had asked about the trees. Certainly we're a tree city. And there was concerns about the species of tree, would it have a long life? I didn't know much about it. I appreciate the arborist report, and like Mr. Gantina and others, I think that arborist report is important for an understanding of the health of the tree or trees that are there. Parking, I think, has been addressed. I think it's a natural inclination to have I don't want to say fears, but it's a great question to ask whenever you're adding more buildings, whether it's a Chick-fil-A or a 10-unit apartment complex. How is that going to impact my neighborhood? How is that going to affect my street? Are people going to be parking and visiting and taking out the parking spots in front of my street? Legitimate, fair question. What we found over the years, we've had parking minimums that folks have proposed on 11 Mile Road and other places that have gone below the 1.6. And what we see is that issue does not exist in a way that disrupts the quality of life of the neighborhoods. When you get down to the one parking spot per unit, yeah, there's concern. The 1.6 at the square footage that these are set out, you're mostly looking at single people, maybe an occasional couple, and the parking for these types of units typically is satisfactory at that level. But if there are issues, that's what enforcement's for, and we enforce accordingly. The real question seems to really be centered around density. So some folks came up here and, made the argument, should it be 4 units, 3 units as it's zoned? And I think that's a fair question to ask. And it's perfectly within that zoning that the petitioner could come up here with 4 units that each have 3 bedrooms. That's possible too, and that's all rented out to, a group of young kids rents one of those units, as opposed to a, aging in place, someone retiring, wanting to downsize and renting that place, like maybe one of my parents or somebody like that, when they're at that stage in life, like my grandmother did. That is completely plausible when you have the types of units that are being proposed here. But the alternative is, without even coming here, the petitioner could go without a PUD, they could follow the zoning and build 4 3-bedroom apartments, and you have, a similar situation that you have on a lot of neighborhood streets where, the house is a rental and lots of cars are parked out there for each bedroom because you have 5 people that can only afford that place. And so you have 5 people move in and they split the rent, and, you still have 5 cars. With the density here, given the consistency with the multifamily unit next door, we're still talking 10 units, we're still talking 10 cars, we're still talking on Greenfield Road, we get, I don't want to quote, thousands and thousands and thousands of cars that drive along Greenfield Road. For me, I'm not as, I understand those concerns, but I'm not as, at least our experience doesn't make me feel that we're going to have any real parking issues, etc. So then the other question is and remains, okay, well now we have a building on a, infill lot, a lot that, is there, and there's going to be houses behind it, and it's going to be 2 stories. If someone were to buy that property and turn it into 2 single-family homes or a 4-unit multifamily, you still have that height issue. You're still adjacent to a property owner. You still have setbacks and everything. But that the concerns brought up don't go away with. They don't necessarily go away with lower density. Some of those concerns. So the question is and we do realize as a community that there is a need for smaller units that, people that are aging in place, that want to downsize, that want to stay in Royal Oak. There has to be an option for them to be able to afford. There has to be an option for smaller units that folks that are, graduating high school and going to the trades or school or whatever they do, that there's places for them to live in the community. And these type of developments, if done well and with modest density, afford those sort of opportunities. So we have to balance a number of factors up here. The factors being, what is the immediate impact on the neighborhood right there? And we looked at a lot of them, parking, height, what the alternatives that the petitioner could do. And we also have to balance that against, the overall needs of the community as well, which in this case, to me, there are and remains, as we start to have an aging population in particular, you can look at the housing stock studies that have been done for the region. There needs to be options for people as well. And, looking at all of those considerations, and not in objection to anybody's protest. I mean, people make good points, but having to balance everything in the totality, I'm leaning towards, being in favor of this project.
All right. Okay, I think we've heard from, you have your hand up? No, okay. So, anybody else want to speak before my turn? Okay. So, this is an interesting project, and I would say this, I'm a lawyer, I'm attracted to some of the arguments that I would like to engage here, and counsel, you can tell me if I'm wrong here. So, one of the issues was, hey, the applicant has the burden and they have to put forth evidence. That's true, and this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, like I said, but it's quasi-judicial. We don't have the same rules of evidence here, and testimony is evidence. So if a petitioner comes before us and gives testimony, we can accept it. But in this, and they did last month, they submitted a letter, they gave us testimony, so they did come forward with evidence, even if it was just testimony. But then on the other hand, we've had people who are in the neighborhood, and some people are not in the neighborhood, who also gave testimony and in opposition and made some points. The snow was a good point there. So up here, we can balance those things. And it's all we can do. So we're not at the, if this was a judicial hearing, we would need to pass a Daubert test to have an expert, and nobody's ever going to do that here. So when I look over the criteria, I say the first one, they have demonstrated recognizable material benefit to the ultimate users, etc. That's a very subjective. I think somebody said it's a subjective criteria, and it is, because certainly the people who might want to live there can't live there unless they build it, and it's an empty lot right now. And I've been out. I'm entitled to go out and look at the site. I went out to the site. I walked around it. At least the tree in the middle there. I don't need to be an arborist to know that tree should come down, but then the arborist did support that. So if we want to develop this site, we want to see this site, we don't develop the site. If we want to see the site developed, our experiences up here is that using the existing zoning ordinance often makes it very difficult for developers to do the development. So one of the things is, if this property is going to be developed, there's probably going to have to be some accommodation made that's not going to be in conformance with the zoning ordinance, the current zoning ordinance. So I think that we could come down on either side there. I tend to think that if you want it to be developed, then the petitioner carries the burden on that. The second one, the proposed type and destination not result in an unreasonable increase on services, streets, facilities. Obviously, that's a controversial issue. I listened to the business owner who was particularly concerned about that, and that could happen. I also tend to think that the sizes of these units are 680 to 718 square feet. That's a little smaller than for family. Family isn't going to be there. It might be one or two persons. So I think the 1.6 parking is, we've done much, we've done that before. The proposed development will be consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare of the city. Also very subjective, but again, if you think that developing this empty property is to the benefit of the city, then they would carry it. If you don't, if you'd rather have the lot there, then you wouldn't agree with that. Number 4, the proposed development will not have an unreasonable negative economic impact. We heard the business owner. That was testimony on both sides. We can come down either way. The proposed development shall be under single ownership. They've given testimony that it will be. There hasn't been any testimony opposing that, so I think they carry that. And the last one is the proposed development will be consistent with the master plan. It clearly is. This is a multifamily. And if you go out there, right next to it is an apartment all the way down. There's going to be, the change here is going to be, there's going to be 3 properties to the east that are now going to have multifamily on their lot line. All the others south of there on Elmwood already have multifamily on their backyard. So this is multifamily is what I think belongs here. That's what the master plan says. So even though this is a difficult project, I think this petitioner has done enough here where I could support the project. So that's what I would say.
How much is the affordable rent?
Anybody else want to make a motion or make a comment? Ms. Beatty.
If I can state it simply, I guess I move to deny the request for rezoning from multifamily residential to planned unit development, based on the fact that I think it would be adequate to do the multifamily residential with the current zoning.
All right, is there a second? Second by Mr. Gantino. So the motion by Ms. Beatty is to deny the petition. Second by Mr. Gantino.
To clarify, though, this is a recommendation, so the motion would need to be to recommend denial.
That's correct, yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Motion
recommend
is
denial.
to recommend denial. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Make sure.
All right, is there any discussion on this? All right, well, I will, hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the motion to recommend denial, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to have to do a roll call, because let's do a roll call.
Aye.
No.
No?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3, that's a tie. Now what?
So it's a no vote.
It's a no vote. Okay, so the motion fails.
The motion.
Okay.
No, the motion didn't fail.
Motion tied.
The motion passed.
3-3?
Well, yeah, it did, yeah, okay.
All right, fails. The motion.
Well, it's because it's a push, it's gonna fail.
Yes, so the motion fails, so the recommendation to deny did not carry. Is there a different motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion. To recommend.
I'll move to recommend.
You're
in favor.
recommending, the motion is to recommend to the city council to approve the petition.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Given the
by-
outcome of the
second
last
by Ms.
motion,
Ray.
I second.
Okay, so we're gonna call for the vote, we're gonna do it by roll call. So we'll start down here again.
No.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna say no.
I believe a no.
Okay, wait a minute, the motion is to send it with a recommendation to pass it.
Right. Then no is my.
So, okay, no, I'm sorry, mine is a yes, so go ahead, sorry.
You confused me for a second.
I did, that was my mistake.
Gary, will you start the vote over
I think we have.
All right, I'm sorry, my mistake. I'm gonna accept we're gonna try this again. So the vote is to recommend a approval to the city commission. So if you want to see the project go forward, you would vote yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, now we're 3-3 again. So it doesn't pass.
So no action.
So this hardly ever happens. So this is just a no action item. What do we do?
Can't that recommendation that it was tied just go forward? I mean, it's clear.
Chairman, I'm having a hard time with hearing what's going on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Call the order. They can't be talking like that.
Okay, if we can have order everywhere so we can hear each other. I'm sorry, what's the question down here?
My question was, I was having a hard time hearing.
Oh, okay.
No, and I made a statement. I was saying, can't we just send forward to the city commission that we had 2 ties, and that's what, so we don't have a recommendation per se, but it's a tie, and so, because I understand it's still going forward to the city commission regardless, isn't it? Or no? How does that work?
Mr. Twing?
Well, the
Is
other
that not
option I
right?
would say is you could postpone it to see if you have a full board meeting next month.
Oh.
And see if you have 7.
So what happens if we don't do that?
Well, there is no motion with a recommendation on it because both motions failed.
Correct.
We could forward it with that to the city commission if you wanted to make such a motion to forward that decision or non-decision to the commission, but you'd need to take an action on that as well.
So, but do we have to do something more than we've done?
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to tie this up. So I'm going to offer a motion to send it forth to the city commission with no recommendation.
Is that,
I accept that.
Sorry, yeah, let me try it again. Thank you, I'm sorry, I didn't have the mic on. I'm going to offer a motion to send it forward to the city commission with no recommendation.
I support that.
Okay, second by Ms. Beaky. So the motion is to send this petition with the recommendation that we're not making a recommendation. That's the vote. Okay.
You couldn't reach one.
Yeah.
However you need to word it. I
I think you did it the right way. No recommendation. Okay, so we'll try this again. So the motion is to send this to the city commission with no recommendation. Start down here.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead. You go.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, motion passes. We're sending this up with no recommendation. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Kasai.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, 5 minutes.
We're going to take a 5-minute break, folks.
This is going to the city commission. Two of the people who voted.
I mean, it's, I'm sorry, I have to call my
Can I
wife.
leave this for Jim?
Yeah, you can smell them from all the way back there.
No, he's got
I'm gonna thank you more than he's gonna thank you.
But tell him this is a really, really good thing.
Okay, I'll let him know, thank you.
This is like it's something that always comes up lately. Maybe it did, I don't remember it.
as long as these issues.
Oh, no, because I don't know, carry the soap.
I'm sorry, I might have to revise my notes.
You're gonna cover,
He said, what time will we get on? I might have to revise my,
yeah, I'm just gonna talk about the site plan. So you know where you're at.
So is that something we can find?
No, this is actually.
Okay, folks, we're gonna reconvene. We're gonna reconvene and start the meeting. Folks, please have a seat and we'll get going.
The meeting is starting. Please take a seat, or if you're talking, please go to the lobby.
We're ready to get going, folks.
If you'd like to continue talking, please go to the lobby and close the door so we can hear when we're in here. The soundproofing is not ideal. Thank you.
All right, we are reconvening the meeting. Next agenda item is new business, public hearing on a conditional rezoning from neighborhood business to multifamily residential. This is SP 230913. Mr. Twing, can you introduce this for us?
Certainly. This site is on East 11 Mile Road on the southeast corner of East 11 Mile with Phillips.
Sorry, Tim, 1 second. Please close the doors if you're talking. Go outside. The soundproofing is not good enough. We cannot hear. Thank you. Thank you. Please close the doors. Sorry, I can't even hear right here.
That's fine.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Beakey.
Again, this site is on East 11 Mile Road at Phillips Place. As you indicated, it is a request to conditionally rezone or recommend a conditional rezoning to the City Commission from neighborhood business to multifamily residential. You will see in the staff report that the property was conditionally rezoned to general business back in 2013 to allow an automotive and installation type use at the site. As we indicated in the report, once that site no longer is used in accordance with that approved agreement, the property reverts back to the prior zoning, or which would have been is neighborhood business, and that's why it's listed from neighborhood business to multifamily. The petitioner is proposing to demolish the existing building that's on site and construct a new 4-story building with 27 multifamily dwelling units. There would be 3 dwellings in a common area on the ground floor with 8 units on the second, third, and fourth levels. The upper levels would have balconies, while those on the ground floor adjacent to 11 Mile would have walkouts. The parking for the development is partially under the south portion of the building and then on the surface lot on the remainder of the south lot. They are proposing 2 EV charging stations and bike racks as part of the proposal. Some of the deviations from the specific ordinance requirements are related to, first, you'll see in the report, a site clearance corner requirement at driveways and at public rights-of-way in the northeast and northwest corner of the building. They encroach into that site clearance triangle. In terms of density on the site, 4 would be allowed. As I indicated, 27 are proposed based on the building height is limited to 36 feet, and they're proposing that it be 50 feet. Setbacks vary across the site from the 25. The south setback is some 82 feet. The north front yard varies from 4 to 2. The east setback is 2 feet, and the west side yard setback is a foot. Frontage trees, they are proposing 5 along Phillips Place, which is a requirement. There are none proposed along 11 Mile Road, which would normally require 4 based on the distance. Landscaping on the site, as I indicated previously, was a requirement of 10% of the lot area. Their landscaping area composes approximately 4%. The illuminations and the lighting levels on the plan don't comply with the zoning ordinance requirements, and staff is specifically recommending that you consider no waiver for those items in terms of the foot candles at the property line. Setbacks for off-street parking in the rear are 25 feet or 10 feet. They are proposing a 6-foot concrete wall along the south side so that the parking could come up to the rear lot line. The number of parking spots required at 2 per unit would be 54. They're proposing 1 per unit, which would, the site has 27 proposed parking spots. That's kind of my overview of the proposal and the deviations from the specific multifamily provisions.
All right, other questions for Mr. Twing? Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, Mr. Twing, the current building is a commercial function. Are the setbacks that we see there acceptable for a commercial building?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Twing? Okay, I have one, just procedurally here, because sometimes I forget here. So this is a conditional rezoning. We don't see these all that often, and there is a site plan involved. Is this one vote for both recommending acceptance of the conditional rezoning, which is one aspect of it, and then the site plan as well, or are those two different votes?
No, it's one vote. It's similar to the PUD rezoning request. It has to have an associated site plan with it that you accept as part of the rezoning. The primary difference on a conditional rezoning is that any conditions have to be offered by the petitioner. You can't add to those. You can't require them to do something that they're not offering to do. Your recommendation is either to recommend approval or denial based on the plan in front of you. Where a PUD or a planned unit development, you have a lot more discretion in terms of requesting other items be addressed.
Okay, the reason I asked the question, okay, I'll come back to that. Any other questions for Mr. Twing? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call, if the petitioner is here, we'd like you to come up, introduce yourself, and tell us why you're entitled to the relief that you're seeking.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Abro. I am the managing partner of Stonegate Property Group, as well as we're also the design team for the project. So we have a design build company for the development. Thanks for the introduction of the project. I would like to spend some time and actually go through the plans that were prepared. Reasons for is to show that the city, that the benefit of the development itself, the redevelopment of the project. Most importantly, the existing conditions, why we feel that the proposed development would fit the corridor of 11 Mile Road, especially coming from Main Street, for those who live around this area, for those who visit, why very important, it is beneficial for the redevelopment of this project. So I have been here to the meetings quite a few times. Obviously, I've had the advantage of seeing the last presentation, even from the last month and the few months before, with regard to Troy Street, which is another multifamily project, very, very similar to this, that was approved. I'd like to start off by with the cover sheet itself to the first page. Yes, and I'll pretty much go in order. I'd like to make sure I get all the items that were designed and prepared, so that way it shows and expresses, again, the beneficial of this project to the city. We did prepare a zoning key plan. The reason why that's very important, both in zoning map and also aerial map for viewing purposes. You'll see it along 11 Mile Road, completely continuous of commercial properties. Those across the street from me, the adjacent properties are multifamily. Either they've gone through, again, different ages and how long they were built, but they've gone through different stages, either through a PUD or also a very similar conditional rezoning. And the one I'm talking particularly was done in 2015. It was the Amherst property, great development. I saw the development go from the foundation till as of yesterday on how much traffic they get and just the development itself. And again, that's located at 1217, which is further to the east of our development. So going back to the zoning map and the aerial map itself, you'll see that most of the developments here are built either on the zero lot line or maybe with just a few feet away. So currently the building that sits on site today does sit a few feet away from the property line. So even today, that would not meet all of the requirements as other developments as well. So 11 Mile Road is going to be, my opinion, and somebody who visits Royal Oak for either dinner or other shows, events, art meets and eats, 11 Mile Road should be the continuation of downtown Royal Oak, at least for Main Street and 11 Mile Road. Just to point out that our site is located within 4 city blocks of Main Street and 11 Mile Road. With that said, is the reason why that zoning map is very carefully, and if you look at the color itself, we've identified all the commercial properties along 11 Mile Road, and even those properties abut residential. Again, 11 Mile Road and Main Street, this is downtown Royal Oak. You're going to see properties that have different scales. And speaking of scales, is we designed this development to benefit the neighboring properties because on a few items. So one is the 4-story height. That was thought carefully because our developments across the street, the Sky Lofts, that is 6-story beautiful development. Across the street from me as well is a 3-story multifamily apartment unit, Wagon Wheel, which has a roof line, slope roof line. Our building actually has a flat roof that has a parapet. So in a sense of, yes, there's 3 stories across the street, but does have a roof line that increases into almost, if you want to say, 3.5 stories. So I've mentioned the fact that many buildings have this zero lot line. Our site plan will show that we're actually 4 feet behind the actual property line. That was done because we're lining up with existing building frontage today. So we're not asking for getting any closer. We're just going to take the existing frontage of the building and continuing along 11 Mile, which I'm sure it would be much appreciated that our development shows that. Our building's proposed designed so that it goes from corner to corner off 11 Mile Road. So I'm actually removing 25 to 30% of the rear of the property, which is closer to the residential properties, and taking that square footage and putting along 11 Mile Road. So I'm going further away from the single family, but putting actually on 11 Mile Road, which again, most cities you'll see that common now. Because I have the ability to come from Phillips, that's how we're able to achieve that, which I'll talk in different slides. If we go to the next, yes. This was very important to put this image together, or at least this one sheet and board. You'll notice the center of the image or the PDF plan, you'll see the existing site plan and all the different numbering of the photos. They're all pointing to a certain aspect of the site itself. We can start off by many of the images of 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll see that the existing building does sit currently where it is right now, which is 4 feet off 11 Mile Road, a matter of an inch or half inch from the actual west of the end of the property. You'll notice that the existing structure, seems awkward, seems odd. That's because I believe this building here was once a residential condominium or residential home in a sense, and then over the years they added the office component. You can see in many of the photos, 11, 12, that the building is not in the best shape. It is, it's not used in the right direction. There is a parking garage in the rear. As mentioned, this is not a mechanic, but a vehicle business use. So you'll see a lot of those garage doors actually open during the business hours, and you'll have that view from neighbors. And you'll notice the photo 6, 8, which is the skylofts. Again, I personally think it's a beautiful development. You'll understand the difference of the scale. That this project on the skyloft is actually 6 stories. So when you're looking, as you're driving down 11 Mile Road heading west towards Main Street, there's the proposed development that we're proposing does not overpower, either in scale-wise, either the width of our property or even the height of the building with our neighbor developments, either a 3.5-story multifamily or the 6-story skylofts. Again, many of these photos here kind of shows you the understanding of the actual existing conditions, and even to the west of us, photos 5, you'll see that the property just actually to the left of us or west of us is used for a multifamily. And I know it's not zoned from what I've been told, but it is used for apartments. I think it has 4 units. So our site, I think, is, I believe, 3 to 4 times larger. So, and they're proposing, if they have 4 units, and we're allowed to only have 4 units, the scale is off, is the most important thing. Okay, next, there you go, thank you. So this is existing demolition, or existing site plan for demolition. You'll notice that the existing, kind of highlighted in black bold, is the existing building footprint. You'll notice the dashed line of the area of the pavement that will be removed. That shows you the difference is around 25 to 30% on the rear of the building. And again, currently the building setback, currently the building sits 46.5 feet away from the property line. We're proposing 82, as mentioned. And currently right now, there's not much landscaping on the site. There's lack of trash enclosures, lack of even recyclable bins. So this goes back to my conversation, or my comments earlier about RV development is only going to benefit the city itself, the neighborhood, the project itself, from a site circulation to the building facade and items such as that. Regarding these existing conditions, yes, currently right now there's a 5.5-foot poured concrete, 5'4" poured concrete wall towards the south of the property, which that will be completely demolished with a proposed 6-foot actual mason product. So it's not going to be poured. It's going to be, again, the city recommends matching the buildings, which is, we have no problem with that. Again, our purpose for this development is to maximize all the benefit items we can propose on the site for the redevelopment. You'll notice also the existing drive on Phillips Street to the south of the property, that's going to remain. So we're not looking to doing any curb cuts, in regards of the redevelopment of the existing curb cut. And as well as we're off of 11 Mile Road, there's currently one existing entry exit curb. We're limiting that. The purpose of that is because currently right now, if this here is a commercial property used for business as well as office, there's a lot more traffic. And I'll prove that to you. As well as I'm a designer, architect, commercial property, or at least business use in the state of Michigan, it's 1 per 100. This structure is 8,600 square foot. Per code, building code, over 100 square feet, 1 per 100 square feet, that allows you to have 86 people on this property in the structure. That tells you, well, do we have 86 cars? We're going to relieve that by only proposing 27 units, single bedrooms, only 600 square foot, which this is geared towards the single tenant user here. Again, and I'll get to that next slide and talk about the proposed site plan. So, few things that benefits either site circulation, the building facade, floor plans. Yes, we did remove the existing drive off 11 Mile Road, so we did remove existing non-conforming 10-foot clearance. So most properties off 11 Mile Road, even the one just to the east, cannot get away with those 10-foot clearances. And earlier I mentioned that it's very important, I've been here to these meetings last couple months, even from back in March with the Troy Street development that was approved. It's important for the city to understand is not every multifamily, single family, commercial property is the same. We are literally 500 feet, 550 linear feet from my corner property to parking lot number 11. I apologize, parking lot number 10. That is important because some developments don't have that advantage. And I'll bring that up regarding the parking calculation. As mentioned, our proposed units are going to be 600 square feet, single bedroom. There's not dining rooms. There's not second stairs from that unit to another floor above, which those are great as well. But this particular project will only have 600 square feet. And the balconies are actually more covered terraces. So they're not extruding beyond what you see in other developments. That was done by design, which I'll explain to you later on what that reason for. Regarding our parking lot, if you notice how you enter from Phillip Street, the proper circulation for a site like this, it's great for traffic control and also for safety. It's basically, there's one direction. What I did here is not provide the minimum of, I believe, 16 feet of one-way traffic. I still left it at 20 foot. That allows people to back in, back out safely on a site like this. Again, I do have the advantage of being on many other, or seeing other meetings here. There's snow removal. I'm surprised the last applicant forgot to mention this, but you have a 20-foot parking space. The curbs are designed to be 3 to 3.5 feet from an edge of the parking lot. So basically when your tires roll up, they actually don't hit the wall as we have proposed. They actually hit the parking curb. That's if a person does hit the parking curb. They're still 3.5 feet. For those who are in the plowing business who understand, you can't just plow in circles. They plow in parallel. So what that does is if there's a plow truck, they plow across. Okay. Again, as mentioned, we do have a proposed also trash enclosure. We have an 8-yard. That's gonna be enough for a 1-week pickup. Again, 27 units. This is not gonna be much larger development. 27 units, single tenant occupant users, and we are geared towards from all ages. For those who just graduated college, who got a job in downtown Royal Oak and many of those new developments that was proposed in offices. Somebody downtown Royal Oak. So this is used for a single person who doesn't use as much trash because again, there's a single person here, a single person. We do have also the location of the trash enclosure was also designed so that it sits 22 feet away from the actual nearby residence, which is the property just to the south of us. So not only we have a 6-foot new proposed wall, we have 20-foot buffer. And if you look at the location of the trash enclosure, you'll see that's where I located all majority of the trees. So that's also going to provide a much larger buffer itself. I do want to mention that our parking spaces are going to be assigned and reserved for the actual tenants. As mentioned, we've done other developments where it's been very successfully, you number the parking spaces on a random number. So it's not like unit or space 27 belongs to space 27 upstairs. They're done perfectly so that you don't have a neighbor saying, oh, you can park there, or even somebody down the street says, hey, you can just park in one of those parking spots. Everybody knows whose parking spaces those are, and when there are issues, they're a towaway zone. This is how you control private parking lots. Yes, as mentioned, we do have 6 parking spaces covered underneath. Again, our development was driven, and the scale of it was driven because the size of it, as well as how many parking spaces were fitting here. I do have some. I have reached out to many neighbors. We sent out quite a bit of letters indicating our proposed development, so that the neighbors can reach out to me directly. I don't have a staff member that answered the phone calls and gave them the answers. I personally either spoke to them on the phone or they've emailed me. And I'll go over some of those letters that we received and also comments they've made, which we have addressed. The landscape plan, so The landscape plan itself it speaks for itself in a sense of colorful, different shapes, different textures. Again, they're designed so that they do have height, and most importantly, it was to help cover the traction closer, which is, again, I believe 7 or 8 feet, which is per ordinance, away from the neighborhood residence itself. Okay, let's go to, again, as mentioned, we have bicycle racks. It's as is important to talk about the parking spaces. Again, I've heard comments, either through tonight, through prior meetings, other developments that have been approved, as well as through the neighbors have contacted me. So they've asked me, again, how many spaces do you have, and are they on site? Of course they're on site. We have 27 spaces that are going to be for the individual unit, the tenant itself, for the property. There's also been comments made about Phillips Street. Phillips Place is actually a permit parking area. It's enforced itself. A guest cannot park either through my property or an event down at RTB Neats. It does have a permanent parking. Not only goes from 11 Mile Road throughout the street itself, on both sides, both east and west. On the site plan itself, it did show, if I apologize, I may go back to it. It showed the distances itself from the proposed development and the nearby properties. One more slide, if you don't mind, right there. That particular chart on the bottom right-hand corner, the colorful chart, that is actually provided by the city of Royal Oak. Any developer would say the same things I'm telling you today. We're going to take advantage of what the city has developed, which is the parking lots, the parking garages. This is the advantage of downtown Royal Oak, in a positive way. 550 linear feet from my site to parking lot P10. For those who understand what's 550, outside of these doors, and I've walked them, from corner sidewalk to the corner sidewalk, the entire length of the parking lot is 250 linear feet. It took me 45 seconds to walk there. This is just twice as long, and that's all we're talking about. Our guest, or anybody who lives on Phillips Place, have the advantage to park on parking lot 10, parking lot 11, also the garages. Some parking spaces have a fee. Some, I think, have a grace period of 30 minutes of free. Some have up to 4 hours max. This is how we've achieved and accomplished our 27 units for 27 reserved parking spaces. Let's go down to, keep going up past the landscape plan. We do have a sheet here that just shows the upgrades of the entire site accessories, things like a bike racks. Yes, we're proposing the charging station. Again, new trash enclosure. Actually, a proposed trash enclosure because there's currently not one on site. Proposed new wall by removing the existing. Okay. Okay. So it goes down to the floor plans. Now, again, third and fourth floor plan repeat itself. So we'll just discuss the second floor plan and the first. We talked about our main goal was to take 11 Mile Road and give it continuous downtown development feel by having a continuous storefront, not continuous block, but actually glass itself with brick piers. You'll notice in the green shaded area, those are the amenities for the multifamily project. This is all private. There's not a guest who a membership. This is just going to be for the actual residents itself, the 27 residents for this project. There's some storage, and we did provide a Type A Type A accessible or unit, which is basically for ADA, which we have the ability to do multiple because we do have an elevator in this building. That's the key thing about this project. You'll notice on the second floor plan, again, second, third, and fourth repeat itself. What we purposely did is we tried to limit as much as residence units in the rear of the property, which is south, which is facing their actual single family residence. We put 5 up front on each floor other than the first floor. You'll notice around 640 square feet. Again, that's including the balcony itself. These are, again, designed to be single tenant users. It is very important to mention that the The second, third, and fourth floor only has 3 in the rear. Not only that, you'll notice that the notice covered terrace. So this also helps eliminate, the lights, the noise from going on to the single-family residence. And again, as mentioned, we took advantage of designing this building where we have 3 units on each floor that face the actual, so a total of 9. Total of 9, and we have the different that are proposed on the 11 Mile Road, which face the 11 Mile corridor, the commercial area. Let's go to the elevation. Let's go to the rendering, maybe easier to see color-wise and things like that. So, all 4 sides designed with the same colors, similar materials, not just something where you have glass off 11 Mile Road and you have a brick CMU painted on the rear. Building was designed very carefully, tastefully, that fits the 11 Mile corridor today as well as for future. This is going to be very beneficial to the neighbors, very beneficial to the city itself, and especially 11 Mile Road as eventually 11 Mile Road will be developed on a higher scale of design-wise. I would like to talk about, and I did mention, I do want to make sure I mention that there's been a handful of beneficial items made, and I also noted them on the plans, and also the city does have a plan, or my letter, on items that was beneficial to the city. Most importantly, things like 14% reduction of the actual hard surface pavement that's been reduced from the current conditions to the proposed. I did reach out to many neighbors, I believe some may be here, and for those who I didn't speak, I'm sure they'll be, or didn't talk to them, I'm sure they'll be here to speak and have comments, but did speak to, and I did provide a letter to everybody as mentioned. I can provide a copy to city if needed. Chris Bell, which lives at the Wagon Wheel Apartments, told me that he likes the development. He likes to see that finally he's able to see across the street off 11 Mile Road, see the bad, depressed building that is currently there today for a project like this. I spoke to, I believe he's here tonight, Giancarlo. He's also, he did mention to me he is a resident at the Skylofts. Told me he was excited about the project. Seeing something like, again, as mentioned, last person we spoke to, regards of the new development, something that would fit the site, something that would be beneficial for the city itself. And again, he's excited. I did have a neighbor who spoke to me off of Phillips Place. He emailed me a few days ago, and he asked me regarding a couple other comments of vacant land, which I'm not sure. I believe there's vacant land nearby that was asking me if I was rezoning that, but that's not our case here. They made a comment about how many units are proposed, and it will be on-site parking, of course, as I mentioned to him. And not only that, we have the ability to 550 linear feet to walk to the nearest parking lot, which is off 11 Mile Road. I did also make a comment to him is what our development company we call SPG shared ride. What that does is our office, our management team actually personally gets projects like this. We actually get the tenants involved and ask, hey, who lives in the Royal Oak? Who lives in Troy? And for those who want to share that information with other residents, they're able to tag team and actually drive together. Even though we designed the site 27 units with 27 parking spaces, they still have the ability to get together and share a car or ride together. I personally have a couple of my staff members here. One of them actually lives in downtown Royal Oak near 5th Street. He actually shares a car with his neighbor. For those who don't understand what that looks like, well, those who just graduated college can't afford a $700 car payment these days. It's very important. And as mentioned, in 2015, 1217 11 Mile Road, great project, is very similar in regards to they have 36 units with, I believe, just a couple over the parking requirements. I don't want to give the exact number because I believe it's only a couple extra of the 36 units. And for those who drive out that property, the Amber's Development, great site, they're never full. Natural business itself, nobody is 100% full. I mean, for those neighbors who mentioned, what about commercial properties never being full? I mean, to be honest with you, not every restaurant you go to has 100% capacity. It just doesn't work that way. Residential, multifamily, there's always a factor. There's always going to be 90%, 80%, 100% occupied. Not only that, what people do forget is whenever you do have a tenant that does leave or move, there's always a process, there's always items of cleaning the apartment, painting the apartment. There's always a gap between a tenant that does leave and a tenant that does move in. So 27 parking spaces are going to be adequate for this development because they're never always used, but even if they are, they're assigned parking. And I believe we have achieved our proposed development in regards to how this can be very beneficial to an existing site, existing building that is not in the greatest shape. For those, I'll step to the side and I'll answer some questions.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner from the commissioners? Ms. Beakey.
Can you repeat again, because I think I caught something like 80-some feet. The back of the building, as you proposed, you're going to bring the building forward and be on 11 Mile. So you're going to be further from the lot line in the back from the building's perspective. How far away did you say it is from the structure that's behind the homes?
Well,
the building.
From the property line to the proposed building, 82 feet.
From your property line to the end of your parking lot, where your
No, to the building structure.
Say it again. Say it again. I just want to make sure I understand.
Let's look at the site plan that's on the screen right now. The light gray hatch, that is the building structure right there. That's the start of the building structure from the rear of the property. That is 82 feet from the property line, not to the new residence or the residence that is currently going to be there, but it's 82 feet from the actual property line, yes. From the wall that's being built.
Right, and if there's a structure beyond that wall, how far back is that structure?
Well, there's actually a vacant lot there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for the petitioner? Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, appreciate the presentation. Interesting, every lot and every place is unique, and interesting concept about the municipal parking down the road. The assigned parking, explain that, because part of me thinks that without assigned parking, at any given time, people are not going to have cars. They're going to be moving out, in and out, like you said, and they may be traveling for the weekend. They may be, whatever, which typically, every community is different, but you can expect 10 to 15%, even 20% vacancies at any given time because people don't always reside, especially in smaller units where single people are there. They go and visit friends and family. Help me understand a little bit about why you would assign the spots, and do you see a benefit in not assigning the spots in order to have sort of that stochastic fluidity of vacant parking for visitors and folks like that?
No. Well, again, we're downtown area. This is not something where we're going further north where it's hard to control. Smaller sites like this, it is a very beneficial for us to come to assign parking spaces. So that way there is no issue of actual residents say, hey, this is my parking space, because there'll be the unknowns of residents who live a mile away or a block away who could park on this parking lot, or forget those who are going to Arts Beats and Eats. They're using a private lot when there's actually available of the public spaces of the city owned. So I guess there is a beneficial for us to assign these parking spaces so we can control who's actually parking and who's not parking here. And also there's that safety factor where we know whose cars parked here, so there is no, other than vandalism, things like that, or people getting each other's cars. We've done this in many other properties, and to be honest with you guys, many cities, many developers propose reserved parking for a particular unit. I mean, this is how it typically works on a multifamily in downtown or just a few blocks away from downtown.
Yeah, no, I understand the convenience as a building operator, the convenience to residents that would occupy the building. But, there are other measures too, like parking permits and gates and things like that. But just something to think about. I'm just more curious where you're coming from. I'm not saying I have super strong opinions one way or another, but I do see mathematically, it would, without having them assigned, that would offer, more flexibility for your residents at any given period of time.
If you don't mind, great point. We actually do have a property that actually we developed very similar, and after 2 years later, we installed a gate. not more so the issues of residents not knowing where their parking areas or guests. It's just cars coming in there, turning around and hitting somebody else's car. So we did actually install a gate, and actually every property that we do, similar to this, we actually provide the sleeves of the power itself. So it's ready for a gate that would basically be at the entrance of the development.
Thank you.
To your point.
Other questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Douglas.
The mayor asked the question that I was going to ask. You know, in a multifamily building, maybe somebody's, you know, gone for the weekend, but somebody has a guest for the weekend. And I think the building that you cited further east on 8 Mile does not have assigned parking. And I have observed what you have observed, I mean, because I pay attention when I drive by there, that lot is never full. But again, without assigned parking, that means guests, you know, somebody leaves, somebody's guest can park there. So I share the mayor's, I thought that some sort of hang tag permit in the cars might help you and make it more palatable for the number of parking spaces that you propose. I do have a question about the site, the site clearance on the corner. That's a very tight corner. And you're proposing squaring it off there rather than giving us the site triangle that is required. Explain that.
Well, if I can be fair, for those leaving the property just to the east of me, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm talking about cars coming up Phillips Street and trying to turn and not being able to see what's coming because of that, with the lack of that vision triangle.
Well, Phillips Street, again, Phillips, for those who are leaving either the property to the east of me or Phillips Street itself and onto 11 Mile Road, well, when you're making a right, you're only paying attention to the car coming from the west, correct? So that there's no issue on that. For those who are traveling, cars going this direction off 11 Mile Road, well, 11 Mile Road is a 4-lane road, I mean, in a sense. But usually people would creep up. You're supposed to stop behind the sidewalk itself, and then you creep up itself. So, and again, to be fair, clearly the existing condition building is currently built this way. So we've not made the changes only because we're trying to also align our property and development with other properties nearby.
So I should have prefaced this by saying, to be fair, I live in the building across the street. I live in Skylofts on the south side of the building, overlooking 8 Mile on the 6th floor. So I know, and I'm out there all the time, so I know how traffic flows there. I am just a little bit dismayed that your project, building new, you could do anything you want, does not add extra visibility on that corner. That's all.
All right, Ms. Beakey.
And just related to that, again, it's not just about the cars looking for other cars, it's the pedestrians. This is a high pedestrian corridor, and so the safety and the sight line is not just about vehicles, it's about physical people on the sidewalk, because it's a high walk area.
To that point, so I understand there's a 10-foot clearance, but I guess for those, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand when there's a stop sign or there's someone walking, I guess the 4 foot off of the north, but also we have proposed 1 foot, I guess the 5 foot triangular, we don't think, unless I'm wrong, that 5 foot would be an issue rather than only 10 foot. Yeah. And regarding the comment about reserve parking, again, the reserve parking is only so that there is no going to be future issues of any tenant saying, hey, well, whose car is this, and such forth like that. So that's how we kind of control the private lot itself. Very important. Yes.
Is there a public hearing?
All right, you have another question?
No, I'm asking if there's a public hearing related to this.
Yes. Any other questions for the petitioner? I have one.
Yes.
You said these are single occupant apartments. How is that going to work? There, I mean, the way I look at it, between the 630 feet are on the first floor, second, third, fourth floor, 665 to 725 square feet. And how are you going to? Are you going to have a rule that says only you can have a single occupant?
We are single tenant leases, yes.
Okay, you have to have a single occupant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thanks. Any other questions for the petitioner?
So the square footage you mentioned, those are including the balconies, but again, they're designed just like the other applicants and the previous project that was approved on Troy Street. These are very similar size square footages, designed to be single tenants. That That project also had 27 units with 27 parking spaces. In fact, my property is just slightly larger than theirs.
Mr. Gentile, your question?
So my question was with regards to the site lighting. I presume that you were aware of the site lighting standards, yet what's been proposed seems to go significantly beyond what the requirements are. Can you address that a little bit as to why what's being proposed, so far exceeds what the requirements are?
100%. This is going to be revised. Absolutely. We're going to meet the requirement. Sometimes when these lighting company designers, they may have put a layer on top of something else. Could be, and I believe that's why they got such high numbers. But if you look at our development, we only have 2 light poles that do not exceed 15 feet. One's designed for the entrance of Phillips Street, and one's designed just near the trash enclosure, so it gives people lighting for those who are taking the trash out. And then you have the 3 wall packs against the building itself. But this will be clarified, revised, and submitted for approval. So we're not looking for any variance, so we take that portion out in regards of request of any items or variances needed.
Go ahead, Mr. Gentile.
Well, so that brings up a question for Mr. Twining then, in terms of the way that this was presented to us originally in his introduction. We have to either accept or deny what's been given to us without any deviations or relief from that. Does this pose an issue in terms of, assuming for a second that we did recommend approval for this, what's in the packet and what we're actually deciding upon is information that will be revised in the future? So how does that affect, I guess, how you introduced it? Because with this being a conditional rezoning, we've got a little different
Well, to clarify, you can approve it requiring compliance with specific ordinance requirements. So you don't have to accept the idea that they're not going to be in compliance. What I was referring to, they're offering EV charging stations, which aren't a requirement under the ordinance. The screening wall is a requirement, so you can make them put those things in. You don't have to accept the deviations.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm going to follow up with that. The light fixtures that you have here, light fixtures A and B on your sheet, if they're LED lights, they don't have any shielding on them, and they're going to glare, and that's probably why your photometric looks like it looks. These would not be these light fixtures you have on your sheet would not be in compliance in my mind, because they're going to glare. And LEDs, they sell you the brightest ones they can sell you. By the way, where's Bob Overheiser in this? Is he involved? Because you got the ADG, isn't that his company?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
Evers Agri is our firm.
Okay, all right.
Regarding lighting, as I mentioned, photometric plan, 100%. I mean, we're going to be modifying this because this is not acceptable to us as a wall. I mean, there's, even as I mentioned, if there's that much powerful lighting, it's unnecessary to have that. The 2 light poles are pointed directly towards the north of the building, so they're not pointing towards the back of the property or the residential itself. So this will be fixed, absolutely.
Yeah, somebody will have to put some attention on it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, okay, any question?
No, one last thing. The trees that you propose along Phillips Street, the trees in the medium are pear trees. Here it says Cleveland pear, not Bradford pear, but they're still of a species of trees that are notoriously invasive, weak, fast growing, but therefore fast dying. And again, it's not something we can tell you to change, but you might take a second look at that and reconsider your plant materials.
Actually will. With that mentioned, I will get back with my landscape architects and change that, absolutely. We like the fact that the trees are bloom. I mean, again, most importantly, that clearance. So people walking from pedestrians and those who are driving on Phillips Street, you can see the trunk of the tree itself, and then up at, I think, 8 foot actually where it blooms. And it gives great height to the actual building itself, as shown in my photos here.
All right, any other questions for the petitioner, Mr. Gentile?
Well, I gotta ask the question. Can you talk to us about any sustainability features that are included in the building that may not have been readily apparent on the
Yes. So the items such as, again, brand new development. This is not going to be a addition to the building. So most importantly, we look at the building code itself. You know, our values of glazing, our values of the facade materials, the wall thicknesses, those are very important to us because when we achieve a better product, not just the minimum code, but when you see that either the roof itself, those tenants itself save money on their energy, you know, their DT bills. We're actually proposing no gas equipment or equipment / appliances in the unit itself. All electrical. Again, 600 square feet of interior other than the terrace itself. You're talking about a refrigerator. You're talking about a couple plugs on the actual kitchen wall itself or the island itself. You have a few lights. You have one single restroom. That's going to limit and minimize the amount of power energy we actually use for this project. Things such as the rooftop or the units. Everything's going to be energy, the Energy Star certificate for the appliances, equipment, things like that.
Mr. Ellis.
Yeah, real quickly, I notice you've got a single handicap designated spot, okay? And you're going to go with assigned parking. That makes the assumption that somebody in this building is going to need that handicap spot. What happens if you don't have anybody that qualifies? Do you not assign the spot, or do you assign it to someone else?
Or if you have two people.
So we have the ability to exceed. So our parking spaces are designed. So ADA spaces are designed to be 8 by 20 or 8 by 18 itself. We actually along the covered portion of the building, they're actually 9 feet. So I have the ability to adjust and add additional ADA spaces as well as the residence itself. If we don't have any, goes back to what I mentioned earlier, you're never 100% full. There's always going to be, it's physically impossible to have 100% occupancy unless you're talking about a 4-unit townhouse, 3-unit townhouse. For 27 units, and if it is 100% occupied, which I love to be because I'm a businessman and I would love to have 100% occupancy, that can be adjusted, private lot, but we have to make those availability of the ADA spaces. But those can be adjusted, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. You're saying you have 27 spaces. One of those spaces is a designated handicap spot. So can we say you really have 27 spaces or 26 if no one's using that handicap spot?
No, that's not fair to say. Every commercial development in the country has to follow a certain rule. So if you have a medical office, or if you have a dental office, if you have a CPA office, and they have 10 parking spaces.
I understand that, you're required, but you're assigning.
Correct.
Each space is going to have an assignment, so I'm assuming that if there's a person that's qualified for handicap, they're going to get assigned that space. And then if you don't have anybody that's handicap qualified in the building, who do you assign that space to?
No, it can be changed, as I mentioned earlier. That can be changed. A private lot, I'd be able to have that parking space not be ADA anymore.
Okay, so you just eliminated, you assigned someone who's not handicapped.
Yes, and whenever that
I just want to make sure we're not
short one or
short one.
Yes, I understand your question.
Any other questions? Mr. Cantina.
Kind of following that same line, so you have the 3 units that face 11 Mile here, you have indicated on the plan as all being ADA accessible units, yet there is only one handicap space. To the question that was just asked, assume for a second you do have 100% occupancy and you do have 3 handicap tenants in those 3 units.
One ADA. You said 3?
Well, it says ADA unit accessible, the 3 units say accessible.
Well, that's per the building, that was per a comment made for the planning commission, just labeling the unit itself. Like the unit 1C would be the ADA.
I'm sorry, okay, I misunderstood the plan. Yes. It says type B accessible, type B accessible.
Good point, yeah, maybe just the word accessible, I understand what you're talking about, but no, type B accessible, yes.
So in answer, I guess, to Mr. Ellison's question, the one ADA parking spot would essentially be assigned to the ADA unit.
With the potential flexibility, because if you look at our map, the ADA can be used on both parking spaces. So if I have those opportunity to have two users who needed each of them to be ADA, we can adjust. There's going to be more one than just a lower. I believe 1B and 1C will be designed so that it has the flexibility of somebody who needs that that parking space.
But you would lose you would lose some parking spaces if you had to convert an existing non-ADA parking space to
Not
an
at all. As mentioned, so if there's more than one ADA user, and there's actually two, this spot becomes an ADA because we still meet the requirements of the size.
Understood.
Yeah,
Okay.
so this is ADA, and this would be ADA as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Can it be pointed out on the screen too?
All right, we're not having a dialogue between people here. We're addressing this. Okay, you have other questions for the petitioner? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to ask you to have a seat. We're going to have a public hearing on this. All right, if there's anybody here who'd like to speak on this agenda item, raise your hand, and when I call on you, come on up, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes. Way in the back there. Here we go.
Good evening, Chairman, Tom Halleck. You know, there's an elephant in the room on this property. 27 units on something that's set up for 4. None of you have discussed that. That's ridiculous.
All right, anybody else? Right here.
Set up for what?
Good evening. Would it be possible to display the variances on the screen? Can we go to the page with a list of variances?
I don't know.
This is public comment.
Yeah.
So we cannot go to the page with variances?
Well-
Because there's all these screens around the room, and if you could display that, it would be, I think, helpful to the people in the viewing. Thank you, right there. Okay, so among these variances, as the previous speaker stated, we're requesting 27 units. We're zoned for 4 units. So again, it's kind of like the Greenfield and 13 Mile project just moved over to 611 East 11 Mile. We're requesting 54 parking spaces are required. We're providing 27 parking. 26. A 25-foot setback is required. We're providing a 1 to 4 foot setback. 3 floors are provided, but we're taking 4 floors. 4 trees are required on 11 Mile, and the project is providing 0. So if you, again, is it kind of like open season on Royal Oak? Is the word out that you don't have to obey the rules here? That you can come in and do whatever you want? It's kind of like playing the game of Monopoly, but saying, I'm going to play by my own rules because this community will tolerate that, or this planning commission will tolerate that. If you drive in the neighborhood behind this project, it's a beautiful, highly manicured, architecturally rich environment. The people that live there, you can see that they've invested in their homes, and I feel really badly for them that what will become part of their neighborhood ambiance will be this behemoth looming over their neighborhoods. If you go across the street on the north side of 11 Mile and drive behind Skylofts, you'll find another interesting, architecturally interesting neighborhood, and looming over that neighborhood is Skylofts with all their balconies looking down into people's backyards. So you lose privacy. We're seeing a lot of this sort of thing in Royal Oak right now. For example, go to Batavia and the 4-story Harrison is looming over it. Go to Arden Place and Agree Realty is looming over it. Go to Harrison Street, the Elevate is looming over it. Go to Center Street, the 5-story Billings Place is looming over it. It's a value transfer. So the little bungalow loses value and the multifamily gains value. And that's the end of my public comment. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Right there in the back, other one. That one.
Kathy Dalden, and I've lived in Royal Oak for 25 years. And the neighborhood I live in is the one she talked about. I live on 2nd Street, just behind where this complex would be built, but perhaps a block or two down. I did not receive a letter from this developer. I left a women club's meeting tonight to come to this, and I had to leave in the middle of the meeting for fear I'd be late, which I was late because I had to go past 11 Mile in Main, which took me an extra 5 minutes to get through that intersection. I don't really recognize the Royal Oak that I moved into because of all of the multiple family dwellings. There's not a day that I don't turn a corner and see another apartment complex. They're everywhere, on every corner. And this ever-increasing density is affecting all of our lives, I feel. Just driving downtown is difficult. Going anywhere in Royal Oak is very difficult because of the drive. I have to pull out on 11 Mile every day. If I don't take 11 Mile, I have to go down 4th Street and go through downtown. And I sit on that intersection constantly, and I'm usually 1 block down from Phillips, but it's not any easier to get out. I don't understand why we would even consider a project that's not within the parameters, thank you, the parameters of what is expected. It's just like the previous project that they were talking about. So they cut it down from 12 to 10. So will we cut this down from 27 to 20 and then that will be acceptable? Just doesn't make any sense to me, but this is the first commission meeting I've ever been at. I just don't like the direction it's going, and I'm very concerned. And I live in a darling little bungalow that's probably going to lose value. But what's really losing value is the quality of life and living in that neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, anybody else back there?
Charles Simchina. I'm a little perplexed as I've searched for documents about the fascination of this planning commission and city commission for these extremely small rental units. I haven't seen any real studies that show the long-term viability of these projects that pack so many units in there in an envelope that's small and then need all these variances to get approval. Because I had personal experience when I was the city attorney in Royal Oak for 10 years. The prior generation of these small units existed all over the city. And in fact, one of them was right at the Skylofts building that was mentioned in these photos where Char lives now. The predecessor of that building was a 7-story building of very small efficiencies, and it was a motel at one time, or hotel. Rental units were rented by the month, multiple months, some by the week, some by the hour. It was filled with prostitutes, drug dealers, and if there was a unit that didn't have a prostitute or a drug dealer, it had the B&E guys that would steal the crap out of everyone's garage from the neighborhood to sell and pay for the prostitutes and the drugs. I was in a war of attrition legally in court to shut that place down, and finally there was a form of a settlement that allowed that owner to sell and redevelop the property in a pretty big oversized building that probably never would have been approved at that site. But the trade-off was getting rid of a giant whorehouse drug den for a giant condo complex that was freshened up and new. The neighborhood liked that trade-off at that time. But do you have any studies or any evidence of what's going to happen 5 years down the road when these new buildings are not fresh anymore and they wear out? Are they going to become like the old generation of hotels and motels with these efficiencies. They were on Woodward, they were on multiple locations. We shut down 6 or 7 of them when I was the city attorney because they were a plague, they were a nuisance. Is this going to become the new flop house in 5 years? I don't know. But what evidence do you have? And you're building this into the components of your new master plan with higher density, smaller units, close to single-family residential neighborhoods. I don't know where you're going with this, but shouldn't you have some studies before you go any further with projects like this? Some evidence? What kind of future crime rates might be increased because of this? We don't know. I've Googled some things up, but I'm not a planner. I was the attorney who was shutting these places down. But I know the horror that neighborhood people experienced when they lived next to a place like this.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else over here?
My name is Matthew Cornelius. I live at 116 Kaiser, so I'm probably the most affected person in this entire room. And unfortunately, I did not receive your letter. I don't know if that's on my fault or I just was not a part of it.
Can you speak into the microphone?
But I was left off of your mailer that was sent out, so I'd love to speak to you. I don't know if that's on purpose or whatever it was. So a 4-story building would look directly into my backyard on a regular basis. So those apartments with balconies looking into my property completely cuts down on my privacy across them. So for this proposal, I think a 4-story building is way too tall for this property. I'm sorry to say that. I'm all about you guys revamping the neighborhood and everything along those lines. I think that that's a good thing, but when it's sacrificing my privacy, I've got a big issue with it. With that?
Okay, thank you. I thought I saw a hand right here, yes.
Hi, my name is Julie Delgado. I live at 207 Phillips Place. And I'm here with my neighbors on Phillips Place, who will be negatively affected if these current plans are approved. We're not against developments in the city, but we do feel that the proposed plans for this lot are not harmonious with our neighborhood. The residents of Phillips Place rightfully obtained permit parking on our street because of intense parking usage, confrontations, and also because people were not using the public parking sites available. We are worried that having 27 parking spots for 27 units will cause overflow to undo the positive impact the permit parking has on our street. We talked a lot about the cars in the neighborhood, and I personally do not know anyone who does not own a car in this area or the surrounding areas, and some single residences even have 2 cars. While cars aren't needed to get around in this city, they are needed to go places outside the city because we don't have an easily usable mass transit system here. We just don't. People use cars. John's suggestion is email that people will park 550 feet away in the public parking structure. Now, if you were to visit your friend in this development, would you park 550 feet away or on the closest street? The answer is the closest street, as we learned, and is why we requested parking permits. Now, will people respect our permit parking? We'll have to call and use more of the city resources to write tickets, which we don't have to do now. I agree with Shar that the setback is unacceptable. That is a very busy corner. A lot of us don't even go that way when we pull out of our homes already because the setback is not far enough. The density deviation requested is not harmonious with the neighborhood and will dramatically decrease our privacy and increase our light pollution. Balconies will look directly into our backyards. Putting 27 dwellings on this lot zone for 4 would be like trying to fit an elephant on a postage stamp. This development has no sustainable features, removal of 4 trees, and the plans for this development look lovely and will look absolutely stunning on a lot that is more accommodating of a 27-unit development. I'm sure there are other lots available. There's a lot down the street on 11 Mile next to Shag. If plans continue to develop on this lot, please consider a reasonable sized development. Again, we are not against development, but the proposed plan is not acceptable or harmonious with our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right here. You'll be next, sorry, I missed you before.
Thank you, Bill Harrison. I didn't come here to talk about this, but some of the things that have been said raise some thoughts. Number one, I agree with the former city commissioner that I'm concerned about these micro apartments that are popping up all over. I live one block off of Woodward Avenue, and as mentioned, we had 11 motels, and we were able to close 7 of them. There were a purge or a scourge on our environment. One of our neighbors was actually murdered by somebody living in one of those apartments. And to the point of the corner, the view of the setback, if you ever come out of Pinehurst onto Crooks Road, there's a single-family residence that has large shrubbery along the sidewalk that needs some trimming. And it's very difficult to nose out and see traffic coming down Crooks Road from Main Street going north. And historically, many years ago, there was a developer that was proposing a condominium project where the Lafayette Street parking structure is now. That was in the downtown district that allowed 100-foot height. And the people adjacent on West Street were objecting to the fact that they were losing sunlight and people overlooking their property and everything. And that administration at that time said, no, we're not going to allow it, even though the zoning in downtown would allow a 100-foot building. So just my perspective. Thanks.
All right, thank you. This gentleman here with the glasses on his head.
Oh, it's not you, the other guy.
Hi, my name is Mike Childs. I live at 116 Phillips Street, which is basically right across the street from where they're going to be exiting the driveway. In the process right now, the people that have been staying there, the car company, they plow the snow right in front of my house, which then the city plows it in front of my driveway. This is not a good thing. And if they get 27 spots and 27 places and no place to put the snow, they say they have 3 feet, but that 3 feet's not going to last very long. They could make it a lot less in height. They could make it a lot less. They're not using much green space in it. They're not taking any consideration on how it's going to affect the rest of the neighborhood. That's it.
All right, thank you. I think you were next. If not, I apologize.
Hi, my name is Mauro Domino. I also live on Phillips Place. Couple concerns of mine. Number one is safety. That setback, I go down 11 Mile all the time, and I cannot tell you, but by the time you stick the front end of your car out, if there's people jogging or someone riding their bike, I myself have almost hit quite a few people. It is not safe at all. The other thing is the amount of traffic we have. CVS is right at Phillips and 4th Street, and the amount of cars that are already coming every day from CVS and back, or ACO or ACE, whatever it is, it's terrible. These people that are going to be living there, a lot of times are not going to want to pull out an 11 Mile because 11 Mile is a pain to get onto. What are they going to do? They're going to go the other way. They're going to go down to 4th Street and go through downtown. There are lots of kids. I have 3 kids myself on that street. There's other little kids on that street. There's grandparents that have their grandkids on that street. It is not safe. The permit parking, sure, sounds great. But that permit parking is only good from 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. The rest of the day, whenever anyone has people there, guests, they're going to be on our street. And at the end of the street, there's not permit parking. Towards the end, right by 11 Mile, there's always cars on both sides of the street, which makes it even more dangerous because when a car's pulling in and you're kind of already there, I mean, it's just, the congestion is crazy. And what's gonna happen when people are moving in? 27 tenants, he says there's turnover all the time. There's gonna be moving vans there all the time. It is gonna be a disaster. I'm all about properties coming in, and that building's gross anyways, right? Put something nice. But, come on, it's there for 4 people, and they're gonna allow 27? I mean, that's almost, my house is on a 1/4 acre. This is a 1/3 of an acre. And they're gonna put 27 units where I have 1 house. It's insane. This cannot pass. It's not safe for the neighborhood. It's not safe for the kids. The traffic is crazy. A side street can't handle that kind of traffic, and it's just the wrong thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Over here.
Hello, my name is Kevin Howell. I live on 227 Phillips. So I second all of the stuff they just said. Plus, if this proposed unit was 6 units instead of 27, and you might say, well, why do you say 6? Well, that brick building, that's the building just east of that, is on a lot that's almost the exact same size of what they're proposing. You know how many units are in there? 6. 3 businesses on the bottom, 3 condos on the top. If it was 6 instead of 27, it would be one thing. It just doesn't pass the laugh test, right? I mean, it's like, how can you possibly? And how can someone think that these tenants are only going to have 1 human in that? If they have no boyfriend or no girlfriend ever, right? Maybe. But then when they do get a boyfriend or girlfriend and they come over and they go, where can I park? Well, you can park on Phillips until about 7 o'clock, right? And then you're allowed to get a ticket or get towed. Or you tell them, park a block and a half from here in a lot that's going to get charged. I mean, seriously, like, it just doesn't make any sense, right? I think the unit actually looks really nice if it was just 2 levels and had 6 units.
All right, thank you. Right, Mr. Dubuque.
Good evening. I don't have an
Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, excuse me. I'm Jacob Dubuque. I live at 217 Phillips Place. I don't have an issue with the notion of the development itself. I'm not happy with the density. As people might have mentioned before, 6 units would probably be sufficient. Anything more than 9 would be excessive. And as far as the ADA parking issue goes, what if you have more than 1 tenant who has physical handicaps? How are you going to play this game of chess where you move one, or you allocate 1 space for a disabled tenant and then you have 2 or more and they're like, okay, so where else are we going to have these disabled tenants? Where are they going to park? They couldn't possibly park 550 feet away. It would be unfeasible for them to park on Phillips. So, and second of all, I did not receive a letter among other tenants in this neighborhood. And until certain changes are made, specifically to the density, I would urge you to not support this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right there.
Well, I'm here with my other lovely neighbors from Phillips Place. I live at 213 Phillips Place. And I just wanted to mention something that a lot of good points were made, but this is the most important one to me. And I also want to thank you very much for all the very thoughtful points you brought up, which I wouldn't even have thought of, and other ones that I would have thought of, like the traffic getting out of Phillips Place. But especially I want to thank you for pointing out that the lighting is very important, especially the lighting in the back. And as the staff has recommended, and you were saying, it really does need to be, as you already said, it really does need to keep to the permitted level. because that light goes directly in our bedroom windows and will make it very hard to sleep, and which is very important for our health. So I did want to thank you for thinking of these things which are so important to us who live there.
All right, thank you. Way in the back with the hat.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jennifer Zardis, and I do not live on Phillips Place. But I am a longtime Railroad resident, over 25 years. And tonight I've heard from the previous development to this development, I see where there's this consistency of this small aspect of rental living. And can I ask, how much is the rent?
Well, you need to address the planning commission.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say a developer is going to charge a certain amount for rent for one person to live there. So if one person is going to live there at, let's say, if you're going to build this development, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark that it's going to be at least $1,800 a month to $2,000 a month for rent for one person. So therefore, I'm not seeing where there's a real benefit for a lot of what is being proposed here tonight on rental properties, because they're not going to be paying taxes. I know that as far as the developer and other people coming to the city, but I'm not sure where the focus is going here. These are residents. We are all residents and we are paying taxes, and this is to benefit our city. When you don't have people buying into Royal Oak, where is the, where's the skin in the game? Where's the caring? Why are we working so hard on having these people that are in this category, which were from the charrettes, that they are this range of people that are coming in to the city and they're leaving the city? Okay, they're going to come here, they're going to use what we have and what we provide and what you are responsible for okaying, that we are creating this footprint for all of us. But we're still living here. They're going to be leaving. And we're still here. And these are the decisions that you're making. So I'm just saying this is extremely important. Once you start setting these precedents of these developments, there's no taking the development away once it's okayed. So I'm just saying, please, we want to have growth, but this particular development, squeezing it in this space, is going to set a precedent for potentially something else, and I don't feel that this is where the city ultimately wants to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I see a hand there in the white shirt.
Good evening, Commissioners. Good evening, Vice President Harris. I think a lot of people have talked about the safety aspects and things today. My name is Harsha Gowda, by the way. But I think it's important to remember that they're seeking to rezone this from neighborhood business to multiple family. And so the intent of the area is not to be a 4-story multifamily single units sort of thing. It's supposed to be a neighborhood business. The property directly to the east of this is the identical lot, 6 units as was mentioned before. But more importantly, I think we have to understand why things are zoned the way they are, why we have setbacks. These are for safety reasons. And do we want to make a neighborhood for all of us, which is a little bit less safe? Do we want to have a neighborhood with more transient people? Do we want to have a neighborhood with first floor apartments with handicapped people who are within proximity to downtown and the walking traffic that comes by late at night? I don't think so. And so beyond the parking, beyond the things that have been mentioned today about the direction of the city, I would really like you all to just please consider that the decisions you make have real impacts. And I think that I personally have witnessed several accidents at that intersection. Emailed you earlier today with some of that information. One of the scariest things I ever saw was a biker coming towards downtown getting hit by a car coming off of Phillips Place. And that person was okay, he didn't call the police, no incident report was made, but he got crushed, okay? And so to allow this development is fine. I think some of the suggestions today about 2 stories or within the limits make sense. I think a 4-unit, 6-unit would make sense. But I think setbacks also make sense. And so having a 10-foot setback, the neighboring multifamily structure to the west is a 4-unit quadplex, and they have a significant setback. The Curry units have a significant setback. The Wagon Wheel Apartments have a significant setback, all because these are on main streets, right? Curry is a main street, Phillips Place is a busy street, and in order to make those turns successfully, a left turn from Curry, or a left turn from Phillips, a right turn off of Phillips onto 11 Mile, you have to be able to see oncoming traffic, and you cannot. And so adding 27 new residences, it just exacerbates a problem that's already there. And so like many people have said, I don't think that anybody would have an issue with a 2-story building or a 3-story building within the current standards, but the deviation from the required standards is significant here. He's going from 25 to 4, 25 to 2, no triangular setback, which is required of all the other buildings around, and additionally, just doing the 27 parking spaces for 27 units, which is 1-to-1. The prior development was 1.6 to 1 at least, and so I don't think that this passes. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, any other members here with the gray-beard gentleman?
Hello, I'm Bob Wayner. We live at the corner of Phillips and 3rd Street. And we look right across the street at Ace Hardware and CVS Drugs. So, and I agree with everything my wonderful neighbors have already said. But in terms of the traffic, we deal with multiple truck deliveries, big trucks all day. They come down 3rd, they come down 4th, but they come down Phillips off 11 Mile. So that just exacerbates the traffic issues there. And we accept that. When we moved there 36 years ago, the stores were there. We accept that. But we also live in our neighborhoods, the close proximity to downtown. We all walked here today as a group. So we get a lot of people parking on, because you can park on 3rd, you can park on 4th. So we get a lot of traffic there, parking. So my concern is this proposal, the only exit and entrance is on Phillips Street. As opposed to the building now has that exit and entrance, but also they have one on 11 Mile. So there is no choice for the residents but to come on to Phillips Street. And I agree with one of my neighbors that said they probably won't go to 11 Mile. They'll come down our neighborhood with all the kids and grandkids. So please consider that when you're making your decisions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think there was another hand right over here.
Good evening. John McIntyre, 126 Phillips Place. Across the street and 3 doors down from the proposed site plan. I'm here with my wife, but not our kids, as Grandma and Grandpa put them to bed 3 hours ago. The reason I mention my kids is why we moved closer to downtown, specifically the new downtown center, what is known today as Centennial Commons. I think most of us can agree that Centennial Commons has turned out to be a great development that was thoughtfully planned for all of our local and rural visitors. And I'd like to think that the same consideration for new development around the backbone of the city, single-family housing, is addressed in a way that positively impacts the surrounding neighborhood. I'm here with my neighbors to request opposition to the current conditional rezoning of site plan at 600 East 11 Mile, what appears to have zero regard for the neighbors of Phillips Place and Kaiser. Should something like the proposed get approved, those existing lot parcels that connect to 11 Mile will become hot commodities for developers to adversely impact us single-family homeowners. I understand progress and improvement, but the only thing I see here is a developer trying to capitalize immensely at the expense of the single-family neighbors that seek to keep an already busy neighborhood street safe and aesthetically pleasing. The original zoning depiction of neighborhood business makes complete sense, and if the petitioner came before us today and was trying to keep with the approved zoning ordinances for height, parking, setbacks, and landscaping for 4 units, not 27 units on a 15,000 square foot lot, I'd probably stand here in agreement. Nothing about the request is in the best interest of the neighborhood. Phillips Place is already a cut through for individuals that are heading to CBS and Ace, or those that want to avoid the traffic lights at Troy and 11 Mile. If you're not familiar with the street, I ask that you drive down the street during the day and especially between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. and you'll experience a very tight street that already deals with regular business overflow parking closest to 11 Mile. The fact that the developer calls out that the city parking lots are an acceptable or logical option for visitors of the proposed development is laughable. The overflow will end up on Phillips Place. I can attest to this because my family is currently living in the Elevate building. Why? Because the aging infrastructure, we had a flood, we had our sewer line collapse and flooded our house. So the point there is, every day I walk out of the Elevate building and see residents and guests of the building that park on the overflow at West Harrison Avenue. Adding a building with 27 units with only 27 spots that would enter and exit off Phillips Place is not in the best interest of the neighborhood. If an 11 Mile address development needs to move the entrance and the exit to the residential side street for safety reasons, perhaps the proposed development isn't a good idea. Seems to me the developer requests for variance are only in the interest of the development and not the impact of the neighbors. In the past, when I've witnessed requests for variances, it seems that commissioners would seek to ask for a hardship that warrants the need to go outside the zoning requirements. My wife can finish this, or I can just give me one more second.
All right, go ahead.
The fact that this building would be brand new from the ground up, as I see it, allowing the development like this only provides hardship on the single-family homeowners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Is there anybody else who wishes, we have the salmon again.
You'll learn my name eventually.
Yeah, it's salmon.
Okay, the problem with the Royal Oak residents, it's not that they're against development in Royal Oak, they're against overdevelopment. To answer a couple of questions, the governor ADA says ADA parking must be considered for each parking structure and cannot be reassigned. Okay, misinformation is what causes the problem. What happened at Crooks and Rochester Bank, Mr. Tinwing stated August 15th, the reason the Rochester Bank was pulled from the agenda was because you couldn't figure out who the landowner was. Tonight he stated the reason it was pulled because the developer pulled the project. We got to talk about mass density development, guys. It's a problem. Everybody knows where the road dies. I'm a big biker, a big biker, so I'm all for the environment. But when you put the road diets in and you're stuck in traffic, the only place to go is down a residential street. To answer Mr. Ellison's about driving is on a downswing, Honda 30-day sales up 133%. Toyota up 36 at 78%. Okay, Newsweek on 3/2/23, Alan Falkberg stated Ford was up 11.8%, the top seller of U.S. car makers in the United States. Okay, the developer did a better job than the Greenfield development. Okay, he said not everybody drives a car. Well, if he could guarantee me for the next 50 years that not everybody was going to drive a car in that facility, I would say go ahead, put it up. But again, we're not talking about 5 or 6 unit apartment. We're talking about a lot density in an area. I lived at 11 Mile in Gainsborough. I moved to the 19th district because I could see what was happening on 11 Mile Road. I don't have a problem where the city is going with development. You guys have done a great job. I know every time I come up here, I hammer you on the negative. But what I'm telling you is you gotta start listening to us. It's gonna come back to haunt you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Is that a hand over there? No, I'm saying. Oh, okay. All right, any other members of the public like to speak on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, I'm gonna close the, oh, one more, okay. Made it under the wire.
Hi, my name is William Eid. I am part owner of the building next door, the one that have the 6 units. In our property, we have 6 units and 18 parking lot. 18 parking lot. And these 18 are not enough at times. We had a lot of problem from the building, next door building, the same exact building, where tenant comes in and park into our parking lot. Same thing is happening from the next building. And by the way, I do have my partner here, Bob. We're partner in that property. So the parking lot is not enough with 18 for 6 units. So go figure 27 unit with 26 parking lot. That's one problem. The two lands, this land here and ours is the same exact size. So I don't think this project is made to fit in that land. The other problem is the snow. Where would you plow the snow during 5 months? You don't have any spot in that land with this project here. So it's gonna be the 27 parking or the 26 are gonna end up being maybe 20. So that's another problem. In our lot, we do have 9 feet, plus or minus 9 feet setback from the back, where some of the snow are being pushed in there. So the other thing that was also mentioned is you make a contract and you tell the tenant only one parking lot or one person can live there. Once you sign the contract, there's no way to control what happens or how many people will end up living in there. So for these reasons, I urge you not to approve this project the way it is.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Oh, I see another hand there, yes.
Look at that big old obnoxious house.
Sorry, guys.
Got a pool in the back. Runway. I think he's taking the house.
Just FYI, these people do not have misinformation. We have information. And I wish that you guys, all of you, would consider not steel, wood, money in your pockets, whatever's going on. Please consider the human factor. Please consider these families that are thinking about the children that would change the traffic path driving down their streets. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
All right, thank you.
She's convinced we're taking.
All right. Any other members of the public like to speak on this agenda item?
More insulted.
All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to this side of the table for discussion. Questions for Mr. Twing, questions for council, questions for the petitioner, questions for each other.
Just say no and move on.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have some questions maybe for Mr. Twing. Understanding that this is a conditional rezoning, the way it is today. Oh, I apologize about that. Thank you. Given the fact that the current status of the property, it's been conditionally rezoned as general business, the natural state of it will revert back to neighborhood business, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so reading the neighborhood business, what's allowed and what's not allowed, and what would be allowed without having to come before zoning and without having to come before planning, so long as they comply with all of our ordinances and everything like that. Someone could put an office building there.
Yes.
Someone could put a food and beverage, like a small grocery, as long as it doesn't sell alcohol.
Well, Again, when you say not but come before you, if they need site plan approval, they might be before you.
But, I mean, in general, like variances, like density variances or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you could put a lot of different things there without necessarily needing variances.
And it's permitted to use, I mean, standard and carry-out restaurants could be put there. Fitness centers like the one we see up on Webster, like Planet Fitness.
Yeah, anything that's listed there is a permitted use.
Okay. Is your mic on too?
Yeah. Anything that's there is a permitted use.
Okay, and a permitted use would also be like a drugstore like CVS or hardware store. That's also permitted.
Again, assuming they could meet all the requirements.
Okay. So,
Go ahead. Folks, we're talking up here. Please, if you can hold your comments. Thank you.
And I appreciate answering those questions because what I'm trying to just make sure I understand, you know, this is private property. The city doesn't dictate what goes on there. We can only entertain proposals that are brought to us as a planning commission. People come in, they pay their fee. They say, hey, I want to put a 27-unit development there. I want to put an office building there. I want to put a Planet Fitness there. And the reason why I bring that up is just to make sure I understand exactly, you know, from a neighborhood business point of view, what's permitted there and how the potential variances from a multifamily 6-unit, multifamily 27-unit, all the way through to like a fitness facility, what that, you know, intensity would look like. So all of those things are permitted on neighborhood zoning or neighborhood business zoning as it would currently default to if.
Yeah, there's a variety of uses that are allowed as permitted uses. There's a variety of uses that are allowed as special land uses. As I said earlier in the meeting, a property owner or a business or a person with a property interest has the right to submit a proposal to the city for its consideration. You have the right to either accept, reject, require additional conditions. This one in particular is a request for a conditional rezoning. So in that case, you are making a recommendation to the city commission based on the presentation that they provided to you. You can require them to comply with specific ordinance requirements and modify their plan. The nuance is you really can't add something to the plan that they haven't offered.
So we wouldn't necessarily be able to say, hey, you know, we want you to change the trees, or we want you to have non-permit parking, or, well, I guess the lighting compliance one is a little different because that's more of a statute.
Yeah. Generally speaking, you don't get a lot into the operational of how they lease property or don't lease property. Enforcement of that is the city doesn't get involved in what their leases say and don't say to tenants.
Right.
There are tenant right, landlord rights that are covered under various statutes. To give an example, I mean, you can require the property to comply with the site clearance triangle. You can tell them to modify it to comply either to one or both of those. You can require it to not exceed 36 feet. Those are specific ordinance requirements that you could recommend that they comply with, just by example.
But we couldn't say, you know, hey, you would have to have non-permit parking. You would have to have open parking.
You're not going to add rain gardens to it. You're not going to add things like that to it that aren't.
But if the petitioner volunteered that could be taken into consideration.
Right.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking these questions about uses is one of the decision factors we have to look at is, you know, that we have to balance up here is intensity, right? So will what's there, what sort of intensity will that bring to the neighborhood? Which a lot of folks brought good questions up, you know, traffic. The number of people living there. But we also have to compare under the, I'll say existing zoning, because it's a conditional zone, the existing would be neighborhood business. Look at that intensity versus like a, I don't know, Taco Bell that you see further down on 11 Mile Road, which would be permitted under the current neighborhood zoning, neighborhood business zoning. So those are factors, and I wanted to get that clarification from Mr. Twing, so thank you. But I'm interested to hear what my colleagues say. I do have some issues I'll talk about here with the project, but I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think, what questions they have.
Well, Ms. Beaky looks like she's ready to pipe up.
Related to that, I want to make a further clarification to make sure I'm very clear. So in the case of this petitioner asking us to go from neighborhood business to, make sure I say the right, multifamily, what is the right name? Multifamily residential. If we were to grant them the rezoning to multifamily residential, I think we know from all the studies there's less need for retail spaces and these kind of things, etc. So we could give them the residential family, but then ask them to comply with all of the residential family densities and setbacks which are listed there, which they're also asking variances for. Is that correct? So we could give them the rezoning, but then ask them to comply with the ordinance as it is, which would be a redesign, basically.
Well, I think at that point, well, you could say that, but I think at that point, the developer's not going to proceed.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood the nuance of the permission that we're granting, based on the idea about neighborhood business versus multifamily.
Yes, you could recommend approval of the zoning change and ask that the plan be modified to comply with any or all of the requirements. I think practically speaking, if that's the approach, you should just deny it.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the logistics in terms of what's permissible and what exactly we're granting. And just based on everything and what we both heard, as well as my own reading of this in the beginning, again, I would be very pro a multifamily structure on this space. I think this one is too dense, too intense. I'd like to remind myself and everybody who lives in any place in the U.S. basically, but in Royal Oak specifically, city street parking is something that we just have to contend with because the public street is allowed for parking. Anyway, that's a whole nother story, but I just wanted to remind us all of that because that's just a part of life. Even having said that, and I appreciate the developer talking about better use of our public parking because I do think it's reasonable. But even setting those things aside, because we have to make improvements on kind of the parking management in general and that thing and for street safety. But overall, as far as this development is concerned, the limited green space, you showed number 8 in your presentation, one of the buildings in the nearby area. I would say those setbacks look very good and are much more reasonable. That picture you showed. But the combination of the lack of the setbacks, a little bit too dense, I don't have a problem with the assigned parking, etc., but I feel like it's a little bit too dense, or more than a little, too dense for the space, but I'd be open to the multifamily residential in that spot.
All right, any other comments? Mr. Cantino.
Yeah, I think this project's a difficult one because what's being proposed, I think they did a good job with the building that they've designed and were considerate and deliberate in their design. The difficulty is in the fact that all of the residents on Phillips Place and all the residents that came to speak have absolutely very legitimate concerns about the building itself. The fact that it's on 11 Mile and their neighborhood is adjacent to that street, I think, is where the difficulty arises. I support higher density in multifamily on 11 Mile. I think it's appropriate. It's an appropriate location for a building of this type. The difficulty is its proximity to that neighborhood. The problem is any street that is appropriate, like 11 Mile like this, is also going to be adjacent to a single family neighborhood unless you're in the downtown area. So it's going to be a recurring issue that comes up that I think we have to carefully sort of look at and balance. I have other concerns with the project beyond that, where I struggle with it. I do think what's being proposed was thoughtfully proposed, but there's also some very significant concerns with it as well that need to be addressed. So.
All right, Commissioner Douglas.
In the early 1900s, there was tremendous demand for housing in Royal Oak. And we see that reflected in the arts and crafts style homes of the 1900s, the 19-teens, many of which are seen in this adjacent neighborhood. And those houses were built because there was market demand, that people wanted to live there, and builders and developers saw that demand and met it. Similarly, in the late 40s, 50s, you see in Northwest Royal Oak many ranch neighborhoods full of ranch houses. And again, these were built by developers who saw market demand and built something to meet that demand. And I will say that none of them contemplated at the time that those houses were going to turn into dens of iniquity. And indeed, they did not. Today, we see a different kind of demand. There is need for housing across America. Single-family homes are outside the reach of many people. People are willing to live in smaller units in order to have a home of their own, and that demand. And people want to live in Royal Oak. It bothers me that people speculate that the people who are renting here somehow don't want to live here when they have chosen our city to live here. And maybe they'll move on. Maybe they'll buy a single-family home, but they chose today to live here, and we also see, and Commissioner Beakey said this, and the data show that the demand for office space, talk about people working from home, demand for office space is declining dramatically, demand for retail space is declining, and we're seeing in our studies that the natural place for additional multifamily housing is in corridors like 11 Mile, and I think 11 Mile is the poster child, in fact, for more multifamily residential and less commercial office uses. So I think this is an appropriate site for multifamily. As I said, I live in the building across the street. I see how traffic flows through our parking lot, and it is not an onerous level of traffic. I don't think it would prove to be an enormous problem on Phillips. I do observe, and I dispute the.
All right, can we have
we need to
order,
hear,
please?
We need to hear.
I dispute the developer's idea that people are going to be willing to park like 2 blocks away in the city parking lot when our visitors downtown don't want to park in a parking structure that's more than a block away from the restaurant that they're going to. So I find that case a little bit specious. I would say that my major problem is the 10-foot triangle on the corner. As I say, I sit and watch traffic flow there all the time. There are visibility issues with pedestrians as well as other vehicles. Beyond that, to me the density is not an issue, but that setback is a real deal breaker for me. And I mean, we could entertain a motion that requires them to, as Mr. Twing has said, requires them to address that fault. And I might be inclined to support or even make a motion like that at some point when I hear what others may have to say.
All right, Mr. Gantino.
I realize I already spoke, but I just realized something. That setback issue is probably one of my biggest concerns as well. And what's interesting to me is, if you look at the internal design of the parking, they did include the required setback for the exit of their building. So clearly that requirement and the need for safety is not lost on the developer, and they included it internally. I am, quite bothered by the fact that it is not included externally for the public, because I do think that particular corner is in fact turning onto 11 Mile from any direction for pedestrian biker safety as well as vehicles is quite important there, especially on that corridor. So I think it's interesting that the design includes it on the internal circulation, but chooses to exclude it on the external circulation. That's probably one of my biggest issues with the plan.
All right. Any other? There's only 2 left. Me and Mr. Ellis. Oh, Mr. Mayor, you want to?
Yeah, I'll just add, I got some question answered, but I figure I'll offer my 2 cents after listening to some of my colleagues. It's one of these situations, and I agree with Mr. Gantino, it's a little tough. Certainly, I understand where neighbors are coming from. I understand the initial reactions. Your feelings are real. Your questions are great. I think it's one of these things that we, first need to consider, and, after asking some of the questions to Mr. Twing, that, neighborhood business could bring other types of developments there that would be far less desirable from what I'm hearing from the neighbors here, like a Taco Bell or a Chick-fil-A or a fitness center. So, Mr. Chairman.
Right, can we please have order in the audience? This is... Thank you.
Yeah. So, and you can disagree with me, but I've been here 12 years. I know our ordinances inside and out. I confirm them with our planning director. Somebody could put a CVS there. Someone could put a hardware store there.
Sorry. Please. Go ahead. Are you done?
Nope, not yet.
Go ahead.
So there is the potential that, something unfavorable in regards to intensity of use could go there. 27 units, the traffic, I don't see being a significant issue in that area because we've seen other, Mr. Chairman, do I have the floor? I'm confused.
You have the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And so we have to be cognizant that, we have other developments like this in the city. We haven't had the traffic issues. There are, there's permit parking on the street. I don't like the idea of having the assigned parking spots. I think for me, that's a big issue because I believe that while that might be more convenient for the operator, developer, and even the tenants of the building, for the existing neighborhood, I think that does and actually will push cars into the neighborhoods. And, as much as you put signs up, people willfully ignore signs. As much as you put, tell people to go park in a municipal lot, if they're visiting a friend or whatever, well, I'm just parking overnight, nothing's going to happen. Those will cause issues. And yeah, we can send cops out. I have no problem. Someone complains to me, sending a black and white out there to issue a ticket and tow a car. That's not a problem. But we don't want to have to address those calls all the time. We don't want to continue to do that. So for me, that's a big issue. I don't know what say we have as a commission up here. And I think that also creates, with the assigned spots, some really big complications for the ADA parking. I like that you've accommodated ADA units in there, but I think if those get filled, and we would want to have, if this development goes through, those spots filled, we got to have that flexibility, and I think you do that with unassigned parking. There are some comments maybe that I can address about taxes and taxpayers and folks being transient. Those folks that are renting those units are indirectly paying taxes. In fact, they're probably paying more than we are because they're non-homestead taxes paid for by the developer every year that go through the rent. So the property does generate tax dollars. Those renting in the building are paying for taxes in their rent. And I will reject any notion that because you happen to be a renter for whatever reason, by choice, by income, that you're not an equal member of this community. I reject that idea on the surface. My grandparents sold their house and moved into an apartment similar to this and lived there for 30 years. And I would like to think that they were a vested member of the community. I could tell you stories about my grandparents, but we don't have time for that. But the idea that folks are transient and that they don't have a vested interest in the community, I think is a little bit of a misnomer. There's some interesting research you can find out there. You can look up Collier's, but you can also go to independent studies out there that talk about safety and property values with multifamily adjacent to neighborhoods. I get it. Like, the thought is that folks that move into those properties are, going to commit crime, or it's going to create more safety issues and things of that nature. A lot of the data out there, because we have to look at facts, shows that that's not the case. In fact, often the opposite is true. I also, it was very disheartening to hear that the idea that people needing housing of other than single-family housing are somehow, turned into whores and prostitutes. I think that's a very alarming and ignorant statement. Perhaps I'm less familiar with those types of situations and those kinds of people, but I think it's very disingenuous and very ignorant to categorically judge people based on their housing and afflict them with labels as such. So my issue is the density is always the question. The parking in this one is a little lean for me. But, I would be more open to taking a look at it if the assigned parking wasn't there. I agree with my colleagues, if we have an opportunity to shave a corner off to make it safer on the exit to 11 Mile, I think that's, you only get one bite at the apple, I think is what Commissioner Douglas always says. We talk about that with our sign debates here, and I think if there's an opportunity to redevelop the property, we should take care of those things. And then the real question is it too dense or not too dense? Again, we have the same situation where these are smaller apartments. They're 27 units, but they could easily be 12 two-bedroom units. So I think we have to look at things not just in terms of the real impacts to the surrounding area, but the overall impact to the city and the overall impact to our growing needs for our aging in place, needs and demographics.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, Ms. Beakey?
I'll just, again, tag team on that a little bit. Again, to me, the size of the units is very good. Many people live with 2 or 3 people. This is not driving people, I'm talking about kids, in units that size, which is reasonable. Again, for me, it's the lack of green space around it, so the setback overall, and then the overall number of units. And speaking of 2 bedrooms versus 1 bedroom, that actually might cut down on the need for parking, because even single people sometimes rent 2 bedrooms. So I think it's too many units. I'd like to see the 10% green at least, and I would like to address some of the neighbors' issues with overlooking any other properties, and if that's the case. I do appreciate the intentionality of the design and the inset balconies and those kinds of things. So there's a lot of good features here I like. I just think it's a little bit too big and overstretching on this 10% green space, and also, again, the neighborhood concerns with height with nearby houses, which is an architectural thing that's common, right, to look at the height versus the distance from other structures nearby. So again, I like the multifamily, a lot of good things about it, but I'm not sure this is quite the right scale yet for the spot.
All right, anybody else? Is that Mr. Elson?
The biggest problem with this building is it doesn't have enough parking, or it has too many apartments. A simple solution would be cut a floor off, make it 3-story. Then you bring your numbers of your apartments down, your parking already works. But that's a simplistic solution. You guys have put your plan together based on return on investment and done all the studies. But you take a floor off, you lose eight units, and get you down to 20 something, and you've got enough parking for that. But it's got to make sense for you. But anyway, that's really that's something you guys need to decide. I'm not supportive. The building's either the building's too big or the parking's too small. And so you got to fix that. But it's been very unsettling up here tonight, because the meeting started off on the wrong foot anyways, where the public commenters come up and tell us, accuse the mayor of taking graft, and come up and I was accused of being rude, and maybe all those things are true, but you know what? You guys are not the nicest people in the world.
For the record, not all those things are true.
And we sit up here and we constantly have to ask you to quiet down so we can conduct business, because it is a business meeting. It's not a pep rally or anything like that. It's certainly not a campaign event. So we've got to sit here and listen to people put their campaign speeches out there, which is totally improper for this type of environment. But it's going to happen. That's the nature of people. But it is hard to sit up here and watch heads go back and forth, because I know you're not agreeing with us. And then when the mayor is listing off, this is what we have right now. This is what can happen, and with no changes, this is what can go there. You guys are no. Okay, well, then let's not change the master plan. I mean, you guys don't want to change the master plan because it allows the stuff you want, but we can't get rid of these things until we change the master plan. So, it's 6 of one, half dozen the other. What do you want us to do? But going back to this plan, I can't be supportive of this plan as it is right now. It needs to get smaller. Parking needs to get bigger.
All right. Anybody else before it's my turn? I'm going to try not to take too long. But I do need to address something. One of the things that we heard very explicitly from the members of the public was one specific question. Why would you even consider this? There's a good reason why we would consider this, because the petitioner has a duty, he has a right to come before us and ask for this relief. He puts his petition on, and we up here have a duty to consider it. That's our duty. And if you look on page 8 of 9 of the petition, or the packet here that our department put together, there's a bunch of criteria that we have a duty to consider. And if you look at those criteria, for the most part, these guys meet those criteria for the most part. Now, they don't meet all of them. I'll get to that. But this is how the system works. And if any, for me, I never make up my mind before I hear the petitioner, I hear Mr. Twing, and I hear you. And for me, a commissioner who shows up without listening to the petitioner before they make up their mind, or doesn't listen to the public before they make up their mind, to me that's a dereliction of duty. I never make up my mind until I hear all you folks, okay? So that's why we consider it, because that's our duty. Okay, now, getting to this one. This property is really not a general business property. It's in the future land use, it says residential, mixed use or residential. This is the perfect type of project to go here. In fact, if multifamily went there, all four corners of this intersection would be multifamily. Okay, so it's perfect for that. I have four problems with this. I do like, let me say this, what I like about it, I like the way it's turned, I like the way it's facing 11 Mile. It seems like it was a good idea to me to exit on Phillips only. I like the way the building looks. I don't like the fact that it's only 4% green space. I don't like the site corner. I don't like the fact that they showed up with a photometric plan that doesn't work. That's a red flag to me. And the parking situation is a problem. The amber on 11, some of those units there's a lot of 300 square foot units in that building, and they have one. People keep saying these are small, 665 to 725 square feet. I don't know how small. Listen, my first house in Royal Oak, I only had 980 square feet and I had 4 kids. Mm-hmm. So to me, that is not small. Okay, that's a good size for a couple people. So I think that it's very, very probable that the parking is not adequate. I would entertain a motion if somebody said you gotta meet the height, you gotta meet the lighting, you gotta meet the corner, and you have to meet the green space. Then I would think about supporting it, but without those, I won't. All right, anybody else want to speak? Mr. Twining, council. Anybody else want to make a motion?
Can I address those items, or?
Excuse me?
Can I address some of those items for the public, for the board members?
Yes, come on up.
Okay. So, listening obviously to the public and the board members, there are some items that we would love to address and even alter, fix, correct for those who. For those items, I also would agree on how we can make the site better. There is one item that is very difficult. As of developments and the cost of construction today, everyone says, oh, it will go down, it will go down, it will go down every year. It's not going down. Single-family residence in Royal Oak, 5-6 years ago was $500,000 for sale for 5,000 square foot, or for 2,500 to 3,000 square foot. They're going for 700,000. For those residents who lived here 5 years, 20, 30, 40 years. For those who mentioned that, this is not what we want in the city of Royal Oak, it is very unfair for someone who just graduated college and is working down the street in downtown Royal Oak, those offices buildings that are many developers, which I'm assuming one of the residents mentioned that he's next door to me. He also owns a 7,800 square foot unit office building. Just to the west of me, 2 doors down, address 512 11 Mile Road, 6,000 square foot building. It's on the market for almost $2 million. It's been on the market for 365 days per CoStar, which is a development, which is a real estate pro platform. Almost 1 year for sale. I don't think anything is occupied in that building. Completely office. 6,000 square foot building, and I believe the neighbor to the east of me is 7,800 square feet, and he mentioned 6 units. Again, I want to make sure I'm saying this correctly because he mentioned 6 units. I believe he's the guy next door. That's not apartment building, 6 units. That's office.
I apologize, but sorry. That's a lot of context, but it's not about this particular thing. And again, it's almost 11 p.m. If we don't make some, I can't
so
focus on whatever this is.
There are items we would like to modify. The corner clearance is something we can change easily. Keeping that 4 foot was, we thought, something that the city, the 11 Mile Road corridor would actually be beneficial. So that's actually something we can modify. The reserved parking was something that's always been driven by other cities. If City of Royal Oak says, hey, you know what, we'd rather have it just be open where in regards to permanent parking or other adjustments, we can make those adjustments as well. The Phillips Street, our plan does show a right out only. If needed of a right curb only, rather than those who heading south, those are adjustments that can be made for development. What can't be changed is the density. I mean, this is driven construction. This is not cheap properties. I mean, if somebody's selling their property for $2 million and it's half the size of this, you know, I'm not sure if there's any development, multifamily development on 11 Mile Road or anywhere in the city that did not meet the like 4 units for this particular site without any variances. I don't see how anybody who's ever came to this board and not asked for variances. I mean, to build 4 units on something like this, it's physically impossible for either myself, the future, or even the past. So I'd like to see what projects came forward here, multifamily, met the minimum requirements or met all the requirements in regards to setbacks, parking, density, heights. For those few projects I mentioned earlier today, those were all reconditional zoning, which it's happened before, and PUDs. But we are willing to make those adjustments. Of course, modifying the photometric plan to meet the requirements, absolutely.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Cantina.
I just want to ask a quick question. If, this is to Mr. Twing, if the recommendation was for denial for this project, am I understanding it correctly that the project could not come back substantially similar for another year?
Well, again, you're making a recommendation to the city commission. So the city commission will have final say. So.
Got it. Okay. Based on that and based on what was discussed tonight and sort of all the commissioners expressing where their pain points are, would we, I guess, have a discussion around entertaining no action, allowing the applicant to make appropriate changes as they see fit in an attempt to try to bring something back that is received a little bit better?
You did postpone the one on Greenfield for a month and ask them to bring back revisions, which they brought back to this evening. You have the same right with this petitioner to ask them to make revisions and bring it back, if that's your prerogative as a board.
Yeah, the only reason I bring it up is it seems like generally we're supportive of this use on this property, perhaps not this proposal or this design. With the benefit of all the discussions tonight, I think it'd be appropriate to consider giving the applicant the opportunity to address those and bring the project back to us. It's a question to the group.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that, there was a lot of discussion from the neighborhood. There was some technical discussion up here regarding a number of different issues. One of the things that, also, so I agree, the green space is going to be important. Being articulate and clear when it comes to community benefits in terms of sustainability, environmental sensitivity. Yes, you mentioned all these things like it's going to be electric and all that, but I think you have to, go further. It's a serious value that we embrace here. And, the arguments can't always be just one-sided to the fact that, oh, well, it's density and people can live here and afford to live here. Well, okay, but we have to make sure we do it in an environmental sustainable way. And what that means in terms of it's lower density, higher density, or whatever, that's on the burden on you to figure out. I can tell you that, for us, understanding that information is helpful. I think the lighting is key. We have a photometric plan that isn't, reflective of what you've proposed, at least verbally, so it would be helpful to see exactly what that is. We don't want to approve or not approve things based on, a verbal acknowledgement for something like that. The parking, I take a real serious look at. You heard a lot of good feedback tonight about parking, and I think that's a really important thing to consider. You heard some comments on density. Take a consideration of that. But I would hate to torpedo something and give a negative recommendation if the petitioner is willing to make changes. I think that this body should afford the opportunity to see what those changes are and, vote no, vote yes, mixed vote, whatever it is. But it would be awkward to send something to the city commission and then the petitioner brings something different to the city commission and creates confusion without the planning board taking a look at it. So I think the recommendation from Mr. Gantina is appropriate and just, and I would recommend we move down that path.
Speaking.
And again, and if we are moving down that path, taking into consideration, again, everything heard tonight, the setbacks, the green space, green roof might be part of it, the species of plants. You mentioned several developments in Royal Oak that were built in previous years. We're in a different era now. We have our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. Take a look at that. We are looking to, again, preserve our neighborhoods as well as that density, so it has to be done in a very context-based situation. And so you did some of that in terms of putting 3 units in the back and stuff, but listening to the neighbors and such, I think there's more to do there. Again, I'm for multifamily here if it fits in the space properly, and it's going to be appropriate for the neighborhood.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I'm going to push back a little bit on, adding sustainability features to this. I mean, the developer has brought us a proposal. There are some thoughtful energy saving and sustainable practices in here, but to start throwing green roofs out there and asking for those sorts of additions, I think we can't ask him for anything. He may voluntarily choose to bring back a revised plan, but I mean, I just want to be clear that we're not, I don't want to see us inventing tons of new things for him to voluntarily add to his plan.
No, I apologize. I meant as a reference point, as a document that didn't exist when those other buildings were made, and that just the reference to native plants and those kind of things.
Oh.
I'm not trying to impose it, I was just suggesting it.
Okay.
All right, so we've had a little discussion here about postponing it. I'm going to just comment that what I heard the petitioner say, and if he wants to respond to that, was that the units can't be reduced. And it may be possible that there's no way to put multifamily on this site without that many units. That's possible. I don't know. I haven't looked at the numbers, but if that's the case, there's no point to push it off if we can't change the unit. From my point of view, I think that number of units is part of the problem. Maybe it can't be done. I don't know.
Well, in that case, he would refuse or decide not to come back with an alternative.
Right. All right, somebody would have to make a motion to go down this path, would they not? They'd have to make a motion to table this till next meeting.
Postpone it to a future meeting.
Not table, postpone. Did you?
I think Woody's
Yep,
had his hand up.
I will move to postpone action on this item until our next meeting or when the applicant feels that they are prepared to bring it back.
And I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion that's been made by Mr. Gantina to postpone the decision till next month or when the applicant is prepared to come back, seconded by Commissioner Douglas. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
Can we make sure that we all get
Okay. Please. Is there any more discussion? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. You're postponed. All right, next order of business. This is SB 2309-14. It's a site plan on Delamere, 5061 Delamere. Well, you know what? We're going to wait for the shuffling there, and then we'll get into it.
No, don't worry. Part of the fun. Can we make a special meeting for the master plan a different day? I'm just standing up. More water.
Yes. Okay, I guess we're going to take a 5-minute break. This has been a long meeting, so that's all.
Will you be addressing the master plan this evening?
Yes. Yeah.
See you in town.
Yes. Oops. Yes.
There's definitely a disconnect without even in our digital age. Okay, can you get back to the
Okay, we're back on the record, folks. If we can have a seat, and we'll bring it back for the next item on the agenda if we can. All right. Could we? Okay. All right, very good.
Your chance, Mr.
Don't blame
Harrison.
Okay, back on the record.
Okay,
So we're at SP 2309 1/4 is a site plan for 5061 Delamere Avenue, and we're going to have Mr. Twing tell us about it.
Very succinctly, the property is zoned general industrial. It is on the southwest corner of Delamere and Torquay. It's just east of the Oakland Tech Center. The petitioner is proposing an addition of 6,757 square feet based on the exterior dimensions of the proposed addition. With that addition, the total building would be about 12,848 square feet, the two of them together. The intent is for countertops and stone countertops, and for the contractor to, part of the building would be warehouse, mostly the new addition. The existing building would be divided into processing and other operations for the building. Based on those uses in the area, staff determined that the required number of parking spaces would be 21. 16 are provided on the site plan that's before you. So condition 1 of the site plan would need the ZBA action to grant that variance. The second item is potentially a variance depending on what the Planning Commission does with requiring a screen wall along Delamere between the along the property line. If you do require any sort of screening along there, the dimensional requirements for the parking space in the drive lane will not exceed or will not meet the minimum standards. That's really your decision to make as part of the approval. It's listed as condition 2 and could impact the need of variance for the maneuvering aisle or the depth of the parking spaces along that area. They could also modify the parking angle to approximately 53 degrees or less, and the maneuvering aisle would only need to be 12 feet. So depending on where you want to go with that in terms of requirements as part of the site plan review, all the rest of the contingencies are standard contingencies regarding lighting, signage, and right-of-way permits.
All right. Is there any questions for Mr. Twing? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to ask for the petitioner to come forward, introduce yourself, tell us why you're entitled to the relief you seek.
My name is Frank Tomo. I'm the developer of the property. The owner, he's right behind me. So the owner has been at 4830 Delmeyer down the street since 2015. He was leasing there. Currently just recently purchased this property, renovated the current building, and that was part of phase 1. And now doing an addition to expand his business and looking to stay in the city and, you know, long term. So he needs a space to, you know, expand his business and able to store more product to present to his customers. From my understanding, the parking did meet the ordinance criteria based on it being industrial. I believe it's 1,000 square feet per parking spot. And we have a really small showroom that required 500 square feet per spot. We worked with Doug from the planning department, and we had, throughout the whole process, there was guidance on all the items that we added and so on and so forth. So I'll kind of open it up to any other questions.
All right, are there questions for the petitioner or for Mr. Twain? Commissioner Douglas.
Do you have customers visiting the site, or is it strictly employees and workers?
We have 2 or 3 employees, I believe, and I can confirm that with the owner. But we do have a small showroom that's, I believe, around 1,500 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
So they visit the showroom and they see the samples there.
Right.
The bigger space is more for storage, mostly, and some areas for, you know, fabrication.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Cantino.
The new proposed additional storage space and fabrication, are you going to be having additional employees added to the current count based on that space?
The current space that's there currently is for fabrication and the showroom. This is only for storage to add more product.
Thank you.
Okay, just the addition is only for storage?
Correct.
Okay.
Mainly.
All right, other questions for the petitioner? A couple more questions. So that's your storage is going to be inside. You don't need, right now there's an exterior outdoor, sort of a storage outdoor area. You don't need that. It's going to be indoors.
We could leave this product outside, but it'd be a lot cleaner to leave it inside. That's why we're enclosing it.
All right. Are there other questions for the petitioner? Okay, this is not a public hearing, so go ahead.
I'll just make a comment related to the comments we made earlier about the selection of your landscaping materials. That if you would consider not having flowering pears, using the ones that are more native to the region, that sort of thing, that would be of interest. And then just to re-ask about the parking. So the amount of parking that's being provided is sufficient for both your employees and your customers?
16 parking is what we were required with us working with the planning department. And we worked with Doug, and I don't have the exact calculation in front of me.
No, not from a calculation perspective, from a work perspective. Is it sufficient for, do you see it sufficient for what
absolutely.
You need for your employees and your visitors?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
we have half the parking down the street, and we've been there since they've been there since 2015.
Right, so it's plenty.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, because you only have 1 or 2 customers at a time.
Yeah.
And total employees are 3 total.
Okay, so you're basing that comment on empirical experience with this business?
Yeah, and like I said, we've been down at 4830 since 2015, same street, couple blocks down.
Well, just for clarification, Doug ran these numbers. What's required here, I can pull up the plan, is the area that's hatched out is calculated at 1 space for every 400 square feet. The warehouse is calculated at 1 for every 1,000. Based on that determination, which is in your thing, they need 21 spots. They don't need, and they're only providing 16.
Yeah, there was a misunderstanding, because I thought we were sufficient. Only for the showroom, it's 1 for every 400 square feet. Behind that showroom, it's workspace. It's fabrication space. So
yes, that's processing, and that's calculated at 1 to 400. It's not at 1 to 1,000.
Oh, it's not 1 to 1,000? From my understanding, it was 1 to 1,000, because it's for only employees. So, but we can, I guess, I'm not here to argue. That's what I was told.
Okay.
Well, I don't know who told you that, because Doug wrote the memo, so.
Yeah, I mean, fine.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Twing. Can you just explain to me, the way the parking is set up here, it appears to me that the cars there would be some parking that is now going to be exposed because I guess, stop myself. You're going to demolish the existing wall there. That's the sort of the masonry wall that's on the south side of the property. Is that the idea?
Right
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna demolish that wall, correct?
Okay, so you'll have cars parking there, but you don't have currently any sort of screening along Delamere in your design.
No, we don't.
Okay, and so that's something that we planning commissioners can decide to approve or not approve?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Is it required to have screening typically? Just curious.
It's up to them.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it's something required or...
Okay. Is there any other questions for the petitioner? For Mr. Twing, or a discussion, or a motion? Mr. Gantian?
I guess I do have a question about the screening issue, and I apologize, I did not go to the site physically today, but as I'm looking at the Google Street View, there is a fence shown, sort of on Delamere and the adjacent street. Yeah, I guess in the area where the proposed warehouse addition would be, is that still there?
Currently, yes.
Okay, and that doesn't, would that be going away with the addition?
Yes.
Are we removing all the fence?
This wall here that's depicted on, this site plan has the existing conditions. There is parking along the east side of the existing building. There is no screen wall along the sidewalk along Delamere. This south area is an outside storage area. It's pretty much gravel, and there's a screen wall around that.
That's what I'm
If you
referring
look
to.
at the proposed addition, all of that disappears because that's where the addition is going. The screen wall goes away. They're adding a row of parking. They're adding parking on the south end and a dumpster, and then the warehouse area is being put in there.
Microphone be used?
She can't hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm sorry, I don't want to confuse this, but I want a more of a clarification there. The current fence that's there is some sort of masonry, looks like a cast concrete.
It's a precast, yep.
Precast concrete. Are you going to take the entire wall down, or are you going to leave the wall facing south?
Are we leaving the back or all of it down? Yeah, we're taking the entire wall down.
Okay. All right, so, very good, that's what I was wondering. Then you would have no screening around here, but we would have discretion to go, and you're next to another parking lot, but, okay, very good. Mr. Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a stake truck or delivery truck or something that's got to be parked on site that would take up some of the parking spaces?
Not usually just...
Park inside?
Yeah, we have a truck area that you can pull inside.
And it's inside the building?
Yeah,
Okay, I just don't want to take
completely
away any
inside.
of the outside spots for a service truck.
It wouldn't block. We have, if you look at the new building where it says EX asphalt pavement, there's a door there that they would enter into.
Okay.
All the way into the building.
So are we. Yeah. All right. Commissioner Douglas.
So I have a question for Mr. Twing. So your staff report suggested that if they were to use angle parking along the east side, they could get away with a 12-foot driving lane. It just does seem to me, and I would like to see them put a screening wall, low screening wall there, but I can just see cases of people backing out of those parking spaces and backing into the screening wall. And I might suggest shrubbery, but shrubbery is even thicker than a screening wall, so it's still going to get damaged. So I don't quite know what to do about that.
Ms. Beakey.
I'm a little confused. I thought the screening walls were primarily to keep headlights out of the eyes of like residents and apartments, but this is an industrial area, so there are no residents or apartments, right? Right, so I feel like we don't need a screening wall. I mean, the purpose of screening wall is not to have a wall, the purpose is to screen from lights, but this is not that kind of area. Am I
Well, it's a
misunderstanding?
little bit of headlights, and it's also a little bit of to keep them off the sidewalk.
Right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I think with the screening wall, I mean, I understand, keeping them off the sidewalk and, given the tight space here anyways, and given the current condition there is right now, the current, if no changes are done, there isn't a screening wall there, at least on the front part, I don't believe. But you're looking at, an area that has a warehouse on the other side of the street, on the other side of Delamere. I imagine most of that showroom traffic happens during the day. I mean, yeah, you could have early night, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. People are pulling forward into the parking spot, backing out. I think there's a greater risk of folks backing into that. That's my biggest pet peeve is some of our, especially our masonry screen walls, they're damaged throughout the entire city, and they technically put them back together, but it looks like just a horrible patchwork. Not that this is, in a marquee area where a lot of people drive by and would have a negative reflection of our community, but the idea of people backing into that wall, that's, I guess, where we have to exercise some reasonable judgment here as a planning commission.
All right.
Oh, and I think too, the parking, I mean, I understand the equation. I like the idea that the vehicles are parked inside and typically they'll be out for delivery, I imagine, during the day. They don't spend a lot of time on site. They're work trucks. If they are, you're probably not running a successful enough business to build a warehouse. So I assume that those trucks are on the road all the time making you money. And so, again, a little bit of discretion given the fact that it's a smaller operation, small number of employees. Yes, it does processing and all of that stuff, but we're talking about a lot of space dedicated with a few people to process big items like countertops and stuff. So I think some discretion can be lent in that regard. But those are my thoughts out of the gate.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the site plan, including conditions 1 and eliminating provision 2, the screening wall, and then including 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Douglas to approve the site plan with the contingencies as listed 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Second by Mr. Gantina. Is there discussion? Okay, I have a comment here. You didn't give us a photometric plan, but one of the contingencies is you have to meet the lighting requirements. In these sorts of places, these sorts of developments, oftentimes people are very loosey-goosey. They just pop a lamp on the wall and it sprays out all over the place. That's not allowed. Okay.
Now we'll follow code and make sure.
Yeah.
We do a proper photometric plan for the lighting.
So it just takes a little attention and somebody who knows what they're doing to make it safe and attractive.
I understand.
Okay. Any other discussion about the motion? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. I'm going to call for a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go get some sleep.
Good night. All right, next order of business is new business item 3, SP 230915. It's a site plan at 3107 Rochester Road. Mr. Twain.
This is at the corner of Rochester Road and Bloomfield Boulevard. The property is zoned mixed use 2. The existing building is proposed to be renovated. It's approximately 1,473 square feet. It would require a total of 6 parking spaces. Part of the proposed site plan is to construct a new parking lot. That parking lot would actually have 26 spaces in it, so they far exceed the parking requirements. They are proposing some storm detention on the north side of the site and a screening wall along the west property line and the proposed dumpster enclosure. You will see that the staff has recommended pretty much standard contingencies with the landscaping as proposed on site. And I guess that's it.
Any questions for Mr. Twing? Okay, I don't have any. Is the petitioner here and their architect? Yes, he is. Please approach.
Good evening.
Introduce yourself and tell us why you're entitled to the relief you're seeking.
Hi, I'm Mike Gordon from Moisey Gordon Associates Architects. I'm here today representing the owner, Alan Dubois, how do you say that? From North Oaks Dental, and Robert Hergott is here, and Jim Sharp, the civil engineer. We're all here to answer questions. We think this is a pretty straightforward plan. It was a dental center. We're turning it into an orthopedic. Through our experience, they need more spaces than what are required, and some of these spaces are going to be used by another facility up the street. So we're seeking that relief, and everything else complies. We've worked with the planning department, and we think that this is a good reuse of the building and fits well within the community. So if you have any questions for us, we're happy to answer.
Are there questions for the petitioner from the panel? Please introduce yourself.
Yes. I'm Alvin DeBoule. I'm the owner of North Oaks Dental, a couple buildings over. I've been there since 2010, and the practice, has grown throughout the years because of the great community we have. I have an orthodontist in my office already. It's an orthodontic office within my practice. So we're going to be moving the orthodontic practice to this building because that area has grown and there's a lot of need for orthodontics. Right now, I employ about 18 people in my practice, and I purchased this property several years ago for parking mainly, so that my employees can park there and my patients can park in our parking lot. So that's why we're proposing the additional parking. With 4 chairs for the orthodontic office, that's 4 patients in the room sitting there, plus maybe 5 to 6 patients in the waiting room, plus about 7 employees. So we need, for this business, to have about 17 parking spots to sustain that. The other 10 parking spots will be for my staff from North Oaks Dental to park there as well. So that's why we're proposing the extra parking.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions for the petitioner? Comments? Don't go away, just in case. Or a motion? I will say this, my wife is one of your patients and she's very pleased, so. And this is right around the corner from my house, and it's a very odd thing that you're coming in here and say, we need a bunch of parking, we don't. Yeah, it's very opposite, but anyways.
Well, it's really convenient for the patients, and we don't want to work great with the neighbors, we don't want to park in the streets or anything like that, so it worked out pretty well.
All right, and yeah, looks good. Looks good to me. Anyways, I can't make a motion though, so.
Gary, do you
is
need
there
public comment?
No, this is site plan.
Okay.
No public comment, so.
You lucked out.
Any other comments, questions for the petitioner, questions for Mr. Twing, or a motion on the site plan?
So.
You're going to design the, what's that? Oh, yes.
I'll move approval of the site plan with the standard contingencies presented here.
I'll support this, changing a dentist office to a dentist office.
All right, we have a motion to approve the site plan with the listed contingencies 1 through 6, second by Mr. Ellison. Is there any further discussion of the motion? Mr. Mayor.
I was going to brace myself for
no.
great oral arguments, and I'm convinced to support it.
Okay, very good. All right, any other
comments? That one
comments?
since last night.
Yes. Any other comments or questions or jokes? Mr. Gantina.
Well, I'll just make one comment. We're significantly increasing the impervious area here, which I'm not necessarily thrilled about, but you are proposing more parking than what you need, it is because your business has been successful, you are staying in the community. This is allowing you to do it. You're putting in the proper stormwater infrastructure. So the only thing I think that could add to what you propose is if you had some sort of pervious paving in that parking lot, but I'm certainly not going to impose that condition on you. I think what you brought is great. So I'll support it.
Thank you. All right. So I got to remember correctly here. We had a motion to approve, and then we had a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call for the voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your support. We have a lot of support from your community and from the city, and we'd love to have you all in our office one day.
Good luck. Thank you.
All right. Okay, next order of business is Royal Oak Master Plan direction. We have our DPZ available, or introduce what we got going here, Tim.
Well, Mr. Murphy will handle the introductions on it, I believe, unless Matt went to sleep and went somewhere.
It's only 9 o'clock.
He's in New York.
He's on the list.
He's somewhere else. And then Paul is here from McKenna. So with Joseph, I think we'll do the lead into the discussion.
Please proceed.
The DPZ's suggested direction forward is the culmination of public input, data, and analysis. And it follows up on the results of the master plan charrette, which was the week-long charrette, which was held in May. It's their modified suggested direction forward. It's not a first draft of the master plan. So repeat, it's not a first draft of the master plan. As stated in the document, it's intended to be the source for another community-wide survey. So the Planning Commission must determine if the components that are in the suggested direction forward are enough to solicit public input via that survey. Alternatively, if the Planning Commission can determine if components that are in the suggested direction forward should be removed prior to issuing that survey. The survey is in advance of the first draft of the master plan, therefore there's no predetermined components or elements associated with the master plan. Today, the Planning Commission can modify, affirm, alter, eliminate any of the suggested direction forward elements. The Planning Commission staff and DPZ have and will continue to solicit public input, read, and hear all public comments that we receive. Prior to the distribution of the survey, we'll continue to clarify to the public the meaning and the purpose of a master plan, and we intend on doing that through direct mailers to residents. We have coming up in October the Royal Oak Today, and that's a publication that goes to every single household within the city, and the master plan will be the featured element of that publication. We'll also have news articles, social media releases, and display ads to help continue the education on what the master plan is and what it is not. So the master plan does establish an aspirational vision for the city's future, and it provides steps to realize that vision. It does inform future rulemaking and development decisions. It's a guide for future changes to the zoning ordinance. However, it does not change the zoning ordinance. The master plan itself is not the vehicle for rezoning a property or multiple properties. The process of developing a new master plan will include further public input and review, such as the suggested survey, and continued public participation will ensure the opposite, again, of a predetermined outcome. So continued public input is critical to this process. And we have, as you can see, with us, we have Matt Lambert from DPZ. He's able to provide you today with an overview of the modest differences from the suggested direction forward that was presented to you for your July meeting. And he can highlight on some of the things that have been modified based on the public comments that we've been receiving.
All right, I guess, so I'm a little bit curious about what is the interaction between ourselves and the survey. So is DPZ going to explain that? I guess I'd like a little further information on it.
Well, I would suggest that we let Matt highlight the differences from, we'll call it the first version that you saw of their suggested direction forward in July, and the public saw, versus the version that's presented to you tonight. I think it's wise for him to highlight those differences, and then we can delve into whether the Planning Commission thinks there are things that should be removed from the suggested direction forward before we move forward to a survey, or if you feel it has the necessary components as is, to simply solicit the public via the survey. Then we can have a little bit of a conversation with regard to the survey itself. But I think it's critical that we understand the revised or modified suggestion forward first.
All right, we'll do that then. Is our professionals ready to present?
Sure. I don't have much because it's late and there's not a ton that's necessarily different. So I can explain really all of it in what we have here, which is a series of updates to this document, which is prior to writing a first draft for the master plan direction based on where we've been. I do put up the potential basis for a future land use map because we have made some changes there. And I'll touch on that a little bit here in terms of the updates. We've received comments and recommendations from some planning commission members, had meetings, have logged public input at public meetings, and also public input through the master plan website. So there are basically two categories that I have here up top, sort of primary updates in the document that we've provided, and then below items that will make a lot of sense to be in the first draft of the master plan, which we haven't begun to work on yet. And I think a big distinction, and I see this both in some questions coming from the Planning Commission, as well as comments and questions from the public through the website, many are related to the complexity of a lot of the topics that we're addressing in a master plan. The summary document, the master plan direction, where we would like to begin moving forward from, is very limited in its scope and in depth, because it's really identifying the subject matter that from here we should provide in detail for, and then from providing that level of detail have further discussions and evaluation with this body, further public input, and so forth. So, just to clearly state, there will be a first draft. The first draft of the master plan will more fully encompass all the details within anything proposed, and that will be available for public comment. And we will discuss this with you all, with the Planning Commission, in a public forum, and take input there. Revise based on all of that input, provide an additional draft for more input. So there are a lot of touch points along the way. So what did we update in this document? A lot of it's text, and there's a lot of text, so you may not pick up on all those pieces. So really the primary points are, as Joseph pointed out, the master plan does not rezone. We will continue to try to provide clarity in the difference between future land use and zoning. It can be a little bit confusing. The master plans do deal with zoning issues to a degree, but they don't direct them. Those are all decisions that are made further down the line, as you can see in the existing master plan. Further clarity that, as we've stated numerous times, and will continue to state and continue to stand behind, that we are not proposing changes to single-family zoning in neighborhoods. There was public input on the fact that we had differentiated two different neighborhood categories. We've collapsed them into one, tried to clarify in the language that recognizes the fact that yes, today there are some historic duplexes and small multifamily buildings in some existing neighborhoods, but that this is not proposing that can continue as a practice going forward, or that there be new instances of those types. So trying to clarify that. We also changed the names and the descriptions of those future land use categories. This is early before the first draft, and certainly those initial categories were confusing. So we've revised those, and we'll continue to revise those with input going forward. Not only were there some questions related to the degree of single family, of multifamily duplex townhouses and such, but also some questions that were received considering the what we now have named the neighborhood edge, previously that sort of like flex corridor piece, even from commercial property owners that logged in through the website for some comments. So we provided clarity there. We have reduced the mapping of some of the neighborhood edge areas. We've provided clarification of various terms in text and charts. It's not quite the glossary that we've been asked for a greater and more clear description of a lot of the plenary sort of wonky stuff that comes out in these sorts of documents, but is moving in that direction. That'll take time, and that is something that we can do in the first draft. And then there's a number of other corrections and adjustments throughout the text. Now, a number of items of feedback, both from the Planning Commission and from the public, are things that we very much appreciate. And in the scope and scale of this document, which is to say, what are the issues, solutions, problem spaces that we should be addressing in the first draft of the master plan in greater detail, that there's not a lot of space here to provide that. That's really the whole goal of the next steps of the process. And so some of those, as I mentioned, this sort of glossary, what do we mean when we say mobility and transportation, and what are the components of housing costs, and what does proximity mean, and all sorts of other concepts that are common for planners, not common for most people. So that's a piece there. There were a lot of questions, I think, regarding the growth projections, housing supply, also what are the components of housing costs. And these are actually pretty complex topics. So we don't have a lot of space necessarily to detail all of those. We certainly have heard both from the commission and the public, further clarity is desired, some questions about those details, and so we're identifying in this direction that these are subjects that we should provide more information in, but our work going forward should further analyze and detail both the projections, supply, and then the components of costs and how this all works together in terms of what's allowed from a future land use standpoint. And I think there was further detail that's really asked about almost everything else that is detailed in this document, which is fair because this is a summary, it's not a full master plan document. And the whole purpose from here to the next step is to flesh out all of these details into understandable and sort of fully complete initial draft elements of a plan for consideration. So there's also the comparison between what the current land use and future land use means. There's some questions related to what is currently allowed in zoning in places, and what do we mean in terms of future land use? And so that certainly needs detail. That's something that we feel is an important thing to focus on in the first draft. Also, illustrations of what do future land use categories mean? Like, here's a map, but what does that actually mean in 3 dimensions? How does that actually work on a block, on a street? And then also, what does that mean in terms of adjacencies? We certainly have heard lots of concern about the adjacency of new development to existing neighborhoods and housing. And there are very specific aspects about how in places where there is growth projected, that rules can be set up to minimize the impacts of growth, right? Like today, you don't have the rules in place that would really allow for that compatibility. And this is looking at really what those rules might be. And a big piece of that is, I would say overall, and a few of you mentioned in some of the prior discussions this evening, that we've identified in this process that the way things are working today are confusing, and that there's a lot of difficulties associated with that. And what we'd like to do is to identify where specifically growth should occur and in what format, and to make it easier for growth to occur in those places in that format that has identified to the extent possible compatibility with areas around it. And that is not everywhere. That is in very limited places. So we've made adjustments to try to clarify that as much as possible within this document, but recognizing this document is limited in its scale and its scope, and each of these topics is pretty complex and will require a greater degree of analysis and clarity, but not so much in writing an essay on every topic, but going into all the detail analysis, adjacencies, and providing in as plain a way possible an understanding of what this means in terms of change and what it doesn't mean in terms of change. And again, pointing out that it does not mean rezoning of single-family neighborhoods. That is not the purpose. I think that was one of the first things that we've identified in this process, and will continue to point out. But I think a big piece of this as well is that when first draft is produced, that first draft will have public input, will be in this forum for review. There will be a second draft. Same process. So we have a lot of touch points, and that gets to what Joseph was ending on is, what are the communications and outreach to increase participation in the process. And so we identify that through comments, not only from the commission but also from the public, and ways that we can continue that by the mailers, as mentioned, by social media, and by other physical advertisements. But also we've identified that there is a continued need to reach out to other populations that are not involved as much as we would like. And so we've identified a number of those and intend to expand that outreach going forward. So I think I'm not going to go into much more than that. As I said, many of the updates were text-based, so it doesn't mean that they're insubstantial. It just means that it might be hard to pick that out from the overall text in this document. But the goals, as I stated, have been to clarify what is intended and what is not intended here, to get into the process of drafting a first draft, which will have much more detail and analysis and specificity that at this point in time has not been produced based on the outcomes of what we've done today. So here we're looking from a direction standpoint, and as Joseph pointed out, we'd like to take the sort of main points, nothing that's not in the in the direction, but the main points to ask the public more specifically about those going forward. So that's really about it, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm going to jump right in and ask you a couple questions. I'd like you to explain what the anticipated timeline is for reaching the point where you might be doing a first draft. I'm not going to hold you to it, but I'd like some concept, and I'd like to know how the survey that we just heard about factors into that and the purpose of it and what to expect from that.
Yeah, sure. First draft would be spring. Early spring. Survey would be basically over the holidays through the end of the year. And the point of the survey is to get as much of a broad base of input on these topics as possible. We have a number of comments to the website. We've logged and analyzed comments in these public forums. So that's one important set of information. There's a lot of detail on the website comments as well that we'll take into consideration in the first draft writing. But the public survey is to focus on really the big picture items and to get not just 20 or 30 comments, but 1,000, 1,500 people's opinion on various subject matter to see how that can influence the direction of these sort of major items that we're looking at in terms of the master plan. So the sequence is to build some elements like the glossary, for instance, these background pieces that are going to be necessary to help build the master plan draft first, while we get into a survey over the holidays towards the end of the year, and then into the beginning of the year to assemble the first draft to come back in the early spring for public review and review with this board, this commission.
All right. Any other questions? Well, let me follow up. You're going to draft the survey. How is the survey going to get constructed?
Yeah. So what we'll do is identify those issues within this document on direction. There's a lot of background, so not so much the background. We've identified the sort of major points of consideration, and so we'll review those with staff, produce the survey questions, review those with staff, and then share that survey publicly. In the sort of beginning of the packet, we've pointed out a number of things that the master plan is suggesting. There's a little bit of additional detail that we would add into there, but we don't want to make it, say, 100 questions too much. But really the most important points, and we know a number of topics that people want to weigh in on, and we'll take into account.
I don't know if you can hear us, but you froze up. Well, wait a minute there. He's probably panicking on his end. What happened?
No, he's still talking.
You think?
WROK went.
Oh, is that he's okay?
All right.
He's trying.
Who can refresh? How does that work?
Yeah. I thought we had a McKenna person live here, no?
Something's happening with it.
I can attempt to finish his thought.
Oh, there you are. Okay, yes. Finish up.
I think in your packet you have a list of, there's a list of what the direction proposes to be included. Things like retaining the existing single-family zoning, allowing additional, finding places for growth, so along corridors and things like that, encouraging redevelopment of vacant underutilized commercial properties. So I think what he was about to say was the survey will focus on specifics of those topics.
Okay, is it going to be a scientific survey that a consultant other than yourself was going to do? Is this going to be something that we're going to, because we just heard that there's going to be a magazine article. I don't know if you're going to invite people in the magazine article to take the survey. What's the survey delivery method?
So the plan is direct mailers to advertise the availability of the survey.
Okay, just citywide?
Citywide.
Oh.
As we advertise the sessions in February.
There's more sessions coming up in February.
Pardon me?
Are there more sessions coming up in February? Is just that?
No, I'm talking about this past February. We sent mailers
Okay.
in addition to increased social media and all those, pushing it through city communication channels.
Okay.
I'll point out that at last night's city commission meeting, there was robust and quality conversation about reaching out to the full spectrum of our population and making sure that we take every effort to do that. So it's not just going to be a digital component. If people are interested in a paper survey, we'll provide that to them. You know, we're going to not limit it to one particular spectrum of the population that's, we'll say, more tech savvy than another.
All right. Okay, Ms. Beakey.
Related to that in terms of outreach, a couple thoughts. Number one, we had talked about it and we had heard from the original presentation, and they did this in Birmingham, again, the idea of having signs about the master plan posted on an ongoing basis in various locations so people see them and know that it's ongoing in terms of going to the website, knowing where to find information. That's one. The other one is to have outreach or have the documents, and I think this is about all city documents, at a display in the library. We should have these pictures that are in here should be up. People could be seeing them, and then they can sit at the computer and fill out the comments. But to have them visible, maybe in the lobby here, maybe in the senior center, but to use our public spaces where people go on a regular basis. When I just sit on the steps of the library and I say, oh, there's 2 kids on bikes. Where'd you come from? There's people who might be engaged in the topic if they would see it more familiar rather than through the just the digital channels and that kind of thing. And related to that, I just wanted to make a comment. I went back to the demographics for myself, and again, to keep reminding ourselves, as far as I'm concerned, what I understand my role to be here is representing the entire citizenry of Royal Oak, whether they fill out the survey, whether they don't, but looking at our age breakdowns, our income breakdowns, and thinking about all of these topics in the context of not only what I hear from our committed people who come to the meetings, but also thinking about the whole range of population. And it's not a perfect science, but I think it's important to keep those demographics in mind when we know that 26,000 people are between the ages of 20 and 44, 18,000 45 to 64, 8,000 kids, and our seniors are about 5,000. But because, again, we know we haven't had a lot of school kids fill it out. I'd love to see someone take the survey, and with the geography class in the high school or middle school English class, you just need 2 or 3 focus groups, but fill it out with them as a facilitated discussion, because we need to balance out that input, in my opinion. Anyway, those are some thoughts on reaching out.
All right. Other comments to Mr. Cantia?
This may be a little bit of a silly question, but when we talk about outreach and basically sending something out citywide, do we have any specific strategies in place to make sure that we're reaching the rental community? Because in many cases, landowners who are the owner of record, that's who gets the mailers. That's not necessarily the actual resident of the property. There was some discussion earlier. I fully believe that anyone that's renting in Royal Oak is in fact a resident of Royal Oak and should absolutely be involved in the communications process for something like this as well. So I know it's a difficult one to take on, but do we have any specific strategies on how we're going to get to that group?
I mean, I think the reason for the direct mailers is an attempt to solve that, because it's going to every address. They were addressed to residents of every address. So, yeah.
Commissioner Douglas.
So there are many ideas in this, like tons of great ideas. And often they are worded as, consider doing this or study this or evaluate that. Does your process have a way to prioritize those? They're all presented with the same weight, often without attention to any degree of flexibility. Like I am pretty sure that the crossing at 14 Mile and the railroad tracks is never going to get improved, at least not with any sort of available dollars. So how do you balance those? How do you weigh those? And Matt is back.
Matt is back. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the work between the wide net that's here and the first draft of as the information is developed. But Matt, please do weigh in there.
Well, first draft, second draft. As we go forward, we'll hear what the priorities are, what should be committed to stronger wording in terms of actions, what should be put into consideration. So absolutely that is a component of the first draft, but really right now we're saying, well, here are the big ideas. What should we focus on? Does this make sense in terms of where we focus? Then we get into a draft that fleshes those ideas out in more detail, provides some degree of prioritization. Then we can discuss all of that and really determine what are the salient points, what rises to the top, what is the order that these go in. So yeah, absolutely, it's a part of the process going forward over the next number of months in review with you all and taking public comment as we go through drafts of the plan.
So carrying on, at what point do you apply reality to these ideas? That is to say, if people come up and say, yes, if 98% of our people say we need to change that rail intersection at 14 Mile, and yet we know that is impossible, at what point does the reality test apply?
I'd say that one in particular is an interesting question because that would take federal dollars to do it. Is it possible? That one I would say is a stretch. So I think that we react in conversation with you all. Is this something? Should the possibility of federal funding to address that be pursued or not? The reality is, otherwise you can't really deal. There's no other clear way to deal with the traffic implications that are already bad situation today in that location. So, is it realistic to say pursue federal funds to improve this condition? In many cases, yes, there's a lot of transportation dollars for things. Is that something that we're saying that the city should outlay a whole bunch of money for? No. This is more something that could be pursued in grants and may not come to fruition. But it should be studied anyhow. Now we put that forward, and it's sort of now to go back to Jacob's transportation consultant on the team, who we've discussed that specific intersection with, to determine are there programs that are likely to fund this in the near future, or what other avenues are there. But we certainly recognize that particular instance is a stretch, and welcome questions and concerns about other things that may be a stretch or maybe outside of the city's capacity to address.
And similarly, how do you weight? How do you weigh the things that the public doesn't care about, but that we might, or that might have advantages that are invisible to the public eye? And I'll use as an example relocating the Public Works Department. I mean, that might be highly desirable for us administratively, but people may not see the value of that.
Yeah, I think one of the bigger pieces there is considering how we review the details of the first draft. which is to say that there are a lot of specifics to discuss. That's one. It's not just a line item, but it's something that we should have a conversation about. And I think that is part of the review process in this forum. So can we, when we get to a first draft, review each chapter individually and discuss that specific consideration. Why is that here as a consideration in the plan? And what are the components that are advantages and disadvantages of it? So I think that's the review process with this commission that also ties into the public interface in terms of feedback. So as when we have a draft, so our goal is to be able to write that draft and detail it. When we have a draft, then we can come back and share. Here are the concerns that we've received through our website. Obviously, we'll hear together public comment, and then we can discuss that in dialogue in terms of how that influences the next draft of the plan.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
All right. Are there other questions for our professionals? All right. So what's the next step? Gentlemen, we're going to expect that you're going to develop the survey, and are we going to see some sort of a draft of it, or is that something we're going to review, or you're just going to work with the department?
Presently, the plan, because there wouldn't be anything in the survey that's not in that draft direction document. So presently, the plan is to work with staff, develop that survey, and then share that. And then, like I said, at the same time, work on things like the glossary and other details.
Okay, we'll bring you back and keep us informed. All right, Ms. Beakey.
I just want to make a couple of just brief observations from looking at this plan. Going back and forth again with the single family and some of the other names that are in the current form versus what you're using in definitions, and I see you expanded them, but I would like to suggest you even put in parentheses or show how they differentiate with some kind of straight comparison, and that maybe goes for those words, but also for the land use, because I think again we're tripping up on terminology that we do want protection in certain areas for single family, and then on the edges there may be a little bit of differentiation is one. And then I like a lot, you're talking about the adjacencies, and you talked a lot about that during the charrette, and I think that maybe needs to come through more about how you create those buffers in between the adjacencies. It's not obvious yet. Anyway, and then I just think as we get from, again, the plan, I like the aspirational aspects that, again, need to be in the plan if you might go for federal funding like the one you're talking about, which is very challenging. And then somewhere along the lines, acknowledging, why they're there and articulating them, but also, of course, cross-referencing with current practice. Oh shoot, I lost that one. Anyway, I'll write some of it down. But the vocabulary I do think is still tripping us up in communications, and I really think that's important before you do the survey, and to make sure we know where those differences are, because there are some differences, but there might be nuances that aren't very obvious. Anyway, and I said earlier to the group that I read all the former plans, glanced at them, and I'm glad to see walkability and safety for walking has been there since 1988. So it's not new. We're just reemphasizing it.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize that point in terms of land use categories. What and why, and there's no intention in that to say change the character of existing neighborhoods. In fact, I think our goal would be to support, protect, reinforce the character of existing neighborhoods. But future land use should be different than zoning categories, and that's unfortunately that's gotten really conflated in the past decades, almost anywhere across the country. They're not the same thing. They should be different, but using different terms in this case is not meant to to change the characteristics, but more so to distinguish between future land use and a policy and zoning and a regulation. Future land use is a little more broad and zoning more specific. So it's just to create clarity between the two.
Thanks for that clarification.
All right. Any other, you have any questions for us, TPZ?
Well, I think we've gotten some specific feedback in terms of where we need to provide more specificity. So really, what we're looking from you all to provide us is, I think what's in there, the subject matter should be expanded and detailed, and to address the questions that we've gotten in writing from members of this commission and from the public. Mainly, our questions are there any items that are real red flags in terms of being in there? And I think the biggest discussions that we've heard are related around zoning and single family housing, and we're trying to clarify as much as possible that this is not suggesting any zoning changes to neighborhoods within the city. So that will merit comparison, analysis, and further detail going forward. Are there other aspects that really deserve a greater deal of detail or focus in public survey? Again, I think we've gotten a lot of feedback, both public presenting in this forum and on the website, a number of comments there to follow up on, and as well in writing. So we're just looking for any additional comments you might have in terms of the direction we take in moving towards that first draft, with the understanding that a lot of these topics that require greater clarity and more space than like a page or two is the whole purpose of that first draft process, so that we can work with you all through the specific details for any portion of the master plan when we begin to draft that.
All right. Thank you. Anything else before we let these guys go? All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
You want to hear their public comment?
Oh, yes, wait, hold on. Yes, we have a seat, because we got public comment we got to get. All right. So, is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on this? This woman in the back that was the first.
Okay. Much of what I'm going to say is to say thank you and to reiterate some of the recommendations that they said. Number one, signs. I've talked with Ann Beakey and Paul about that before. Putting out lawn signs like they did in Birmingham, I think, is critical, because it's kind of an in-your-face type thing. And if you can get those out there as soon as possible, that would be great. Even if it could be before the Royal Oak Today thing, because if they see a sign, master plan, and they get the Royal Oak Today, a lot of people don't open it, and they see master plan on there, they're more likely to read it. Regarding data, when I went to the charrette, Sharon Woods from Land USA said she was going to finalize the data, and we'd probably get it within like 8 weeks max. Well, that was in May, and we still don't have it, and I'm kind of a data person like she is. So I would like to see that before the survey goes out for a lot of people. Number one being, one of the things that you pointed out, and that SEMCOG confirms, is that over the next 30 years, or since the 2020 census, we're only supposed to grow by roughly 3,000 people. That's only 100 people a year. So when people are deciding whether they want a lot more multifamily zoning within the city or in the plan, future land use, we may not need it. I mean, just a couple projects would satisfy that during the year. So that might influence their decision making and what they would like to see.
11 Mile is referenced a lot as far as apartment, like the epitome that in what they were talking about tonight in the two other programs. The Amber apartments, those are not what I would consider affordable. They're small efficiencies, studios actually. They have 6 vacancies right now. There's only 36 units, there's 6 vacancies. So is there a demand out there? And those rent for $1,175 and $1,475, a lot less than some of the other ones, but still not real affordable. So do we want to lean more towards affordable? Is there something we can put in the master plan that kind of specifies that type of thing? I don't know. So I'd like to see the data go out before the surveys. The survey, what do I have here? Oh, I'd also like to see the survey go out before the holidays, if at all possible, because we have a lot of snowbirds in the town. And they will leave, and they won't be able to give their input. So that's something to consider. And I also want to thank Joseph for mentioning last night that we talked about considering citywide mailers, because a lot of seniors aren't technical, they don't know QR codes, they don't know URLs, and they're not going to go check things out on the city's website. So the direct mailing is ideal. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. In the back.
Good evening. My name is Trish Oliver. I've lived in the city for almost 40 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My friend is handing out a flyer for you to each have an individual copy of. I have reviewed the revision to the Royal Oak Master Plan direction dated this past Friday, August 31st, 2023. I hope you all have had a chance to read this revision. I want to direct your attention to page 4 of this new document, which is being put into your possession, which contains a revised future land use map. On this map, the 2 previous future land use descriptions for our existing single-family neighborhoods have been consolidated into one new future land use description, neighborhood residential. Please closely examine the wording of the paragraph on that page that describes neighborhood residential. Lines 4 and 5 of this description include the words duplex and multi-family buildings in our existing single-family neighborhoods. Again, multi-family buildings is written into the description for our existing and successful single-family neighborhoods on page 4. Please read this page carefully. A multi-family apartment or condo may be built next to your home if this plan's direction moves forward. Please rewrite the description of neighborhood residential as one family by simply striking out the words duplex and multifamily buildings. I propose the following updated wording: one family. This place type is characterized by small to medium single-family lots with detached buildings set back from the sidewalk with significant tree canopy, including street trees and trees on private properties. Again, one family instead of neighborhood residential. This place type is characterized by small to medium single-family lots with detached buildings set back from the sidewalk with significant tree canopy, including street trees and trees on private properties. The other thing I want to mention is that it's now 12:40. We had 90 people here earlier today, this evening. We had an overflow crowd. We're now down to 15. I think this is the most important item on the agenda. I don't know what the solution would have been to have more people be able to participate in the public comment. I don't know if we could have had it earlier, first thing, the agenda, but clearly 90 people were very interested, and when it becomes 20 to 1 a.m., that puts an unfair burden on our Royal Oak citizens to give important input into this very important process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you. Right here.
I guess good morning now. Dora Beltrasitis, longtime resident on South Pleasant, and I have to admit that based upon the presentation that was just given, I am encouraged, I'm not convinced, but I'm encouraged, and it kind of changes some of the tone of what I wanted to say. But similar to what the previous speaker was sharing, I had concerns about the single-family residential zoning in the master plan and how it was previously called neighborhood medium scale, now it's neighborhood residential. And to me, that sounded kind of like a rebranding of something. You know, when something doesn't come across positive or doesn't sell or has a negative connotation, you try to rebrand it, you know, kind of like the Coke Zero. And so I was concerned that that was what was being done by just changing the name. But with, you know, the comments saying that the master plan is not intended to rezone, and not intended to change single family. I'm encouraged by that. And, you know, I just urge you to listen to the residents and not to rezone the multifamily. And also, you know, this is, you know me by now, so this is like the 5th or 6th time that I've come to these meetings. And every time I come, every single presentation I've listened to for development. I'm not against development, right? I believe in progress and preservation. You can achieve both. But every single development I hear, I'm hearing, you know, high density and modifications to what the guidelines were for development. And why do we put the guidelines in place if, you know, we're trying to put in 27 units in a 4-unit zoned area? And so, and then, you know, why is there not a concern about, you know, parking? Anyways, I guess I just want to make sure that the commission keeps those considerations at hand. Again, not against development, but if we could stay within the zoning requirements without all the deviations, I would appreciate that. And yeah, not against progress, or not against progress. I think you can have progress and preservation. They're not mutually exclusive. Just please don't forget the preservation aspect and the residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen.
Hello again, Tom Halleck. I'm mildly encouraged by what I heard about not changing single-family neighborhoods, but there's some language in this directive that completely contradicts that. On page 22, a new term that we've never heard before is introduced. It says, or cottages, small single-family houses often clustered on a single lot. We don't have those. We've never had those. It's never even been discussed. Where'd that come from? And gee, just think how many you could cram into a Vincetta lot. Get a lot of them there, wouldn't you? On page 23, it says townhomes, duplexes, and cottages are more acceptable closer to and within neighborhoods. Says who? Where'd that come from? Anybody who's read through the feedback, and I've read every last one of them, it's overwhelmingly opposed to doing any of this stuff, and yet we're saying we're not going to do it, but there it is. We're going to do this within neighborhoods. We like that. And we also, it says, establish an ordinance enabling accessory dwelling units citywide. For those who don't know what an accessory dwelling unit is, turn your garage into another home, or build another home in your backyard. Do that on every lot in the entire city. That's what's going to be proposed here. There's no difference between ADUs and having a neighborhood full of duplexes. You just doubled it up. Actually, it's worse, because now there's no neighborhood, no backyard trees, because you wiped them out to put that in there. So when we're talking about not making changes, kind of talking out of both sides of their mouths here, because there's language in here that completely contradicts that. And the last thing I would say is, having gone through this process 20 years ago, it's time for you to start having a second meeting anytime you're having master plan, because you deprived a room full of people who wanted to talk about the master plan of their opportunity because they had to go to work. I'm retired. I'm a night owl anyway. I got to stay. But you deprived everybody of that opportunity because you're stacking this at the end of the meeting. And I understand why it's at the end of the meeting, because you need to let the people who have business conduct their business first. But you need to start having a separate meeting where it's master plan only. It's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, Orange.
Orange, thank you.
Salmon.
That's someone else.
Mr. Salmon already left.
I'm going to bring up a subject. My name is Lisa Zellen. I'm going to bring up a subject that's been brought up before, and I don't think it's going to be a very popular one. The issue involves, of course, the proposed introduction of rental housing into single-family only neighborhoods. Residents have expressed concern in the past that allowing rental housing development will result in an increase in crime and a corollary decrease in house values. Despite this concern, the city and their consultants have never provided any data, studies, or research papers that would support the idea that rental housing is beneficial for owner-occupied homes in their neighborhoods. I'm going to propose that you don't provide this information because the studies don't exist. The studies I found show that more rental housing leads to an increase in crime and lower property values. I have 3 studies here, okay, that I found online. They're from 3 different universities in 3 different cities: Miami, Boston, and Cumberland, Maryland. All of the studies confirm that rental housing is linked to crime, primarily drug use, drug dealing, violent behavior, and property crimes. And you could turn away if you like, Mayor. Increases in the number of rentals caused crime to increase. Violent behavior was particularly noted in transient Airbnb-style rentals. This is a particular concern because your master plan direction wants to allow auxiliary dwelling units to be included in rental development scheme. I'm just going to read a couple quotes because I don't want to bore you. We found increases in single-family and apartment rentals as shares of a neighborhood's housing stock increased the number of property crimes. And that's in Miami. Regardless of the type of rental, adding an additional rental unit to the neighborhood or increasing its neighborhood share at the expense of single-family homeowner-occupied homes lowers home values. Finally, a comment in the Miami study really jumped out at me. The authors stated that they started the paper with the understanding that crime and rental properties are linked before looking at the relationship to home values. This means that it's a consensus view among urban planners and researchers. This is not some outrageous outlier view being held by ignorant bigots. Royal Oak doesn't have perfect neighborhoods, but we're about as close as you're going to get in America. You should be protecting these precious neighborhoods. But instead, for some reason, you want to do this development, 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 development.
All right, thank you.
And I'm going to provide this as a list of all of these papers, and I'm sure you'll love to read them.
Mr. Harrison.
Tim. Tim is a city person.
Thank you. Bill Harrison. I hear we're going to have more surveys and that we're going to reach down to the high schools or whatever. And I really don't give a damn what 16-year-old kids have to say about it. We kick around the platitude of affordable housing. Several weeks ago, I presented an analysis of what affordable housing means in terms of the Royal Oak median income, and I haven't heard anybody say whether they agree. I haven't seen anything substantiating what these numbers are. It's always the platitude affordable. What's affordable? As far as this updated master plan summary or whatever you want to call it, as far as I'm concerned in reviewing, it's just more gaslighting.
just changed a bunch of titles. Still pushing form-based coding. You know, form-based coding is only used in 1% of the cities in the country. Nuts. Accessory dwelling units, others have brought up. Road diets, and now there's a table in there that defines the major roads to be road dieted. And the development of downtown surface parking lots, and I've said many times how valuable the surface parking lots are because there are many people that won't park in the parking structures. We talk about the narrowing of Woodward Avenue and the slip lane, that sort of thing. And where's the basis for that? There's been no simulation on that using Monte Carlo techniques, etc. We got 60,000 cars a day that go down Woodward Avenue. Now, Matt Lambert of DPZ is the board chairman for the Congress of New Urbanism. This will result in a predetermined outcome. You know how he thinks.
Must be a socialist.
The Biden infrastructure bill aims to end single-family zoning. And that's why we don't see the word single-family zoning in this thing. You have a bunch of euphemisms, which is ridiculous. This is all part of the Socialist Democrat Party agenda.
I knew it was going to come out.
I beg your pardon?
I said I knew it was going to come out.
Absolutely.
All right, gentlemen. All right, thank you.
Anyway, I'm up.
All right, anybody else want to speak on this topic? Oh, right there.
It looks like suburbia on what do you call it? On steroids. Suburbia on steroids. Oh, Phyllis Salter. Okay, I may not have stuff that's as recent, any changes on this, so. Anyway, the master plan gives a small group the power to destroy our neighborhoods. Please don't misinterpret that. So you chose Matt, who was connected with an organization that promotes eliminating single-family housing. This is really not funny. The 300,000 process allowed limited public input. Democracy disappears when you add on a lack of information from the city. Many permits are approved that are detrimental to the neighborhoods and not for affordable housing. Is that intended? Studies indicate that there's a large amount of vacant units in this city. What are we doing? How many investors own these units? How much money are they making? Are you are you waiting for the change of the zoning? The master plan implies that single-family neighborhoods will be improved with multifamily units and who knows what else. This would be a good joke if it weren't so serious. We've been told that mega density would not lower our values or take away our privacy. This has already happened, resulting in large, densely located new homes and other structures, also limited outdoor space, inadequate parking, dangerous car maneuvering, black sun from these new builds of all types. Has anybody seen how dark downtown is becoming? Based on surveys, the city site, and meetings, most residents do want to keep their authentic single-family zoning. The master plan in the future land use, a designation was applied, and recently got a name change, which I think you were just talking about and I wasn't up to. This doesn't change, doesn't change. This zoning permits various uses. Did you think we would fall for all this? We were told by both McKenna and commissioners that single-family residential zoning will not go away. If you believe this, you've been deceived. So get the facts. It's as if you're playing with a city of toy people, meaning us. Take a good look and you will see throughout the town the great amount of work and cost that has gone into these homes. They did this with intention of staying here. They are rethinking this now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic? All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment and I will come back to this side of the table. I almost dismissed our folks, but I think Commissioner Douglas, you were first.
I just glancing at a map of Royal Oak, it appears that I estimate that about 20% of our city, in the southern end of the city, has allowed, the zoning allows duplexes and some multifamily uses. So the description of Royal Oak as, or neighborhood residential as being characterized by small to medium single-family lots with detached buildings set back from the sidewalk and infrequent historic duplex and small multifamily buildings is accurate. A portion of our city does have that. And then I will also point out, and I think this is very important in the summary that the consultants offered, they describe what a master plan does and what a master plan does not. And it says specifically in these words, it proposes retaining the existing zoning and existing character of the city's single-family neighborhoods. Recommended rule changes in these areas are to protect existing housing character. I don't know how more clear that could be. Period.
Ms. Beatty.
I just wanted to comment because just before we had public comment, the point I made and asked Matt was my question was the confusion over this terminology. And his clarification to me, as I understood, the future land use map has certain terminology and there's certain flexibility. The zoning inside of the future land use map has single family zoning in that same land use map. There can be a single family zone and on the edge of it there can be a multifamily residential, but that doesn't mean that that's encroaching on the single family. That's, again, we have that already existing in the city. And so again, to many of your point, I think the language is confusing and the way it's described here is a little confusing, and that's why it has to keep getting reiterated. And again, to Ms. Douglas's point, we have an interesting, diverse community that was established over many, many years and more diverse than most. And so there is no one zone that covers everything when it comes to the zoning. Anyway, so like all of you, I'm looking forward to this further clarification because I would like to come to a day when we all know these terms and agree on them because I think that'll be a joyous time.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just think it's always appropriate to, check sometimes when public comments are made that, I think go beyond reason. I think this idea, once again, labeling people that live in multifamily developments, like Commissioner Douglas lives in a multifamily development. She's not a criminal. She didn't increase the crime rate adjacent to my neighborhood, at least that I know of. And sometimes she hurts my feelings, but that's not a crime. And this idea that, there's studies and all of this out there, okay. There's lots of studies from Harvard University, University of Arkansas. I'll just read one here that says, subsidized multifamily housing has a positive effect on the sales prices of single family within 1,000 feet and reduces the vulnerability of properties with 2,000 feet to property crime. So the point I'm making as we go through this process, ditch the preconceived fixed notions, do your homework, do your research. I don't know if DPZ has anything out there where people can look themselves, independent resources. But what I can tell you is about Royal Oak's story. I've been up here 12 years and we've seen a remarkable transformation in this community. We've added more multifamily developments throughout the city, converted old industrial areas into neighborhoods. And with the addition of those buildings in the community, our crime rate has gone down. Our property values have outpaced all of our neighbors. Okay? So There's lots of studies from accredited universities that have done scientific studies on things that are very related to what we're talking about now, but just look at our own backyard, okay? And so what I suggest is, let's not demonize people that rent apartments. There are grandparents, there are kids, there are cousins, there are family members, there are brothers that may have, and sisters that may have decided to rent for whatever reason. And let's not call them criminals, let's not call them whores and prostitutes. There are people that go to our churches, that coach our kids. There are neighbors. I live in a neighborhood, I guess we would call neighborhood residential, where there's a lot of duplexes and multifamily units spread out throughout my single family neighborhood. And we all have barbecues and hang out, and we all love each other in the neighborhood. So if there's concerns and questions, let's bring those to the table, but let's not do it at the expense of demonizing our neighbor. I don't think that's fair to a large number of residents in this community that rent here, so, or live in a multifamily development. So, but I understand it's an election year, and I understand that people want to fearmonger. We see this every 2 years, led by a couple individuals, and we'll endure it this time, but I'm not going to, as mayor, allow residents that I represent to get attacked as such. Sorry, I got on my soapbox.
All right, Mr. Ellison.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment. I mean, I sat here and listened to this person trash rental neighborhoods.
She's not here, she left.
I don't care. I don't care if she left. Everybody heard what she said.
Because I don't want to hear it.
Finish your
comment. You didn't say it.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is I live.
Now you're saying you think we.
Chair.
All right,
I didn't say anything. I said this woman. I didn't mention you.
Hold on. Mayor Ellison. You don't have the floor. And
Okay, all I'm trying to do is explain that I live in a neighborhood south of the city that is probably 40% rentals. And my neighbors are good people. They keep up their houses, they cut their grass, they're friendly, they walk their dogs in my neighborhood, but they're not in a position to buy a home in the city of Royal Oak like a lot of people. But they can rent. And they can get into a community, they can get into a neighborhood, pay their rent, and be a citizen. But to sit here and have someone trash them as bringing crime in and making the neighborhood, it drives me nuts, because this is my neighborhood. I know what my neighborhood is like. Rental people, homeowners, and alike. So I just was very thrown by this. I just think it was very, very off base.
All right, anyone else want to make a comment here? Well, I'm just gonna really quick say this. I spend a lot of time on the ground in Royal Oak, and Tim, I think you guys put out a study or a survey showing where all the multifamily is. I think what we're talking about here, there might be some misunderstanding, because the master planners have to soak up the data and they have to describe it, and then they make the recommendations. I'm just going to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Douglas. It is an accurate thing to say we have multifamily duplexes mixed in with our single-family neighborhoods. It's all over the city, and we know we have empirical data that it's charming. People want to live there. That's empirical data. We have it. If you walk around the city of Royal Oak, you'll see multifamily mixed in all over the place. That doesn't mean they're going to do more of it. That's a description of what there is. That's how I read that. And I could go on, but one more quick comment. Somebody came up and said, why is every developer comes up to you guys and they want to do a dense multifamily? What is all up with that? Well, that's an easy answer. That's the marketplace. That's the marketplace talking. People wouldn't come here and ask for it if they didn't think they could make money on it. And that's how things develop, because the government and this panel certainly we don't run the economy. We don't decide what to build. The free market, private sector runs the show. And we just have to react to it and give guidance to it, but we don't decide anything to build. That marketplace is saying, hey folks, people want to live in Royal Oak. That's what it's telling us. So you can take it for what it's worth, but that's the data. That's why you see people coming up and asking for that particular type of housing. Okay, anybody else? Okay.
Move to adjourn.
That motion to adjourn?
I think they're looking for action.
Motion. There's a suggested motion which provides
staff and DPZ direction.
I'm
So
sorry.
if you read in the memo in the packet, it's late. Tim has it shown on the screen. There's a suggestion motion if you want to move forward with the survey. There's a suggestion motion directing us to do so.
There's one over there, I'll take it.
You know what? Oh, here?
No. I move it. It was in there. I thought.
Oh, here it is. This, right here. Be it resolved that this is suggested motion. Be it resolved, the City of Royal Oak Commission hereby directs staff to work with DPC co-design to develop and distribute a survey to obtain public input on the suggested direction forward with the master plan and present the results of the survey at a future meeting. That is what we talked about there, and you need a motion to do that.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So, motion by Mayor Fournier, second by Commissioner Douglas. Is there any discussion of this issue?
I just think we all thought it was a great idea and we were going forward with it, but we forgot the motion part of it.
Okay, very, very good. I'm going to call for the...
Please add the signs, the yard sign type things. I was just saying that to you, not to the motion.
Sure. One of the reasons that we've not done yard signs is we don't allow those in the city right away, no matter who puts them up. So we've never taken the position that the city is going to violate its own ordinance.
We use them for the survey, we used them for the,
Okay, I'm gonna say, let's have our motion, first,
Okay.
and then we're gonna follow up. Okay, the motions on the table is the resolution that's on page 2 of the staff report for the motion, master plan direction. I think Mr. Mayor moved, you seconded. Any further discussion?
No, let's vote.
Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, you are directed to do what it says in here. Okay? Then, Ms. Beacon, do you have further?
no, I was agreeing that I think the signs could be helpful, at least in front of our public buildings, if we cannot put them in right of way, and we use them for the census. I see them for the Royal Oak Public Schools, golfing outage. They're used for some things, so I think there's probably a few places in front of our public buildings that we could put them so people can see them. Libraries, schools.
Can't put them on public land. You can't put campaign signs on public land.
It's not a campaign. It's not a campaign.
What signs
It's
are you
to
talking
inform people.
Oh, okay.
That's all. That's all.
I think it's probably informational, yes.
Yeah, it's information.
Okay. Does any other commissioner want to make any other statement before we call for the motion to adjourn?
No, I'm ready.
Okay, hearing none, I'm going to ask if there's a motion to adjourn. Or you already made it?
I already made it.
And you already seconded it. Okay. Motion on the table is to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.